Hello. Happy Saturday, everyone. And we are back for the last day of action of the Bermuda Bowl. At the end of today, 48 boards in the gold medal match. Norway or Switzerland will be crowned the champion of this year's World Bridge Championships. Switzerland comes in with a 20 imp lead, although with over 200 imps being scored already in the match, still anyone's game. Norway has had some tough fights through both the quarterfinals and their semifinal matchups against China and then Italy, and they managed to come out ahead in both of those matches. So I think we're in store for a super fun final day of play. In the other side of the bracket, USA 2 up against Italy. There's one segment left. This is the bronze medal match. Italy currently ahead by 25, so USA 2 has a lot of work to do in the next 16 boards if they want to earn a medal for their country. But that's where things currently stand. So I hope everyone is excited and looking forward to it. I do have a couple of announcements. First off, for YouTube viewers, while we're just waiting for the tables to start up. Oh, good call, PJF. I can put up a prediction for who's going to win the segment. So Norway, Switzerland once again. But hello, good evening to you. So yeah, a couple of announcements while we wait for players to filter into the tables. For YouTube viewers, thank you for all the new subscriptions and support over the past couple of weeks, which has really helped out. It's grown the community a lot and allowed me to get partnered on YouTube. So that unlocked the ability to for people to join as members on my YouTube channel, which is effectively the same thing as being a subscriber on my Twitch channel. You get some custom chat things, as well as you get to unlock some of my emotes, which I've uploaded to my YouTube channel. So there should be a little join button. If you're interested in doing that, you can click on that. I think it's like $5 a month or something to that effect, $5 US. But you get a couple of special features. I think you'll also be able to watch some of the videos ad-free, but I'm not entirely sure on that one. Don't quote me on it. Anyway, so that's a new fun feature that people on YouTube can check out. Hello. I just got a fun message from a potential co-host for today's stream. Yes, DT for co-host. No, not exactly, but we might have a fun guest. He tells me that he has just woken up. So we'll see if we can get him on. But I think it would be a lot of fun if we could make that happen. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to coordinate all of these things. Also, the players are not in yet. Allie is co-host. Almost. You're getting warmer. Getting warmer. Hey, Allie. Good morning. Well, good evening, I guess I should say. Thought I wasn't going to be here this morning, Harris? No, I'm here every morning. Good morning, Caroline. MH is co-host. I don't know who MH is, but also no. Also no. Okay, players are in. Let's see if I can get some nameplates for all of us. We will check out this table with Klukowski, Kalita, Brogland, and Bakke while I I work to get a second person in here to join me on commentary. Okay. I will have to check that intermittently. Hey, One Under Trick Wonder. I am also hoping for a lot of good bridge and a lot of fair play. For today's set. But we're off. So North opening a diamond, East coming in with 2 hearts. I know that we've seen a lot of these like 6-card suits being overcalled at the 1 level, sometimes even getting doubled off for penalties. But non-vulnerable, East choosing to come in 2 hearts. Negative double from South, 3 hearts from West. Double from North. I guess, depending on agreements, some people will play support doubles at this level, especially because South might have made a negative double with 5 spades in a hand that wasn't good enough to bid 2 spades directly. But for a lot of players, double of 2 hearts would just be takeout. And South with 13 highs, opposite partner's opening bid, heart stopper. Tries 3 no trump. Looks like Declare is going to have some issues on this one. That Queen of Diamonds being in East's hand is not going to be a welcome sight. But I was going to say the defense might want to be a little bit careful about how they handle the heart suit. Although East having both the King of Clubs as an entry and the Queen of Diamonds as an entry seems as if not keeping communication in hearts is going to be okay. Although, you know, what if Declare takes the I think Declare can make it from here if he was double dummy. I mean, there's no way he actually would, but like he could pitch a club now, win the heart return, pitching another club, cross to the Jack of Spades, let's say, and lead the Jack of Diamonds out of the north hand. If East doesn't cover, then Declare could run it. And if East covers and South wins the ace, even if West unblocks the 10 of diamonds and starts getting out of his own way, he'll always have to win the 9 of diamonds on either the second or third round of the suit. This is just a masterful double dummy problem, I guess you could say. Matt says, what is East throwing on 4 spades? That's a good question. That's a good question. I mean, what is North throwing on the hearts is maybe a better question. Looks like North is just going to elect to take the club finesse. I mean, that seems the most reasonable thing to... Okay, he pitches the 2 of clubs. Put up no spoilers? No, we're watching all 4 hands today, at least for the current moment. Especially if I get a co-commentator. I think he'll probably want to watch 4 hands. Okay, well, it looks like if we can manage it on the fly, we will have a special guest joining us today on stream. Declare does elect to run 4 rounds of spades, and the fact that East is pitching hearts actually might give him a pretty good sense about what's going on this hand. Hey, Vikitsa. Good morning. So on the 5th round of spades, Declare might pitch a diamond. And then if East continues discarding hearts, Declare will probably just take the club finesse and be good from there. Okay, he throws a club, which is a little bit similar. But yeah, East comes down to the stiff king of clubs, which I think is a good attempt. So now North is going to have to read the position. And I think we've talked a little bit about this in the past, that sometimes if East had come down to the singleton king of clubs earlier in the play, it would make things a lot harder for Declare. But if, with the way that East has discarded, it's kind of felt like East was holding on to an important club card for a while and holding on to an important diamond card. And Declare is going to have to pick off the position if he wants to make the contract. Nice line of play, though, by North for Norway, at least giving himself a chance to make against this unfavorable layout of the suit. South is Declare. Thank you, Matt. It's it's gonna be another one of those days, isn't it, where I just can't figure out who's playing the hand. But yeah, South is the Declare. Director call from East if this makes. okay, maybe. Ace of diamonds, diamond to the king. And now, oh. Alright, well done by East to at least give Declare a problem. If East had pitched a heart, it would have been easy for Declare to make the contract. But stiffing the king of clubs, great play, does result in 3-0 going down. Obviously, North was just hoping that West had queen fourth of diamonds there in the end position. West would get thrown in into eventually leading a club. Yeah, a crazy first contract. I mean, it could be a somewhat flat board if 3-no trump undoubled goes down 2 in the other room, where Declarer just kind of takes a heart finesse immediately, ends up losing 5 hearts in the... Sorry, not a heart finesse, a club finesse. Ends up losing 5 hearts in the club king pretty quickly. Oh, well, comment. Apparently 3-no was not doubled. But play at the other table, PJF says, has been the same so far. Declare cashing his 4th spade as the defenders are trying to figure out what to discard. East also throwing hearts on the spades, I imagine, and now is going to decide if he wants to stiff the king of clubs or come down to queen doubleton diamonds. Any chance we can watch USA-Italy? It is the last segment of that match. You know, I can put up a poll. I might also defer to my co-caster if, whenever he gets here. Okay, so East also bars the club king. Well, Canada J, Declarer was hoping that East had 2 diamonds instead of 3. So in that case, East would have king, would have started with, 3 small clubs or king third of clubs. And so the king of clubs was not dropping in that case. Declarer was basically hoping West had the king of clubs at that point in time, because West was getting thrown in with the 3rd and then 4th rounds of diamonds. Please, please. I can put up a chat poll. Bronze, gold. So, Swiss, Norway, or USA, Italy. So you can vote if you want me to switch matches, but I guess I'll take a look and see what the chat thinks. I mean, if a bunch of people want to watch the final segment of the USA-Italy match, then we probably could. We would have 2 more segments of Norway-Switzerland, but I think I'm partial to watch this if we can. Okay, great. I am going to put a little bit of effort into to try and get stream things set up. All right, bud. I am looking for this collab cam thing. I do not see it. Well, north, south, and 4 spades. I am really trying to multitask way too many things at a time. Let me try and figure this out. Found it. All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay, we got this. Add source. Here we go. Is this going to work? I have no idea if this is going to work, but we might get someone else jumping on in just a minute. All right, Swiss Norway has won the vote, so we're going to stick with that. Thank you for voting, everyone. Well, other table on board 17, we got the result 3-no Trump down 2. Looks like it was not doubled in this room, so a little bit of either tablet error or something coming through, or operator error on the view graph. But that is 2 imps going the way of Norway in the set. So, how did this auction pan out? 3 passes around 2 club in the north, which I think for these guys, they just play mostly a normal 2/1 type structure. So 1 club was just, you know, I say that, but North had a pretty good hand, right? I guess he was planning to jump rebid 2-no Trump with his extra values. Hard overcall by East, negative double by South, and after 2 diamonds, showing potentially a constructive raise to 2 hearts, although West's hand doesn't exactly look like much in terms of a constructive raise. North does jump all the way up to 4 spades. 2 heart losers, a diamond loser, and a spade loser. Seems like where Declare is going to be at. I wonder if North, or if Declare is going to take the club finesse here. That's probably his best chance at getting rid of a heart loser. If he can take 3 club tricks immediately, he can pitch his other heart. What happened on the first trick? Why did West not continue hearts? Oh, East gave just this ambiguous 6 of hearts signal. This is why, kids, you always want to signal with your loudest card if you can. It's very strange to me that that East didn't ask strongly for a heart continuation. Like, looking at the dummy, Declare has, I mean, even if they set up a heart discard, a diamond's not going away, and the clubs in dummy are so good that Declare could always set up a heart themselves if they needed to. Wow, 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 wow. Do they play upside down signals? You know, this would be a good thing to look at. North is declare. Guys, okay, listen, here's the thing. All right, it's been it's been a long week. East led a heart and East can't signal. Okay, fine. All right, I hear you, and that totally makes sense why West would switch to clubs. Everything is, I'm doing great. We're starting off the day really well. But I think things will go a little bit smoother. I've been trying to get things set up behind the scenes, and hopefully that has been resolved by now. I have done a few more segments than the players. I might want to go back to the single hand kibitzing because then I can figure out who's declaring. That's true. That's true. Awesome. All right. Looks like the hand is mostly over, but declare needs to, be a little bit careful about how he handles the end position. I mean, with West having the fourth club, which I guess declare knows, West did not drop the queen earlier. Possibly a mistake. I mean, possibly kind of like a rage-inducing mistake from West that he was upset about his club switch, giving declare the contract. And so now he didn't make the false card of unblocking the club queen. But North will be able to rough the fourth club or potentially set up the diamonds for a club pitch. So East thinking, a spade return probably not going to be the most testing, because declare would be able to ride that around to the 9 in hand, just cash the jack of hearts, which he knows is cashing because the opponents have bid and raised hearts. Rough a club with the jack of spades at that point, and then just knock out the diamond ace. He would eventually score the last couple of trumps and dummy. I suppose he might even just win the 9 of spades and immediately go after diamonds. That's probably a better attempt. But with everything breaking, 10 of spades in West's hand, looks like a nice pickup for Norway, and the match is going to be really close. I guess I should put earphones in, just so that I don't cause a lot of feedback to my co-host when he joins in. So what's Kalita's best attempt here? It seems like a passive exit might be his best hope, like a low diamond. That way, if his partner has jack third of diamonds, Declare's communications might become a little bit tangled. And now that I've finally worked out who the dummy is and who Declare is. Play for Fun still wants Boya to not be trolling before the last set. I mean, I guess a heart also kind of a passive exit. Another one of these frustrating hands where as spectators we can see that nothing matters. Declare is just going to stumble into his 10 tricks if he makes it. But the players have to sit here and, you know, from Declare's perspective, the 10 of spades might promote in some cases. Trumps could easily be 4-1. So he's not out of the woods yet. All right, heart return. We'll see if Declare goes after diamonds immediately, which I think makes a ton of sense. So if East wins the diamond ace and puts a 4th heart on the table, I suppose Declare might just rough in hand and pull 2 trumps, hoping that the diamonds are splitting. Oh, East doesn't even take the diamond ace. I think this makes Declare's life a little bit easier. Now we can just rough a club if he wants. Change the diagrams to the hand layout. I think the hand layout is unreadable. It would be even worse trying to figure out what's going on if the diagrams were in the hand layout. I know some people have said that that it's easier to look at that layout because you read bridge books. I was never really a bridge book reader, so I can give it a look and see if, let's see, is there, like, how gross is this again? I don't think I'm going to keep this up, but let me take a look at it and see if I can actually pay attention to what's going on. Because don't they also just gray out cards? You don't lose the cards in hand, so you can't really like look at a 4-card end position. Okay, everyone says no. Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you're with me, chat. You don't want to get sick. Okay. Yeah, it's just completely unwatchable like this. I'm sorry, Jan Vid, but I think you've been overruled on this one. Well, with 12 imps in on that board, Norway has closed the gap once again. It is it's currently a 6-imp match. Switzerland has dropped a little bit. Switzerland has actually had some pretty slow starts to their sets so far. but they've always managed to come back in the last few hands. You know, the first 8 boards of every segment, it feels like they're losing 20 or 30 imps, but then they pull it back for the last 8 boards. We'll see if that trend continues. Two Hearts by North, and they play that Two Hearts is like a intermediate-ish type 2. I mean, it's basically like 8 to 11 is what they call it, but third seat favorable, I guess you could stretch a bit. And yeah, I pointed out that 2 no trump by East, maybe not everyone's choice. King 10 third of hearts looks like a pretty decent stopper, but the rest of the hand, a lot of players might have preferred a 3 diamond overcall. Oh, you're seeing even a different score on the scoreboard, Gandolius. I don't think that we have that on screen. Play for Fun says might be a 5-card suit even from North. I mean, especially third seat favorable. Agree with that assessment. Well, Queen of Spades looks like a good lead. Boya correctly ignoring the heart opening for the lead. Yeah, when you have a singleton, it's often not right to lead preemptor suit because Declare tends to have 2 stoppers in it, and whenever you get in, you're never going to be able to play a second trick. Yeah, feeling like down 1, spades breaking, King of Diamonds in the south hand. Declare has nowhere near enough tricks to make the contract without the King of Diamonds on side. Now, Declare might be hopeful that the Diamond King is on because North showed some values with the 2 heart opening. So this isn't your typical preempt. North could have a pretty good hand, even just shy of an opening bid. Matt says it's amazing how close the matches always are. Even in the round robin, I mean, we did see some blowouts, but when you have teams like Panama beating Canada, Panama was very clearly the lowest ranking team in the standings at the end of the round robin. Anyone can beat anyone on a good day, or if the cards fall favorably for you. Oh, thank you. Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Great.
Yes.
Thank you for...
Can they hear me? Can they hear me? That's the
yes. Everyone should be able to hear everyone. So welcome on stream, Gavin. Glad to have you. Hope that you're not super jet lagged from the trip.
I am super jet lagged.
You are, and that's why you're awake at this hour.
I am, and I actually had to move my whole workstation into my closet right now so that I don't wake up my whole family. Like I thought I had last night. I moved everything over, and so I'm sitting here in my bedroom closet, but with the green screen behind me, obviously you can just see green. I couldn't figure out how to make that not be green for this thing. You might be able to pull out the green, but anyway.
Yeah. Well, lovely to have you on the stream. Happy that you're here. Sorry that, I mean, congrats on making it to the top 8, but I'm sorry your match didn't go the way you wanted.
Yeah, it is what it is.
But yeah, let's take a look. So Norway has gotten off to a pretty good start to the set. They had a game swing on board 18.
Yeah, what was there a score? Was there a ruling on that hand yesterday? Because I feel like when we went to bed, it was only 14, and then if you It was 20 now this morning. So was there any ruling or something yesterday? I know that they had a director call about
Yeah, there was a director call about this 3-spade doubled hand from the first set, and somehow it got adjusted to like plus 820 instead of plus 1130.
That is the WBF special.
Yeah.
They all of their rulings are just like partial rulings. They rule that, well, 10% of the time you would have done this and 20% of the time you would have done this, and they give you kind of a mixed score on the board.
Yeah, so that's exactly what happened, but match is still close and a lot of great bridge to play for the remainder of today.
Just a question, since I don't have the actually stream up, what table are we watching?
Sorry, we're watching Broglin, Bakke, Klukowski, and Kalita.
Okay,
yep.
Awesome. Okay, that's the table I got up. Perfect.
So, I mean, another swing, it looks like, going the way of Norway on this third board, and 250? If 250 is the...
Yeah, 6 M's?
Yeah, it's going to be a tie match.
5 M's. 3 Hearts by North was not vol for 100 and 100. Down 2. It's 300. It's 7 M's. Yeah.
Yeah, although I guess Declare can put up the 6 of diamonds from dummy now. Get an entry and then take this heart finesse, otherwise he gets stuck in hand.
Right. He doesn't know. Diamonds could be 2-2, in which case he needs to play the 4 right now. So that's why he's got something.
Yeah.
Kind of a cute little position here. Do you play the 6 or the 4?
Right.
Because if he plays the 4 and it goes 8, that's perfectly fine. But if he plays the 6 and it goes 8, then the 4 is just too low to return to dummy. So.
Yeah, and this is one of those spots where Declare might say, oh, well, the defense should have just exited a club because then I would have no entry to dummy and I would just be unplayed and stuck in my hand. But, of course, the defense can't always see all the cards. So
no, they had no idea that Declare had 6 diamonds.
Right.
Oh, did he duck a diamond? No, he didn't.
No, he just took the first round diamond.
Obviously not. He has 2 diamonds. Yeah. So he has no idea.
He does put up the 6 of diamonds. So he's going to escape for down 1.
So 5 imps then.
5 imps, Norway still trailing, but a good start to the set. I mean, this has been the way this match has gone. Switzerland has dumped like 20 or 30 imps in the first few boards every segment, and then they come back in the last 8 boards and pick up 30 or 40.
Yeah, it's been streaky. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's... Yeah, I guess it has started for the most part in Norway's favor in each set, but definitely like it's gone like 30 imps one way, 30 imps the other way, 30 imps one way, 30 imps the other way, not just like close back and forth.
No.
For sure.
But that's exciting, right? I mean, that's what we like to see as spectators.
It's what makes matches never really be out of reach. Like you go through these 5 board stretches. Like our match in the quarterfinals was lost in a 5 board stretch, but where we just like happened to lose 4 or 5 swings in a row, and that was it. We never really recovered. We almost came back and recovered it, but it just that's what happens. Matches, just little strings of results. That's why the most important thing when you're playing in these things is not to like let your bad results get to you, because it'll snowball so quickly.
Yeah. Ooh. Okay, so Klukowski had an interesting decision about what to open. He chooses 4 hearts with his 6-4 in the majors.
Any tips on not letting it get to you? You got to just be okay with it. Yeah, I mean, like for me, my worst quality is after the game I don't remember hands. But that's also my best quality. Like I just literally put it out of my mind. I don't think about the boards. I guess it's just experience, honestly. Like I don't think that there's a trick to it. Like there's no meditation process you go through at the table. You just pick up your next hand and you're looking at the next hand, and it's just part of growing as a bridge player. But obviously, it's so much easier said than done. It is really hard to get over your bad boards, but I think it's just a built-up skill, and I think that once you have a couple good experiences of actually actively not dwelling on bad boards and then seeing how it works well for you, I think it's easier. It becomes easier over time, I would say, but not everybody has problems with it. It's not just in bridge. It's in any sport. You know, when you make a bad mistake, it's about having that drive. It's not just it's not always mistakes either. It's always just, sometimes it's just like decisions that you made. You really had no idea whether you did the right thing or wrong thing. You just know it worked out badly. But still, you have to know that the only thing that's in your control is what you do on the next hand. Like, whatever has happened, there's nothing you can do about it. So just accepting that and yeah, I know I'm saying it, and I just, even as I'm saying it, I'm thinking like that. It's just, that's everybody's problem at bridge. So I don't know.
Yeah, we're all just human, and so like you're always gonna make mistakes, or you're always gonna get to these positions where it's just like a guess, and you choose something and it doesn't work out, and you lose a bunch of imps. But when it happens the first time, it feels real shit, and then you just gotta move on. But eventually, you kind of grow into, as Gavin said, no hand memory. You just move on to the next board, and you're ready to keep playing. Got to do your best on every hand that's presented to you. Yeah, play for fun. I mean, I don't know if Gavin wants to chime in, but I have good memory of the hands after the session. And especially if like there was a question that I had that I remembered in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, I'm going to bring this up to my partner, this kind of sequence. I want to make sure that we are on the same page in this auction, or what was my 6 of hearts in this board? What was that suit preference? Was it count in certain situations? So I do have pretty good hand memory at the end of the hands, but when I'm playing, I try and be focused. I think Gavin's the same way. Yeah.
I definitely don't. I don't remember. I mean, if I need to remember a hand, of course I can recall it, but it's kind of out of my mind, to the point where I would actually have to be asked about a hand to even think of it again. Like, I really don't remember hands. But then again, when you're actually going through the experience of the hand, every card and every trick is it's such an event in your life that at least I feel like it's pretty easy to recall afterwards if I need to, but I don't remember what happened. So like, what'll happen often for me is at the end of a set, I'll actually like I find it a good process to go over the boards to unwind, even though I don't really remember. There's still like this lingering I need to get this out of my mind thing, that even though it's been compartmentalized. So I do like to go over the boards, but then even then I'm kind of remembering the boards. I don't know. It's not a process where it's just like fresh in my memory, for sure.
Yeah. Well, everyone's saying nice switch. Okay, South does find the spade rough. I mean, the spade rough only really works when Declare has 5 spades on the side for his 4 heart opener. But well done for the defense. I guess South had kind of worked out that why would partner ever underlead the ace of clubs in this position?
Well, that was just, the fact that partner underled the club is pretty clear. Just that partner wants you to be on lead, and there was no reason for you to lead diamonds, so it just became kind of obvious. It didn't actually necessarily have to be that it was a spade rough. It could have been right for him to leave the 9 of spades back, even if partner just had the jack and declarer had the 10.
Yeah. But again, another pretty nice result for Norway, I think. Just beating the game contract. Wow, East has a big hand here, and they get to open their famous Polish club.
Yeah, this 21 count, I would definitely be, if I was playing standard, I would be upgrading it for sure to show 22 to 24. Even then, it doesn't do this hand justice to show 20, gives you all 4 aces and just such a prime hand. Like the least you need to make slam on this hand is something like Queen 4th of hearts and the King of diamonds. That would be enough where you could play in 6 hearts, use your diamonds to throw away one of partner's black suit losers. And so even opening 2 clubs and rebidding 2 no is not really going to do this hand justice, but showing diamonds and hearts is like impossible in standard bidding. Opening 2 clubs, having your partner bid 2 diamonds, and you're bidding 3 diamonds. It's just a terrible auction. So you would definitely treat this East hand as balanced, playing standard American or 2/1 or whatever. And so it looks like that's what he's done here too. That I'm guessing that 2-0 rebid showed. It must be 22 to 24. Although no, maybe not, because he just insta raised to 3-0 with 8. So yeah, I guess 8 and 24. He wouldn't have been looking for slam.
Yeah, their 2-0 opening range is good 19 to 21. So it looks like this is 22 to 24.
Okay, no. So now I have a sense of what's going on now. Is that so? 1 spade is a positive response for them. So I think it shows like 7 or more. So my guess is that 2-0 was a game forcing 2-0 bid, also balanced, but I'm guessing game forcing. So it showed like 18-19 maybe, and it was game forcing. And then when partner raised to 3-0, now when he's bidding again, he's like saying, no, hey, I don't actually have 18-19. I have like a whole nother range, whatever. That's my guess at what the language is here. And now 4-0 is like, forget it. I hear you. I'm still not interested in slam because I don't have a diamond fit.
Yeah, West also not looking at any aces. So.
Yeah, slam's terrible on this hand for sure. Well, I think 1 no trump over 1 spade here would have been a 12 to 14 balance. I don't think it would have been 18 to 21. So I think that 2-0 showed 18 to 21.
Oh yeah.
Or 18 to whatever.
Yeah, Canada J, because they're playing Polish club, 1 club can contain some weak hands. This isn't like precision, where 1 club would be 16 plus or 17 plus if balanced. I mean, diamonds splitting is going to be very friendly for Declare. He should be able to count.
Well, he's going to take 5 diamonds, 2 hearts is 7, the 2 aces is 9. So he's going to try and build a club trick as his 10th trick. Although he obviously doesn't know he's taking 5 diamond tricks.
Right.
So he's not in a good contract. He's not going to be very happy about being in 4-0 instead of 3-0. Not the end of the world, but certainly if they lead the jack of spades and he tries the queen at trick 1, he's going to be very unhappy with his contract, but he'll survive. The 10 of clubs definitely helps his cause.
Yeah.
He still only has 9 if the diamonds are not breaking, though. So if the diamonds are not breaking, he's going to have to give up a diamond even to get to his 9th trick. So he's not in a comfortable spot. This is not going to be a quick hand. He's definitely going to be thinking for a while. That 7 of clubs is a pretty important card. Just from Declare's perspective, he's very happy to have the 7 and the 6.
Yep. Yeah, with South having 10-9-8, the first trick will probably go 10 Queen King Ace, and then the 7 could easily be a second stopper. So, I mean, the most obvious route to a 10th trick, if the diamonds don't split, is to lead up towards the spade queen.
But that's urgent, right? Because if he doesn't do that right now, he's only got the king of diamonds as an entry, so he really needs to get the spades going right away. Is that what he's going to do though? Play ace of spades, spade to the queen? Because I mean, that gets him. Yeah, and I guess if the queen of spades wins, that's his 10th trick. Ooh, they can't hear me.
Oh,
maybe.
Yeah, it should be good. Yeah, okay. You're good on my end. Oh, yeah, so update from YouTube that the BBO score is not the same as the official score on the website. That Norway has, I guess Switzerland has received a time penalty or something like that in the previous segment, which makes...
Yeah, I would say so. I wanted to give a penalty from above, for sure.
Yeah.
Holy cow. If you don't, I don't know if anybody remembers, but last year at the Bermuda Bowl, they also against the American team, they had like a massive amount of time penalties. Like they got, like, I remember it being like a staggering number of imps that they were given for time penalties. They still won the match against the Americans, but yeah, Zimmerman can be another level of slow. All right, there. So so that's not good for him. He did play ace of spades and a spade to the queen and king. So he's gonna luck out that he's got 5 diamond tricks. So
yeah, shaky contract.
I mean, luck out. He was unlucky that the spade queen didn't win, but he's lucky that he survived from it.
Let me see if I can get the time penalty up so that we can have the actual score on screen for people who are watching. After board 5 of this segment. Is that the board we're currently playing? Yes. Oh, so board 20 in the other room, they had a little bit of a slower auction, which allowed North-South to get into the bidding. And then when 4 hearts got bid, eventually North, sitting on ace, queen of hearts, and ace, and hearing partner bid, elected to go after it. So that's 3 imps going the way of Switzerland, I guess. But 10 tricks made in 4 no trump. Declare breathes a sigh of relief. Whoops, I'm sorry. I've pulled up the wrong thing on screen. There we go. We're back to the live broadcast. I'm just trying to get the score up. So currently, Norway they pick up 2 more on this board, so that they have what, like a 9 imp time penalty? Is that what's going on? I will put that up, and if that's incorrect, then someone can tell me about it later.
So the clock situation at this tournament was probably it was definitely one of our biggest gripes of the tournament, is they had one really, really small clock in like one end of the room, that because you're playing with screens, you're lucky if one person at the table could actually see the clock. So that was definitely not great. But now that they're playing in the knockout round, since they started using the tablets for bidding, the tablets actually have a running clock on them, so you have a decent idea of how much time is left. I mean, they don't do any of the math for the player in the sense that you just see how much time is remaining. You don't really see how much time per board you have left. So if you're not really like, I mean, you have to do a little bit of work to figure out if you're on time or not. It could be better for sure. I know. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But it was really bad in the round robin when there was one tiny laptop clock on one side of the room that you literally could not see from, like, you could be like, because every table has screens and you're in these different orientations where you could not see the screen. And so, like, in some rooms, the directors were great about saying, hey, you've this amount of time left, hey, you've this amount of time left, or whatever. And if you were really far behind, a director would be like, you guys have 6 boards and only have 30 minutes, so you got to speed up or whatever. Yeah, so but it wasn't ideal. It wasn't perfect conditions for sure. No smartwatches, yes to watches. I don't know how they can tell the difference between smartwatches and regular watches, but if you weren't allowed to wear Apple watches or Google watches, but regular watches are fine. But I don't know. That seems a little weird to me. It seems like you shouldn't be allowed to wear watches at all, because they'll make lots and lots of watches that look like watches but are actually communication devices.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, how was it switching from, no tablets to tablets? Because
I didn't have any issue with
problem.
it. I definitely preferred using the tablets for bidding. It was quieter. It was nicer that you didn't have like the trays. To me, bidding trays are flawed. So I think it's definitely a good thing that they're bidding with tablets for sure.
Well, this 4-heart contract is looks okay at first glance from Declare's side. I mean, he might not be so happy when spades turn up to be 5-1. Gonna have to pick up that singleton king of hearts over there in the north hand. Looks natural to lead the king of clubs now. I mean, what else?
Yeah, it definitely does. He's got to just take care of those 2 diamonds before drawing trumps. He wouldn't want to run the jack of hearts too early. I think that'll end up in it could if they duck the jack of hearts wins and they've ducked king third offside. You could put yourself into a position where a second heart finesse can really put you into trouble. Get you in trouble. Even if they win the king of hearts offside and play a trump back. You're at the point you're actually almost. I guess you could still win it in your hand and lead a club up, so you'd probably still be okay. It would be so.
Yeah, but Declare does go for clubs, and South puts the stiff spade on the table. So it's all going to come down to the heart position. I mean, it looks pretty natural to take the heart hook. Nothing really about the auction that I think should give things away. I mean, North led the king of diamonds. He's turned up with ace jack 5th of spades, so more than enough for his 1 spade over call already.
Right, and South wouldn't have been excited with a singleton spade, no matter, even if they had ace of clubs, king of hearts. They wouldn't have felt compelled to get into the bidding after the support double. So I think that there's just no reason that he's going to get this right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will say that's the biggest thing missing from these tournaments is a perfect record of play afterwards. Like, if somebody can invent a camera that can look at the table and read the cards and track the play, I know that it's the technology is there. I just wish that they had it, that we could go back and really have the record of all the play, see how people made hands, see the leads, everything. It's a missing piece of the puzzle for these tournaments for sure. Not only that, for also just tracking things for cheating observation, to be able to know how long people are taking on every card and how just everything about it. They need to get that technology going somehow, that card reading technology. If they're going to keep playing with cards, that technology has to happen.
Yeah. So, clever idea. East could cash a club pitching a spade and then lead the spade queen. And if South ends up roughing, then Declare can over rough and rough a diamond back.
So it's a pretty transparent spot from South's perspective. He can see, he can count, he understands that Declare's got a million club discards as well. It doesn't. There's no urgency to rough that spade, so he would never rough from king and 1 trump or from 2 little trumps. He might think about it for a while, but he's definitely not going to rough the queen of spades if he plays the queen of spades. He'll just be like, okay, fine.
Yep.
Although the queen is, he's going to cash the queen of clubs first, obviously throwing the spade. Yeah. But he'll see what's going on. He'll know that Declarer has only 1 loser, so it just can't be right.
Yeah, I still think it would be
rough.
It would probably be a good technical play from Declarer, because he'll avoid going down 2 in this situation, where if he just ran the jack of hearts.
No question. No question. Yeah, for sure.
Have to continue playing. So Play for Fun says, I think they have to continue playing with cards at the same table. Playing with tablets, sitting in different rooms kills the game. Card reading, camera technology is the way to go. We do see the Queen of Clubs. He does pitch a spade, and now I expect the Queen of Spades.
And he will not rough.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, he did.
Just goes with the Jack of Hearts. I mean, this also kind of same idea.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the other side of the fence there. I don't think that playing with tablets with two people in different rooms would kill the game at all. I think that just specifically at the World Championships, I don't think that what you do at the World Championships will have any effect on the game at all. So I definitely strongly disagree. Although I don't mind playing with cards. I'm certainly have no skin in the game. If we end up using cards, I'll be just as happy to show up and play bridge. But I just think that it's so over dramatic to say that it'll kill the game when you're talking about like 3 events a year that they need this kind of level of security and event tracking. So yeah.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of the players actually have really enjoyed the switch to tablets, like especially at like the US team trials and some of the other bigger events. So 23, does Brogland open this 11 count? He does. He does. First seat vulnerable. Yeah, Steph says card reading technologies would be expensive, but you'd be able to save on VuGraph operators. I think they used to have them way back in the day. They used to have like a little camera overlooking the table and barcoded cards. I know I played with them at some point, I think in the US trials way back. So they do have it available. I'm not sure why it went out of phase.
I don't know, but today's day and age with AI and video, like there's just no chance that the technology isn't already very, very easily available. This sounds like a college project. It's surprising to me that it hasn't happened for sure. So, I mean, I think that's an opening bid for what it's worth. That South Hand, no matter what your system is, that's just definitely the playing strength of a one. It's a lot better than most 12 counts that everybody opens. So.
Yep.
And this is going to go down quickly.
Yeah, I mean, North-South did nothing wrong, but with the spades 5-3, not much they can do.
The WBF tested technology in the Bermuda Bowl about, like, I don't know, maybe I've lost track of time, but maybe 6 years ago. But the technology that they were testing was a little bit cumbersome, where you had to play your card in a very specific part of the table for it to be read. And that's I don't think that that's actually feasible. I think that forcing people to be robotic and you're playing your cards, like, you have to get it read, and then if it isn't read, if the technology needs to be able to just like sit above the table and get everything, and it has to be doable. It's insane to me that it's not doable. I don't think it had anything to do with barcodes. I think they had RFIDs, perhaps, little chips in the cards, which is honestly a security risk in its own way.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds very doable.
But yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So is he done even after the spades are cashed? He's got 3 clubs, 2 diamonds is 5, and the ace of hearts is 6. So he still probably is going to lose another trick here, just because of the bad club break.
Yeah. I mean, he may lose multiple other tricks if he pitches a heart from hand on this, and the opponents work out to switch to hearts. Looks like maybe declares safest discards are diamond from both hands. That would protect him a little bit against a bad club split. He does pitch a diamond from both hands.
It's kind of doesn't matter if he's still going to end up with this heart loser, because he's not going to be able to win the. He's going to win the ace of diamonds. He's going to play a club over, and he's not going to be able to take the king of diamonds. Oh, he will, because lefty's out of diamonds, right? He will see who he's losing to the trick to. He's going to, and it'll cost him nothing to cash the king of diamonds right now. And when he sees that they have no diamonds left, he'll just have a claim basically.
Yeah.
And worst case, if they had another diamond, then he would have to decide. No, would he have to decide? Yeah.
West would need to have 2 more diamonds from here for it to really cost.
Yeah, right. Unlikely. Oily cannelloni. Well, get your friend to be doing a proof of concept. Get the video out there of the technology, and let's get it released.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do a lot of HCI. I mean, I just finished my master's in computer science from university, and so, but I was not involved in a lot of this like robotic or HCI type stuff. Not my specialty. So other table on board 22 ends up going down 2 and 4 hearts. Same king of diamonds lead, same club play at trick 2, same spade switch into a ruff, and then, oh, interesting. A club came back and declared just elected to ruff, protecting against some very, very bad club splits, but didn't take the opportunity to pitch a spade loser on a club. And so when they took the heart hook, another spade ruff happened. So 3 umps back the way of Switzerland. Declare really giving this this play a look. I mean, he's still okay if he just plays on clubs now, stranding the diamond king. If he goes club club, West will be in, and he'll have to guess the hearts on a heart return. But the diamond king immediately looks like the way to go. That is a good point, Steph, that as long as the cameras have good enough resolution, that makes reading a lot of the cards much easier. But if your camera could be a little bit blurry or out of focus for whatever reason, then diamonds can look like hearts easily, spades can look like clubs. Oh, PGF says check out the 12 tricks on board 21. That does feel like a lot of tricks were made. 10 of clubs lead to the queen, which held. Diamond to the ace. Diamond to the king. Heart to the 9. Yeah. Queen, jack of hearts were both on side. I mean, Declare in 3-no trump has a little bit more flexibility in how they play the contract, right? They already have 9 tricks in once the diamonds split.
Yeah.
So he's just going for broke, and at this point, North just gets strip squeezed on the run of the diamonds. Gets thrown in with the last heart to lead a spade away from the king. Oh yeah, good call. 4 color cards. I've played with 4 color card decks before. Does the ACBL have a reason for not playing with the 4 color decks like the WBF does? I don't know.
That's funny. I didn't even know that they play with a four-color deck in the WBF and they don't in the ACBL. Like, I couldn't have told you that they played with different cards. Uh, They're just cards.
Yeah, yeah. East gets to open a no trump in third seat. It says that they're just like a good 14 to 17 pair, but obviously third seat not vulnerable. You can be a little bit shaded in your no trump ranges. We'll have to see if West decides to just game force then. Looks like he might be doing so. 5-4-3-1 with a 9 count, but a bunch of working honors, 3 10s. Yeah, I think you're right, Matt, that the 4-color cards would be better for people whose eyesight is fading. This decision to stick it in 3 no trump feels like an interesting debate. You have the 5-3 spade.
Yeah, I mean, look. Yeah, partner's got spades and diamonds. There is a risk. Like, even with partner having like queen jack fourth of diamonds, you can pretty easily see the potential for it going diamond 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 rough and just being down in 4 spades. But at the same time, this what's happening on this hand is also pretty likely, where you only have 2 stoppers in clubs and partner's got a singleton. And like, if partner's got a singleton heart, you're probably going to be okay in 3-0. Partner's got a singleton club. You got a lot of work to do to set up all your tricks. You got to knock out and when partner has only 9-10 points, you're going to have to probably knock out a couple honors to get to 9. Although I guess the hope is partner has king fifth of spades. You got 5 spade tricks. The ace king of clubs is 7. But then still you got to get to 9. So they got to have like ace king of diamonds or ace of diamonds, king of hearts. You need them to have prime cards for 3-0 to work out well. I think this is, it could go either way. I'm surprised that he didn't have a way to ask his partner's distribution, because if you could find out partner had 3 hearts and a stiff club, I guess it's still very possible that 4 spades is going down on a diamond rough, but...
Yeah, well, South had a unfortunate opening lead decision. It looks pretty natural to just lead from your 4-card heart suit as opposed to the 3-card club suit.
I guess it turns out that in 4 spades, the diamond rough is also a problem. It is actually a problem, which you kind of can, when you're holding 3 diamonds and dummy's got 4, that there's definitely a potential for the diamond rough. And if they did find a diamond lead against 4 spades, they do get diamond rough, the king of spades, and a slow heart. But without that, I think 4 spades is just gonna make, and it's gonna be pretty hard to find a diamond lead. Although when they do transfer and bid diamonds, it wouldn't be insane with king and a spade and ace fourth of diamonds. It's not impossible to foresee that if partner has a doubleton diamond, that's gonna be the way you beat the hand. So a low diamond lead from ace fourth would not be crazy by any means with the South hand if on this auction. But having it go 3 spades, 4 spades,
right.
Cleat is feeling pretty good about himself right now when it goes hard to the jack queen for sure.
Yeah, now we got 3 heart tricks, we got 2 clubs. Do we, okay, he goes after diamonds. I was gonna say, do we just like start leading high spades out of hand, give up 2 spade tricks? I guess he says no. But now that we've scored this diamond, we can count the 3 hearts. North is never playing the jack of hearts there with king jack. We have 2 clubs, we have a diamond, we only need 3 spades. We can just knock out the king and jack. Although, I mean, entries are a problem. If South flies king of hearts on the second round of the suit, maybe.
It's funny. The spade suit's a funny suit because you normally you'd like to play spade to the 9 because that's your best chance of not losing any spades, but you might want to play spade to the queen just from a perspective of if it's jack doubleton on side, it's going to save your entries pretty significantly. Like it'll go spade to the queen, and there's no way that they're going to be able to duck it. They can't duck the king of spades offside because it sounds like you have only 2 spades from the bidding, so they're not gonna give you 2 spade tricks when you have ace queen doubleton. So you'll play spade to the queen, and they're gonna win the king, and then you go back to dummy and you lead a low spade from dummy, and you will end up if the jack pops up, you have a nice clean route to 5 spade tricks. But honestly, I think at this point he can take a spade. If he plays a spade to the queen, then he might end up just giving up 2 spade tricks on this hand. He doesn't even care about losing 2 spades. He hasn't lost any tricks, right? So even if the spade finesse loses to the queen and king, and then if they come back a club, the best thing that the defense could do probably is bang the king of hearts on the table to cut the communication from the dummy. But he's going to be cold at some point on this hand. He's going to play. I think he's played spade to the queen, not spade to the 9, because but it's possible he'll play spade to the 9.
Yeah, I think so too, just to manage entries a little better. We hear that 4 spades is the contract at the other table on a club opening lead.
Yeah, I mean, 4 spades, it's going to be touch and go. Like, even without the diamond ruff, they're still going to have to solve the diamond suit to make the contract, because they're going to lose a spade, they're going to lose a heart, and they're going to lose a diamond for sure in 4 spades. So it's just a matter, okay, there's spade to the 9. So that should end the hand pretty quickly. I don't think that... I should end the hand really quickly. Famous last words.
not with these guys. Not with Brogland sitting here.
Yeah.
No. I mean, you're right. He doesn't know that East has 3 spades, so he's probably going to feel like, let's just make a passive exit.
Well, a spade to the 9 was a pretty, it could be queen 9 doubleton, hoping for jack doubleton of spades on side. Yeah, it's pretty weird. For spade to the 9 would usually have a 3-card suit. I would say, like, it's not likely at this point that Declare has only 2, but same token, if Declare has 3 spades, this hand is just over. Okay, so in the other room, Zimmerman solved the diamond guess by shifting to the ace of diamonds. So they're going to make 4 spades.
Okay.
Still might pick up in, is it possible that he's going to take only 9 tricks? No, he's going to take a ton of tricks here in 3-0, right?
Yeah, it looks like he's doing quite well. I mean, even if he misguesses the diamonds here, it could be his last loser, depending on how South elects to defend. Like, if South covers the 10 of hearts with the king, then South might get squeezed in the red suits later. So
I guess, no, this is definitely, this is actually a critical trick, because if he does get this wrong and a heart does come back, they're going to be able to cut the communication to dummy, right? So how many tricks would Declare have? So Declare is going to end up with, so he got it right.
He got it right, yeah, good,
Declare
good
was,
call.
He was going to have only 2 spades, 2 clubs, 1 diamond is 5, and only 3 hearts. He might have gone down. He would have been down, I think, if he got that diamond wrong.
Yeah.
2 spades, 3 hearts is 5, 1 diamond is 6, and 2 clubs is 8. He would have been down 1 if he got that wrong, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. So, good attempt by South, but
maybe there was an end play. Yeah, there almost surely was an end play, but
all right, 1 imp to Switzerland. I mean, it doesn't look like much, but if you're picking up 3 imps here, 3 imps there, 3 imps on another board.
Well, that's just also just surviving. They survived a little king ace jack guess there at the end, so it's even without the over trick or the 1 imp. It's just amazing. It's a lot of boards go as pushes that are 1 imp, but there was a lot to that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, another big hand from East. So we'll have to see if he opens 2-0.
Yeah, well, he's going to open a club probably just from their because they play 2-0 2021 and a club is with the surrounding ranges. This hand is definitely worth 20 at least. You only have 19, but this is a powerhouse 19. Like, it's almost too strong to show 2021 with this East hand. No problem. Happy to be here.
Steph says that's how he won Worlds with an asterisk. Asterisk, Steph. You're in the youngster category. Don't forget.
Is that the under 31?
The 26. He was on the Netherlands team.
Oh, why is it an asterisk?
Oh, well, it's not the Bermuda Bowl, but the Junior World Championships. Yeah.
Okay.
Still a really nice result for them. So 2-0 transfer to spades, 3-0. This time East does not have 3-card spade support. Again, a pretty friendly hand for Declare. I mean, basically everything working. Queen third of clubs on side, spades are splitting. The King 9 doubleton of diamonds is in the pocket if that becomes relevant. Probably see a heart lead.
Slow heart
lead. Does that show 3?
No, I just think you want to, like I was talking about this yesterday, it's so important when you're an opening lead against 3-0, especially an auction like this, that you've seen, just that you don't lead reflexively quickly, because that just gives away information for no reason when you have an automatic lead versus a troubled lead. So you need to just keep your tempo even, and you not maliciously make it seem like you have a problem when you don't, but you need to take like 10 seconds before you make it every opening lead, or else you're just bound to give the opponents help for no reason.
Yep, good point.
He knows he's not going to have too many dummy entries. He's going to use his dummy entry almost certainly to play clubs towards his hand. This isn't like a comfortable contract to play from his perspective. They're knocking out his heart stoppers. He has no chance of setting up dummy spade trick, any spades in dummy because there aren't enough entries. So he really needs to bank on how many club tricks can he. He's got 4 outside the club, so he really needs 5 club tricks to make this hand. And so it looks like he's just going straight at it. He can't even afford to duck a spade, and I don't see the purpose of ducking it. Although, then again, if the clubs are 4-2, he probably does want to lose some tricks earlier in the hand.
I mean, it might prevent under tricks. If you win the spade ace and take a club hook, if they're 4-2, at least you can set up the 5th club and go down 1.
Yeah. So at the other table, they've cashed the ace of clubs first. It's the same lead, ducked 1 the second round, and now he's cashing the ace of clubs first.
Should he cash the top club before crossing to I mean, if
it's weird with the 9-8 doubleton and dummy because if it's singleton 10 of clubs on side, you're crashing your spots. So it is. I think it's the payoff of not losing to a singleton queen offside comes back to you with the singleton 10 onside. So I don't know. Should he? I don't know.
So it looks like that will be a push board. One of the few that we've had in this match overall. First push board of the set. 7 boards to play. So East gets to open his favorite Polish club on the balanced weak no trump over there. North has some stuff. Does come in with a double. Yes, scores are tied right now. What you see on the screen, that little +9 I have next to Norway, means they have 9 extra imps somewhere floating around from penalties or score adjustments.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. The singleton 10, you're still fine. Is that right? So you could you cash the ace, the 10 drops, and then you just can lead low
towards the
out. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. No, there's no real benefit then. So then you might as well cash the ace.
Wow, that is a natural 2 no trump right there, I think.
No, I
actually
would guess it's. I think it's minors. Like, it just doesn't make any sense that it would be a natural. His 1 no already limited his hand. So there's no way that they could have an invitational. I mean, maybe he's showing a 10 count and like it's possible, but he's definitely he's 4-4 in the minors. That's not a coincidence.
So what's the difference between 2 no and double?
Yeah, maybe double's more defensive. That's a good question. He could easily. I mean, it's surprising that he didn't double. Actually, come to think of it, like I guess because he had 3 of them, he knew his partner was not going to pass. But that's what double should show in that spot when you respond to no trump. It should show 3 of the opponent's suit, a maximum, and you're like kind of looking for them if partner has some length in their suit.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Okay. Steph finally has made a good point on that 3 no. If you cash the ace of clubs and the queen drops, or if someone shows out, then you can actually work on the diamond suit and potentially bring home the diamonds for a couple of tricks.
Yeah, I thought the first point of the fact that we didn't cut, it was not vitally. You made a good point, and then he followed it up with another good point. But.
I just like giving Steph a hard time. Don't. Yeah. Not the most exciting hands today. It was hard to top the first set from yesterday where over 100 imps were scored.
That was a time where I feel like a little bit snowballed for Norway in that set. Like I feel like they were making some decisions that were uncharacteristic because it was such a crazy set and there was so much going on. That's hard. It's hard to avoid that happening. It's lucky for them that it happened in the first segment, because honestly, when things happen early, you just have so much time that you don't worry about it. But like what happened in our match was we were tied going into the second day, and then we had a string of boards in the 4th segment, and then you're in this position in the match with 2 segments to go where you're down by 45 or whatever we were down. That's a lot harder when you're down by 30 or 40 after 1 segment. You have so much time that you don't have to worry about it. I mean, you worry about it. You just got to play good, but play well. But
yeah. Well, defense did their best to avoid having to break the heart suit on their own.
They did.
So this is going to be down 1. But we got 6 boards to play in this set. So South gets to open a club. Presumably West has a Michael's bid available to him.
I don't know how we did against these teams. I did not play either match when we played Switzerland or Norway. I feel like we lost to Switzerland. I have no recollection of Norway. Probably lost to if I have no recollection of it, because maybe I would have been excited if we won.
You could claim to have beaten the champions then. And Play for Fun says, if you look at most hands from a tournament with 10 or so tables, you'll see that most of them have a score difference of 500. Is that... That can't be the case, can it?
I don't know. You're talking about like a big match point
Yeah.
field, like from top to bottom?
500.
Who knows?
That feels... support your thesis with evidence, please. So West does have a Michael's bid. It happens not to be 2 clubs, but it is 2 diamonds, showing both majors.
Yeah, I guess they probably play 1 club, 2 clubs is natural. Mm-hmm. I've discovered a new agreement that I like after a club, 2 clubs, that showing Michael's, that we've started to play that 2 of a major is constructive. So a club partner bids 2 clubs showing the majors pass, and we play 2 of a majors constructive, and 2 diamonds is just like I want to sign off in 2 of a major. And giving that up ever since we started with that agreement, I'm like, I love it, because all these hands that you're like not sure whether to bid 2 of a major or 3 of a major, you get to bid 2 of a major, saying I have a 2.5 major bid. And so like just every time I see these people playing a club 2 diamonds Michaels, I'm like, they don't know, they don't have that because that's one of my favorite little tools.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, 26 we have a result in, so 1 no trump made in the other room, east-west, for 6 imps going the way of Norway, but this hand may not have gone the way that north-south wanted. Double by north, of course, like tends to be like penalty-oriented, and then south sitting on ace-jack, 3rd of spades, probably felt like he had a good hand for defense.
Yeah, this is dangerous to go after them. This is like the one cardinal rule of don't double your opponents when they have more trumps than the level that they're at. Like it's just you can't have this happen. That's why you're just not allowed to double in these spots with only 3 trumps, because you're just this is the disaster. I don't know how many down they're going to go. If they're going to go down, they're going to lose 2 minor suit tricks. They're not going down, right? They're going to lose. I guess if he leads a stiff heart, that's the best that he can do, and then perhaps that they can beat it that way, where yeah, that would work. That would work, because they don't have an entry to dummy to finesse the jack of spades, so they will lose a club, a diamond, 2 hearts, and 2 spades most likely by just not ever playing spades. If they play spades, though. Then they're, which is something you often want to do in these hands, to not declare a rough dummy second suit. If they play 1 round of trumps, I think that this hand that 2 spades will make. Meanwhile, on the other side, they're cold for a slam. So yeah,
6 clubs is gin.
They were the ace of hearts away from a grand slam.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's part of it is North had a little bit of a tough decision. He didn't have a 5-card suit to show. Peter, I think Gavin's arguing for South.
I think going after them with a 6-card club suit and only 3 trumps is just like a recipe for, like, I understand it at equal white that you're thinking, well, if we only have a game, we're going to get 300 or whatever. And it could be bad. It could be that double was necessary. Like, if partner did have a second spade instead of one of his clubs, like, obviously that swings this hand in a huge, like, it's a huge difference. Like, now they're going to get 1 down against 920. But if partner has 2 spades and only 3 clubs, now they're going to get maybe 500 or 800 when they don't have a slam because they're off a second spade trick. So, it was like the margin is pretty small, but I would never have done, like, I would have missed the penalty of 2 spades with the south hand on the good because of my fear that of doubling them within a 9-card fit at the 2 level. I would just be too afraid. If you had ace king third of spades, where you can bang trumps out pretty quickly, that's sometimes you can double them with 3. Like, it's just the 6-card club suit just screams like. And king queen king jack in the minors is also a little. I don't know. It's an interesting decision. That would not have been my choice to double with the south hand. And I'm not resulting. Like, I'm definitely not resulting. It's something that wouldn't have occurred to me at the table.
Oh, North was not in on the joke. So North may be worried that Declare was actually planning on ruffing some of those hearts if his partner had heart length. Switches to trumps.
Dummy has 3 hearts.
East is declaring.
Oh, East is. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Wow. Oh, this is going from bad to worse. I mean, plus 100 would have held the loss to, a handful of imps.
Well, 14 if they're in slam.
Man, just like that, I mean, Norway had a fairly good set. They'd picked up 17 so far on the scorecard. But it can all change on one board. I mean, that's what you're saying, just a string of a couple bad boards in a row. And
can they tap him out?
Can they tap him out now that they haven't started on it?
No, they can't. They can't force him to rough enough. Mm-mm. No. Like, they win the ace, they play a club, he roughs it. No, because he's got 2 extra trumps. Yeah. He can claim, basically. Yep. He's going to claim.
Yeah, stuff does probably a bigger deal in momentum and not the imps. And I agree. I think momentum is a big deal on some of these matches. I mean, do you feel the same way, Gavin, that, like, sometimes if you feel like you're on a roll, then things just keep going well for you?
Oh, for sure. When you're confident, you're just making better decisions. Things are going well for you. When your opponents are sitting on their heels, or whatever the expression is, there's a mental part of the game is a huge part of the game. The same thing we're talking about not worrying about bad boards. It's a lot easier to play after your opponents just give you 470 when they're cold for 920. I think that is definitely. And they're actually, the other table is on their way to slam. Zimmerman, rather than doubling 2 spades, bid 3 clubs to show his 6-card suit, and the other hand has now splintered in spades, seemingly, which is gonna make Zimmerman's hand pretty darn good. With the south hand, when your partner splinters in spades in support of when you've already just showed 6 clubs in a minimum hand, and partner shows a singleton spade, I think you're pretty much going to go to slam. So this will be the maximum swing of 920 and 470 is about 17 imps or something like that, 16 imps.
Yeah.
So the minimum high card point requirement to double for Michaels, I would play that it's around 10, 11, somewhere in there, because you're you're forcing your partner to go up a level if we can't double them, and that level is going to be to the 3 level. Yeah, I would tend to have almost an invitational hand to double Michaels. When you are just going out, when you just have the opponent's dead to rights in one suit or both suits, and you only have 6 or 7 high card points, you can always just pass. Right? It goes a club, 2 clubs, Michaels, pass, 2 of a major, pass, and you double. That's still penalty. So you don't. The only reason you're doubling to show points over the Michaels is because you also want to include your partner and let your partner double them as well. So you're doubling to tell partner, it's our hand. You can go ahead and double them if you want to. When you're just doubling yourself when it goes a club, 2 clubs, and you just have like king, queen, 10, 5th of spades and nothing else in your hand, you can pass and hope they land in spades and then double them in 2 spades.
Yeah, so Peter asks, what could South have done differently to kind of prevent this missed defense from his partner of the trump switch? Suggests maybe the queen of diamonds. I wonder if like the king of clubs might have been preferable. The hard thing is like we don't know as South that our partner has we missed 6 clubs, right? So we don't know partner has all of these aces, and I think South was just hoping that he could start tapping the dummy by continuing diamonds at trick 2.
What did he do? I was busy looking at the hand. So he won the king of diamonds was led, and then he played the 8 of diamonds second. And they threw a club.
Yeah. I mean, maybe North should work out that when partner is trying to tap the dummy and declarer is trying to avoid getting the dummy tapped, that he could back a diamond or a club there.
Dummy hit with the 6-5. He decided to tap the dummy. Why did he play back a trump? He was hoping that partner had 4 spades and 2 hearts.
Mm-hmm.
But what does he know about the high card situation? He already knew partner I guess partner could have the king of spades as well. Partner could have ace king of spades and not had the king of clubs. So I definitely can see the problem from North's perspective, and I don't really see what South could do. How could South know it's safe to shift to clubs?
Right.
Even? Partner did not have to have nearly any of what they had. They could have had jack of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds, king queen of hearts would have been enough for them to double. Mm-hmm. So was that bot thing? Was that really a bot, or is there a person named?
No. I've just programmed in the imp scale, so
okay.
Yeah, people can ask and figure out how many imps for a certain point total.
Okay. Yeah, right. I guess it was still going to be 14 if they went down 1 or 13. It was not so many imps on defending that properly.
No, but I mean, as said, big momentum changer. That's not going to feel great. Although they do have like the lunch break to kind of let things chill for a while. I don't know if you have insight into this, but my suspicion has been that Switzerland has basically been playing Zimmerman the sets where they have seating rights and sitting him out the sets they don't have seating rights. That's just been my guess.
Okay, but I think he's played 1, 3, 4 in all 3 matches.
Okay.
So
okay.
I don't think that he's had seating rights in all of 1, 3, 4s. But
I wish they had like an indication somewhere. Like for the players, you guys get to see like a little marking, right, on the bracket.
Yeah, I don't know. We just knew. Yeah, I don't know where we saw it or whatever. We were sent. The captains were sent a little a little spreadsheet that showed the 3 rounds: visiting team, home team, visiting team, home team. It was the same in all of the matches. The seating rights, it was all automatic. It had nothing. We didn't get to pick sets or anything. We were just told when we got seating rights.
You didn't get to pick. Wow, that's surprising.
No.
Huh.
Yeah. Rob was our captain. Yeah, not coach, captain, but yeah, he was the best captain ever. He was absolutely he deserves to be the captain of every team ever. He was so good. Between his pre-tournament prep was just absolutely amazing. He sent us this PDF with everybody's system in it, but it was like a clickable PDF where the first page was our entire draw, where we can see day one who we were playing when, and then if you click the team that you were playing against, it went straight to them with a summary of each of their pairs and then their convention cards. It was like the greatest thing ever. And then during the event, he just did everything that anything that we needed. He was just there. He was absolutely the greatest captain. If anybody's looking for a captain, he is the ultimate captain. But it might have been because he's so close to us and he cared so much that we would win that he was just that good of a captain. But yes, he was absolutely. Yeah, blind lineups are definitely a good idea. They tried to do blind lineups in the round robin of the Bermuda Bowl, but we actually had an issue with it. Like Switzerland sent us a message trying to offer us that they would play Zimmerman in our round robin match if we played me and Warren in our match, which to me went against the spirit of blind lineups. And so this blind lineup thing is it's only really works if you don't know who you're about to play as well. We didn't accept it. We actually just reported it and said that it was just, we felt like it was wrong. Whether it was against the rules or not was I don't know, but we felt like it was very much against the rules or against the spirit of the rules of blind lineups for them to be able to weaken their opponent's team in for a match by negotiation. So we had a pretty decent idea of who was going to play when, but it definitely changed as the week went on when people were playing differently, playing better or worse. People felt better or worse, slept better or worse.
Well, as we spent 5 minutes talking about all of the lineups and setup for the tournament, Declare has not played yet in 3-No Trump. This is a really tough contract to play,
especially after the last hand.
Yeah.
You know, you just like it is hard. It's hard to then be in a really hard 3-0 on the next hand, and you're like still thinking about why did I play a spade back? I shouldn't have played a spade back or whatever, and it's still there lingering, and yeah.
All right, well, we've used our last dummy entry, and now the King of Spades kind of unfortunately squeezes North's hand a little bit. He's probably going to cash it and pitch a heart, just hoping the Ace of Hearts is onside.
But that's fatal, right?
The only way to make it, he needed to duck a club out of hand to pick off the stiff ace. That was never going to be the play. So 1 down. Seems likely to be a duplicated result, although, I mean, East got off to a good opening lead. Diamond, not giving anything away.
Well, in the other room, they actually North-South stopped in 1-0. And then West balanced with a takeout double with 4-4 and diamonds and spades.
Ooh.
And now they went after them, and now they're in 2 hearts double to east west, which does not look like a very good. First of all, they landed in their 4-3 heart fit instead of their 4-4 spade fit, so that was obviously that happened because South had showed spades. Oh, and the fact that Helgamo only had 3 hearts when he doubled for takeout, showing hearts, and which hearts was the only clear unbid suit, and he only had 3 of them. So,
well, I think Helgamo made the mistake that he wasn't declaring. He likes to play some 3-3 fits sometimes, but don't want to force that on your partner too often. Is that something you know? Because I don't know how close you are with the Norwegian team Play for Fun, but yeah, if
they're definitely they are definitely like I'll definitely back what he said, that they're the most confident of teams in as far as backing their judgment. They really do just do what they think is right, and they don't care. They're just so I definitely can reinforce what he's saying. That's the way the Norwegians play bridge for sure. So they're in trouble here in 2 hearts double. This is definitely going to be another swing, and they're going to be down at least 2, maybe 3 for 500. So it's going to be another 12 imps to Switzerland, who, as you said right away, that they start slow and finish strong, because they really have done.
Well, fortunately, maybe this did cost. If South had worked up to put up the club queen and then switched to diamonds, the heart suit could have been killed in the east hand. 4 spades might have gone down. But some rough boards back-to-back from North's perspective, and once again, things not really going his way. He hits on a great opening lead, a low club, which would have worked if his partner was in on the joke.
I mean, would have worked, but if you're saying he could have won the queen of clubs and played diamond tapping the dummy, that would have, because otherwise it looks pretty cold anyway. Yeah, that would be the best defense, is to win the queen of clubs and play diamond, because otherwise, as soon as the cleric can play heart roughs and spade, then dummy's going to be good. So they really did need to tap the dummy. But now that he won the club, he's just playing a diamond. He's not worrying about the hearts breaking. He's just going to try to rough diamonds and dummy and lose 2 spade tricks is, I guess, his plan. Yeah. But if they play back a trump right now, he's still going to end up having to rely on hearts breaking, I think.
If they...
Oh, he can rough 1 diamond. No, if they play back a trump, he's only going to lose 1 trump.
He loses 1 trump.
Yeah.
Okay, well, jack of spades means declare gets a little bit more flexibility. Now he can rough a couple of diamonds. This is like a super popular question, of course. When you get a bunch of back-to-back bad results, how do you get out of it? And I think the basic advice is to just try not to let the bad boards affect you. Treat each board as a new hand.
Play the hand you're on. I mean, just totally focus your energy. Don't spend any energy thinking. You definitely don't think about you don't need closure on the previous boards in order to get to the next hand. Like, just leave it, deal with it later, and just play the next hand, because that's really, you don't know everybody's got the same problems at every table, and in duplicate bridge, it's so they'll have a problem at the other table and hope that it goes your way. Sometimes it's not going to, like, that something has happened, that like either a blatant mistake that they're not going to make, or just a bad you bit a slam on a hook. You just things like that. Like it's out of your mind. You can't spend your energy thinking about that. That's something you should be working your whole life to not worry about. That's how you become a winning bridge player, is playing the hand that you're on and not the previous hand. Like that. I had one of my first wins with my wife in the blue ribbon pairs. She wasn't my wife at the time, and we were not really ever thinking we were going to win. And we went into the last day thinking that like we were in decent position, but then we had a really good first session in the final day, and in the second session of the final day, we played against the leaders, and we had the worst round you could ever imagine, and it was like the most devastating thing, like to be in the event and then just have a disaster. And we had both boards, we probably could have got tops and got bottoms, and I just remember saying to then my fiance, there's nothing we can do about it. Like, let's just have fun and play well, and we're not going to sit and dwell on it. And that's what we did. And then we played. We didn't spend any time thinking about it, and we went on and won. I don't think there's a secret to it. I think you just have to be okay with the fact that nobody's perfect. Yeah, you just got to get used to it. You always make mistakes. Nobody ever plays perfect. Even the problem is when you do something really dumb, like you know that you should have got right. That's the hardest thing to deal with, because it eats at you, but you can't let it.
Yeah, well said. The ski analogy that Play for Fun brings up is actually a pretty good one. I mean, I haven't done a lot of skiing myself, but that's basically what they tell you. When you fall down, you just got to get back up and go jump again on the slopes.
Yeah, I don't think you actually have to.
You don't have to. You could.
I would. You could choose not to go back to the slopes and jump again.
Gavin's saying he doesn't like that thrill lifestyle. But yeah, that is something they say. I guess it's the mentality of doing a lot of those extreme sports or whatever you want to call it. That you just gotta get back up and try again.
So here, 2 clubs majors, goes 2 diamonds, no preference. In case partner's 5-4 in the majors, they want partner to bid the one that they have. Usually, you would, even though your Brooklyn spades are so much better, like when I'm usually playing with my partners that I usually bid 2 hearts when I'm equal length. Not in this hand, something else is going on. That Brogland is so strong that he's trying to show like a huge 5-5. But I just mean in general, over 2 diamonds, I tend to bid 2 hearts when I'm equal length. And when I bid 2 spades, it should really show that I have 5 spades and only 4 hearts.
Yeah, I completely agree, because otherwise your partner can't make this kind of bid with longer hearts and 3 hearts and 2 spades. You're gonna
3 hearts and 2 spades, exactly. It also allows partner with 3 spades and a decent hand to, over 2 hearts, correct to 2 spades and actually show partner, hey partner, I have some interest with 3 spades. Whereas if you bid 2 spades, I guess they will bid 3 spades, but with that hand. So you don't. That's the idea. Is if you want to stop in 2, you just bid 2 hearts with your 5-5, and then partner bids 2 spades to show some interest, and you can just pass.
What's the 4 club bid by West? Yeah, so good question. I think West might have been under the impression the opponents were on their way to 4 hearts and wanted to direct the opening lead. That's my guess.
Yeah. He knew that he was competing to 4 diamonds. That was what was happening. He said he was competing to 4 diamonds, and he was just telling his partner that he had stuff in clubs.
Yep.
Hey, for all he knew, it was right for East West to sacrifice in 5-5 of a minor. Like if partner has... Imagine partner's got doubleton, 3 little, ace, king, queen, 5th, ace, 3rd. You know, where you're not beating 4 of a major and you only have 3 losers in 5 of a minor. So you really I think that it was a mixture of everything here, that he was getting the lead, telling partner that he's got a good hand for diamonds. That's what I think 4 clubs shows. I don't know why he passed 4 clubs. I think the 4 clubs said, I'm raising you to 4 diamonds. And I have club values. That's what I think that the bid means.
Peter is South close to bidding 4 diamonds. I feel like South has done enough, but I mean, North has showed nothing, right? What do we need for game to be good from our partner? Like, queen, third of hearts, and I mean, maybe that's it. Like queen, third of hearts, we take a heart hook through East Jack, and
if partner had queen, third of hearts, that's enough for them to bid game after we showed the majors and then raised to 3 diamonds. Like queen, third of hearts is gold.
Yeah. Yes, and the spade 10. Steph, I'm sorry. That is a good question, ATN. Is there any sport more extreme than bridge? I have some awful scar stories from chess tournaments. I just have like scars all over my body from playing in chess tournaments. Not maybe the most expected thing. Curling. Curling is one of those sports that people get very invested in.
I love it. I love it. I love watching it. We at the last Nationals in Phoenix, we had a big get together. Jason Feldman organized a big curling get together. We had like we rented out a whole rink, arena, whatever you want to call them, and we all got taught how to play. It was really funny seeing a bunch of bridge players sweeping and doing it. It's such a fun
awesome.
game.
Yeah.
All right. Well, he made the right decision, it seems. 4 clubs doesn't seem like it will make. They have 4 top tricks with 2 spades and 2 clubs, and 4 of a major could have gotten doubled and gone down at least one. They were going to lose a diamond, a club, and 2 hearts no matter what, and then it's just a matter of whether they could handle the rest of it and not lose a third heart trick or whatever. It feels like they were going to go down a lot in 4 hearts doubled or 4 spades. Because they start by tapping to declare.
Right. Yeah, so nice result for Norway finally. I mean, it's not a game swing, and unless 4 hearts does get doubled in the other room. Does East ever correct to 4 diamonds?
Yeah, there it is. Low spade back to the 9 to get the rough.
Yeah, very, very nice, Peter. And good defense by North-South. So now the Jack of Clubs will still come through for a second under trick.
I think that's it, though. I don't think that they will. Oh, he did throw away a diamond now.
Yeah, but the heart roughing finesse will take care of a spade loser.
Okay.
So Declare can try and pull trumps, but that's not going to work out, and we'll be down 1.
I'm surprised East didn't correct to 4 diamonds. I think that the message of 4 clubs included a diamond fit, that partners doubled 2 diamonds to show diamonds, and now suddenly we came to life and bid 4 clubs. I don't think you're ever doing that unless you have a diamond fit. I think that's it literally showed a diamond fit, so it's a little weird to me that Kalita did pass 4 clubs. Maybe he was trying to show a club fit to help partner sacrifice if they bid 4 of a major or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, so the new score is up now. It's with the other table. The other table went 2 down and 2 hearts doubled slowly. So it is 28 imps on the score sheet, but I think that there's 9 back to Norway apparently in this. So it's really only 17 right now.
19. Yeah, looks. Wait. How am I I don't know. Hopefully what I have on screen is correct for everyone who's watching, but I am still a little confused as to what the current scores are.
So this hand, it looks like it needs a spade lead to beat 6 hearts. Maybe it's still too much handling even if they don't lead a spade, but if they do lead a spade, you're obviously just losing the ace-king of spades right off the bat. 4 clubs, I probably shows a void for these guys. I don't know if they play what kind of splinters that they play, but I think that it's possible he showed the void, and now he's bid 4 diamonds to say I'm still interested. Because honestly, this is one of the things that it's pretty important to note. When your partner splinters in a suit, it's one thing to have points outside that splinter suit, and there's another thing to have like length in that suit. Because when you have length in partner splinter suit, you're often you're gonna get to rough a whole bunch of them over in partner's hand. So you're really gonna get to separate a lot of your trump tricks. So it is a good hand when you have 5 of partner splinter suit, but on this hand it just worked out terribly that you have such duplicated values of ace, king, queen of diamonds opposite the singleton and no spade honor opposite the queen of 1, so that you are off the ace, king of spades. And I think it's just a very automatic ace of spades lead. There it is. Just screams ace of spades lead on this hand when they don't cube it, they don't have any auction, and they're suddenly in slam. You just lead the ace of spades and be done with it. You see how fast he led it. He's like, okay.
Yeah, so exactly right. I mean, if South was singleton spade and doubleton diamond, this would have a lot more play, but now just 2 top losers. It
really not going well at this table.
No.
At the table we're watching for the Norwegians, like they've had like a bunch of bad boards in a row. Well, not the 3 no down one wasn't that bad, but the 2 spades doubled, and then underleading the club and not popping queen, and now this board being in a slam off a cashing ace king, like they're gonna feel pretty badly about their set going into the lunch break.
Yeah, but they hopefully will have some time to recuperate, which is, good news for them at the very least. It does look like a trump lead though would have let Declare make can just cash 3 diamonds pitching the spades and then cross ruff for 8 trump tricks. Well, 9 trump tricks and the ace, king, queen of diamonds. Am I right about that? No. I'm incorrect about that. Off by 1 counting.
All right, my family is up and bugging me for breakfast, so I'm gonna leave right now.
Sounds good. Thanks for joining, Gavin. Enjoy your breakfast.
Yeah, see you
Take
later.
Care. All right. Well, that was fun. Always glad to have new faces on the channel, and I know that most of my chat is a huge fan of Gavin's as well. So hopefully we'll be able to get him back on at some point for maybe some later set. Not necessarily in this event, but for maybe one of the NABCs if he's not playing or something in the future. So glad that we were able to work this out. Declare on this one still hasn't managed to make all of the tricks yet, even after the opponent's cashed a couple spades. But it looks like should be able to come to enough tricks now. I mean, if he cashes the queen of diamonds, his life's going to be a little bit easier. Langard says, do the pros talk about hands during lunch, or do they just eat lunch? It's all dependent on just your team's style. Like, Gavin's team, I'm pretty confident in saying that they don't do a lot of discussing the hands. Maybe they'll talk a little bit about certain auctions or whatever, like certain defenses, but for the most part, they're just going to hang out, eat lunch, try and chill for a bit. They have a lot more work to do for the rest of the day, so they don't want to become overburdened with thinking about past hands that they can no longer do anything about. But I've played on teams where the only thing that happens over lunch is not eating. It's not relaxing. It's just like everyone yelling about all of the hands and everything that went wrong. I don't really like that atmosphere. I kind of prefer the way that the Spectre team works, or some of the more laid-back teams do, where if there's something that was interesting or fun or that you wanted to showcase, then sure, have a little bit of discussion, but for the most part, just try and relax. Make sure that you're well rested for the next set if you're playing. Okay, well, 29 in the other room. I mean, I think North did incredibly well at this table to hit on that low club lead. That is kind of the only chance to beat the contract. In the other room, they just led the diamond ace and switched to trumps, kind of preventing some of these ruffs, but that basically just let Declare set up the heart suit. Ruffed a diamond, played a heart, pitching a club, and even though the opponents were able to ruff in, they couldn't pull the last trump. So now Declare was just able to effectively cross-ruff the rest of the hand. Actually, couldn't North have beat the contract here by playing back a diamond? Oh, he couldn't. On a diamond, Declare would ruff and then cash the last heart, throwing a diamond, of course. So, yeah, the play was kind of very straightforward for Declare in the other room in just setting up the hearts. Norway had a chance on the low club lead here. Whoops. The 6 of clubs when Declare ducked, but South not in on the joke. All right. We're almost done with 6 hearts in this room. Declare just needing to work out to ruff the diamond high. And he has a couple of ways home here. Simplest is probably to ruff a club low and then ruff a spade low, and then he'll have a high cross ruff. Last board of the set is not gonna be a tame one. Lots of distribution floating around the table. So first question, is West going to find an opening bid with his 6-4 in the majors? We already get comments about a potential 6 club contract north-south, which single dummy looks like an appropriate place, but will go down on this lie of the east-west cards. 6 hearts, also a potential spot to play in. So West does not open in first seat. North starts with a heart, which has wrong-sided the only making slam. The 6 hearts in the south would, of course, have been making. One under Trick Wonder says that West normally opens at the 4 level with both majors. 6 no trump as well. Ah, okay. We have hit on to the actual best contract, right? 6 no trump, there aren't any ruffs. And Declare just doesn't need the club suit to run. He only needs 5 hearts, 3 clubs, 2 diamonds, and 2 spades for 12 tricks. That's a good call. So a heart, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds by North. All of this natural so far. 2-0 by South, effectively just marking time. Some players might want to rebid 3 clubs as South to show the extra club length, but Brogland kind of understands that he wants to give his partner as much room as possible in these 2/1 auctions to bid naturally. So he would have been thrilled to hear his partner bid 3 clubs over 2-0. That would mark the spade shortness as well as the club fit. Yeah, Peter says that 6 hearts only goes down on a club lead, which is correct. And it might not be that obvious to lead clubs from East Sand. 4 clubs redoubled. Oh my, good question. Well, North says, I don't really care about potential redoubled contracts. That would have been a good result. I guess East-West could have run to spades, but... Hey, PJ. So 4-no key card in hearts, 5 diamonds showing 1. Is this true? Is 4-no key card in hearts? North doesn't have a way to ask about the queen now. This is the difficulty with not playing kickback, right? If you're not playing kickback, you can't ask for the queen in these situations. Yeah, what is North supposed to do? So if 4-no was key card, which I'm not necessarily convinced it was, but it probably should be, right? If 4-no was key card, then 5 spades would be asking for the trump queen, but it would confirm all the key cards. So assuming I know what's going on with the auction, North just has to make a decision now. Do I bid 6 hearts, or do I sign off at the 5 level? A lot of imps riding on this decision. Four-no might be a good 5 club bid. I don't think that North believes clubs is a playable contract, because South hasn't really showed long clubs yet. Yeah, good point, Peter. Like, why is West doubling 4 clubs when North has the ace of clubs? That is actually a really good point. And if Bakke reads deeply into the situation, he might elect not to try the heart slam and instead try the no trump slam. Oh my god, what a bid! What a bid from North. 6-no? Very well done. This could have been one of those situations where if West was just silent and silent throughout the auction, the opponents reached 6 hearts, we could have this agreement where we always treat slams as Leitner double situations, Sartaj Hans style. So wow, what a big result. Spade opening lead looks like the most passive from West's perspective. Declare can now just unblock the ace-queen of clubs. Find out that the clubs are not splitting, and then go after the heart suit. 12 tricks coming home. So a massive result for Norway on the last board of the set. They could easily win a slam swing on this one. Board 30. We saw East-West kind of get to the wrong minor suit contract, getting to 4 clubs in the 4-3 fit. 3 hearts went down 1 in the other room when East-West did not really take any more calls in the auction after the 2 suited majors overcall of the no trump. So 4 imps to Norway on that one. But despite the clubs splitting badly, I mean, Declare might have even known that based on the auction. He does have his 12 tricks, just knocks out the heart ace. 990. Let's head over to the other room to see how things are going. So on this board 31, where Brogland and Bakke ended up in 6 hearts, bit of a simpler auction in this room. Zimmerman able to open 2 hearts, showing his 2 suitor, hearts and a minor. And then North figured, well, I only have a 13 count. Partner's hand's limited to whatever their range is for that bid, maybe 11 or something. So can we really have a slam when partner has long clubs? Probably not. Just bids 4 hearts, and this is going to be 13 imps. Or, I mean, maybe 12 if Declare finds a very safe line of play to score up only 10 tricks, but I think Declare's best line of play is probably going to be to just like cash some diamonds right now, pitching spades. Could easily be 12 tricks, 3 diamonds and 9 trumps on a cross ruff. That looks like a sensible way to play this hand. If they do have a slam, it will be guaranteed tricky to play. And does Nowazacki really want Zimmerman at the helm of a difficult 6 hearts? Well, I think on board 32, if we get to 6 hearts, it'll be in the North, because North is the one with the long heart suit. But yeah, we might not necessarily want to put South in 6 clubs. Given the club blockage, that could be a little difficult. Oh, 6 hearts on this one. On 31, where North doesn't look for slam. Yeah, true. I think also it could just be 5-4 for the 2-level openers. I do not have their card open, but let me take a quick peek at the Zimmerman-Nowazacki convention card and see if their 2-heart opener is... Well, I'll be there in a second. Yeah, so it could easily be 5-4, hearts and a minor. Always 5 hearts, but still, I mean, the weaker distributional hand with only 5-4 probably less likely to make a slam as well. ATN says that Grudy should have thrown a club honor on the second club trick. Sure. I think that happened in the other room, although after taking the first 2 spade tricks, East-West were not really too worried about collecting any more on defense against 6 hearts. But yeah, the other table, I do remember East ended up pitching a club honor pretty early. He ditched a club as Declare ruffed a spade, and then when a club got ruffed and dummy, he dumped the king. My +9 is now for the wrong team. Oh my god, it is. Okay. Thank you. Let's just get rid of this. That is not going to help out in any way. But I think Norway probably has 9 more umps on the scoreboard than is being shown on screen. We do have a result in the bronze medal match. Italy has closed out the match, picking up another 10 imps, so they defeat USA 2 by 35 to claim the bronze. What happened on this hand? Wait a second. Declare lost a trick to the 10 of hearts. How did this happen? Still 13 imps. All right, we're on to the last board, and this is a big one. Confirming Greg's idea about not looking for slam. Good call. Good call. As I was looking up the results of the bronze medal match, somehow Declare lost a trick in the play, but did not cost him any imps. So last board, we'll have to see, because 6 no trump is a gin contract in the other room. I mean, Helgamo might find an opening bid. I think they have understandably been somewhat conservative with their openers, especially vulnerable. But I could definitely see him sticking in a preempt here, especially if he feels like this set has gone a little haywire from his side. He seems to be thinking about it. He hasn't passed yet, right? Usually you don't want to be preempting with 4 cards in the other major. It seems to always be the case that you walk into the wrong split, right? Next time your partner is going to have a 15 count with a stiff spade and 4-card heart support. You miss out on a good 4-heart game. But here we go. Heart opener by North, 2 clubs by South, 2 diamonds by North. Same start to the auction in both rooms. I really like the 2 no trump rebid by Brogland in the other room. Again, I've just kind of mentioned that this gives a little bit extra space to North, where if North now shows 3-card club support, you're super happy as South. You know partner has spade shortness. So 3 diamonds by North, probably also for a similar reason, just kind of temporizing. North has extra values. He has this 18 count. His partner is game forced. And if he were to just bid 3 hearts and hear his partner raise to 4 hearts, that would put him in a little bit of a tough spot. He wouldn't necessarily be able to just push to slam on his own. I mean, he might do it anyway. He might make another bid over 4 hearts in that auction. But here, 3 diamonds allows South to bid 3 hearts with honor doubleton, which he has, and that would get him to the heart fit at a lower level in the bidding. So then he could start Q bidding, find out about his partner's controls, see if his partner has any slam interest. Or maybe 3 diamonds by North is just showing hearts. Or maybe the entire auction is a relay auction. I guess that's possible. We will find out in a second as the alerts come through. So if North is showing hearts somehow with this 3 diamond bid, okay, Zimmerman jumps to 4 hearts. Now we'll see if this shuts North out. or if he elects to continue by taking a push. He might have expected his partner would just bid 3 hearts if he had some decent controls, which is kind of what South's hand looks like. And so North might be worried the singleton king of spades is not working. King jack 10 6 of hearts is not the most ideal trump suit, especially opposite small doubleton that South could have. Clubs are blocked, so even if South has the king 6 of clubs, for example, ace queen doubleton might not have a quick entry over to the South hand. It feels like we should take another push with North. Again, partner's able to game force, and we have this 18 count with a bunch of controls, and 2 clubs was game forcing. I'm pretty sure. Do I have their convention card up? No, I don't. Didn't I open it up a second ago? I was taking a look at their 2 heart opening bid. PJ says kickback, probably. No kickback on their card? Okay. So then 4 spades is just a Q bid. I kind of like that decision from North. I mean, what are we really doing over South showing 1 key card? Are we bidding a slam? Probably not. Wouldn't we need partner to have all of these other cards? Aces, like one of the aces, but also the trump queen and both minor suit kings for slam to have any chance. So I think I like North just bidding 4 spades as a Q bid, if that's what it means. Let me grab their convention card again. Yeah, they say, oh, interesting. So they say that 4 spades might be a transfer to key card in certain auctions. And I mean, this is probably one of these auctions where 4 spades could be a transfer to key card. Sorry to hear about your noodle shop being closed, Steph. Just grab like a salad or something. Those are fast and healthy. That's what I would recommend. Transfer to key card makes a lot of sense on North's hand, where he has mostly key cards, because that's going to let South effectively become captain with most of the missing kings. And so I think that's his plan. So 4 no trump, 5 clubs showing 3 key cards, and South now needs to decide what to do. There's 6 hearts. And now the spotlight shifts to Helgamo. So Helgamo doubles 6 hearts. And then North has the chance to run. I have the suspicion that North isn't going to be confident that he has spades stopped. The opponents could have running spades against 6 no trump, like that could be the key card he's off. But he is going to like his queen of clubs for no trump. If South has a real club suit over here, and he does run to 6 no, wow. So spade opening lead. Declare probably going to take a similar line of play to what they did in the other room. Unblock the clubs, set up the hearts. This will be a push board to conclude the set. And that means that Switzerland has pulled even further ahead. They won this segment by 17. Matt says, do not Leitner. Play for Fun says, don't double if you also can't double 6 no trump. It's, yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up. If you think that partner has a chance of finding the right opening lead without your double, then it's probably losing imps to go after it, because the opponents will run quite often. But if your partner's never going to find the right lead, if you don't double, then you may as well try it. 6-no could go down for an unexpected reason, or it could just be a much more difficult contract to play. Has anyone in the chat faked a Leitner double? Anyone other than Greg in the chat faked a Leitner double to get the opponents to run from a making slam into a no trump contract that goes down? Peter's had it happen to him. Steph says yes. That is not surprising to me. One of the US U26s did it in Veldhoven. Well, that's probably the reason why they didn't move past the quarterfinals. Play for Fun says you have a 25% chance of partner finding a club lead against 6 hearts. I'm not certain that that's true. Yeah, Dezu kind of chiming in that a club is a really weird lead against this auction, I think. Spade kind of feels natural. There are 4 suits. Good call, good call. There are 4 suits. Alright, claim will be happening shortly. 2 diamonds go away on the 2 black suit tricks in South's hand, so push board. Nice result for Switzerland in that set. They managed to once again pull back in the last few boards of the segment. So, in terms of the standings now, heading into the break, which, oh man, the breaks keep getting shorter and shorter for me. These are the current standings. So Switzerland ahead by 28 over Norway. There's still 32 boards to play. Italy, as mentioned, has taken the bronze medal over USA 2, so congrats to them. Dorsey Trophy is tied. Wow. Okay, that's huge. Although, I would like to try and put up a timer and pretend that I'm going to be back in this amount of time. I do need to run and grab some breakfast. So, did this work? It did. Let's start the timer. I mean, play might resume a little before this timer runs out, but hopefully not. Anyway, thanks everyone for tuning in. I'm glad that we were able to have Gavin come and hang out with us, and give a bunch of his insights onto these hands, as well as some of his insight about the tournament. I'm sure that he's been sharing that with all of you on his channel as well. Would love to have him back. I think that that was a super fun thing to do. But I am going to run and grab breakfast, and I will be back with you hopefully by the time the timer ticks down. So don't go anywhere. More exciting World Championships gold medal match coming back soon. Hello. All right. I have mostly finished up my breakfast. Hey, Ewan. Yes. Yeah, glad to have you join me. Sounds good. Let me jump on Discord in just a minute, but we had, once again, another fairly back and forth first segment of play, and also a super fun guest over there that was joining us on stream. Hello, Ewan. Good morning.
I am here. Good morning.
Thank you. Yeah, so Switzerland has picked up another chunk of imps. They are still in the lead. Bronze medal match is over. Italy has defeated USA 2, but we're going to be following the conclusion of Norway-Switzerland. And I actually don't know. I think Gavin told me that he has plans on his channel, so I'm not sure if he's going to be broadcasting. But he said that he was unavailable for the last couple of segments. Happy to have him join us for the first set of play today. So if you all missed that, you know, we had a great co-host that I had in Gavin Wolpert. If you're not already following him, you should definitely sub to his YouTube channel. He posts a bunch of bridge content over there, as well as his Twitch channel, Wolpert Bridge. Maybe I can actually do a little shout-out command.
I thought the discussion on the last board about Lightner doubling or not was fascinating.
I apparently cannot do a shout-out command. I am just the worst. Well, yeah, the Lightner double or not on the last word. It's, I mean, we've had, so someone came in here and told me that Sartaj Hans had enforced on his partners for 10 years. I don't know if you were here for this, but had said that Sartaj Hans enforced on his partners that all slams, even when passed out, should be treated as a Lightner double. And then the one time that it actually could have paid off, where he didn't double and he had a void, his partner led trumps. So, you know, in theory it might be a working agreement, but not in practice. Yeah, you did miss the collab with Gavin. Oh, Hans insisted only on it for Grand Slams. We have the Aussie coalition coming in to let us know. Did I not capitalize? Is it supposed to be capitalized? Boom. We did it. Thank you. Yeah, so he was a lot of fun. You know, maybe at some point in the future we can have him back on. That would be great, but I'm happy to have the opportunity to get a bunch of new faces on screen. And also, we tried out like the camera thing, the dual camera thing. Gavin walked me through how to get that set up, kind of in the middle of the broadcast. So it was a little bit hectic at the start, but all right, Switzerland against Norway, 28 imps. And I guess Zimmerman has played all of his sets so far, so he's going to be out. Oddly enough, Switzerland has won every segment where Zimmerman's been in and lost every segment where he's been sitting out. So maybe it's not good news for them if he sits out the last two sets.
Maybe we'll see him put himself in this.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe he'll say, "I can tell when we're on a roll. Let's just keep playing." After a Lightner double, you have to choose between two minors with 5 small and king 5th. And I mean, I don't know. It's a real board. I mean, I don't know. I would probably have to see the auction, right? Because I have no idea if if one of the opponents is likely to be longer in one of those suits or not. Ooh, okay, that's actually crazy from Vikitsa. Klukowski and Kalita have also played every segment so far.
They played some huge majority of the round robin too. They've basically been playing, I think, almost all the sets, with the other two pairs playing half each.
Wow. Etienne says the winning lead was the Club King. Impressive, because not only did you need to give partner a rough, you needed to deny an entry somehow.
We're doing double dummy, not single dummy?
Oh, did you want to do we can do single dummy? Yeah, let's do single dummy. We're kibitzing Brink. Here we go. Apologies for spoilers on the first hand, and this means I'm gonna have to, oh no. Now I have to adjust a bunch of stuff on the fly once again. No worries. This is great, though. Now chat can yell at me and tell me to put up hand diagrams and everything else.
No spoiler boxes and all that jazz, right?
Yeah. All right.
So Switzerland really have 9 more imps than the score says?
I think it's now correct.
Okay.
So... let's bring, I don't know where this is supposed to go. We'll adjust that once the first score comes in from the other room. I think this needs to be smaller. Oh boy, I'm covering up the imp score. That's probably not what I want. Maybe something like this. Hopefully that's good. There we go. We're off and running. Put up a prediction. Of course, we'll start a prediction. And everyone who doesn't pick Switzerland, where have you been for the last couple of sets? But that means that people who vote for Norway could win a ton of channel points. Also convention cards. And then I will be all set to go. South opens a heart. East-West competing all the way up to 4 spades quickly has made this difficult on North-South. Obviously, they would have preferred to just have ended up in 4 hearts, and their heart game seems likely to make. Thank you, Gwyn, for the dad jokes. One Undertrick Wonder says, doesn't mind virtually partnering Draver. I think all of us feel the same way about that. So this is Helgamo and Grudy. East-West are mostly playing a standard system. We've seen them play a bunch throughout the week. And
we had an interesting question in the chat, whether from Matt O'Farrell. Have the Norwegian pairs not all played at least half the sets?
Yeah, good question. I do not know. Yeah, I'm not sure with who has played in what sets. I've been a little bit too busy to actually be a good commentator, which a little counterintuitive there, but it works, I promise.
I like the small diamond switch, because I think Brink's trying to work out which miner is better for caching tricks, and so this allows him to not give up diamond control if diamonds are wrong. Mm-hmm. Which apparently they are.
Yeah, so okay. South open to heart. I think I'm all set. Well, that was a fast claim. But yeah, basically, like you said, if South had, for example, played ace and a club and it was wrong, then diamonds could go away on dummies clubs. Like declare pulls trumps, roughs a hardened dummy, and then cashes the jack of clubs to pitch a diamond loser. Could make the contract. So the low diamond switch caters to basically every possible layout of the cards. Did allow Declare to guess the jack of diamonds, but I guess, a club switch easily could have been wrong as well, so the diamond switch allows you to still cash the ace king clubs when you have them, which they do here. I mean, Claire is going to have a guess for the heart queen if they end up in 4 hearts. You have a spade loser. Oh, sorry, if you end up in... Yeah, 4 hearts, right? You have a spade loser and 2 diamond losers. So you'll need to pick up the trumps to make that contract.
Which you're going to do because West has been the one showing strength.
Well, I mean, the opponents have 10 spades. This is the classic 8 ever, 9 never, but only sometimes never.
Yeah, I think probably you might guess that East has a spade honor, and maybe one other card, maybe not. But if they have one of the top spade honors, which turns out not to be true, then Helgamo basically has to have everything else to make his opening bid.
It's an overcall. I mean, Helgamo doesn't need much, right? Ace.
It is an overcall.
Yeah,
right?
it's a little different, and I mean, 5 hearts. Well, 4 hearts could go down, but still. I mean, North-South, I guess, have judged well not to go to the 5 level, at the very least, in this room.
Yeah, given that I think it's reasonable to expect East-West to be in 4 spades in both rooms, the best you can do at that point is double.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Peter says that possibly one of the Norwegian pairs ended up being sick for part of the knockouts.
Yeah, there was some food poisoning. Was that them?
Ah, okay.
I thought that was Bakke, though.
Well, they've been doing an awful lot of playing as well. Yeah, Bakke and Brogland have played almost every set. I mean, every time I've been watching Norway, I feel like they've been the ones at the table. We barely get to see any of the other pairs. I think we saw Livgard and I'm never going to pronounce that name correctly. But we've seen them play once, maybe.
So if they've only played one set, and they're not playing this set, they would not qualify for...
Sure. Yeah, well, I'm sure that they've played. I think I've just been at the other table a few often, but... Wow, Bakke was sick, and he's played throughout.
Bakke had food poisoning.
Yeah, food poisoning, and has played throughout. That's intense. Pronounce it like I'm in awe of something. Oh, like that? Okay, I get it. Well, spade by East, 2 no trump by West, kind of limit raise type, 3 diamonds by your partner, and this is again one of these like important spots where is 3 diamonds really looking for a game, or is 3 diamonds just like trying to direct the defense against 4 spades? I honestly would make the argument that 3 diamonds should have a pretty good hand when it's bid red on white, because you can't afford to just like have a bad hand, have the opponents decide that they aren't bidding 4 spades anymore and go after you at the 3 level. But regardless, I mean, Brink has a lot of losers in his hand, so despite queen third of diamonds and a side ace king, probably not looking at a 5 diamond contract. So ace of hearts lead.
Especially with 2 spades. If you have 2 spade losers and you probably have 2 club losers, that's already too much.
Yep.
Either 1 or 3 spades would be a better number, but 2 is bad.
Yeah, definitely. Although here, when West tables 5 trumps, partner could have a singleton or even a void. East might have 6 of them. Opening heart lead. This is likely a count situation, I would imagine, from North.
Sure.
So, you know, low-high, very likely to be an even number of hearts. It can always be the singleton, right? It could be singleton 5, and maybe we do need to go king of hearts, heart rough, but I think that's a little bit less likely than maybe switching to clubs here to try and collect 2 club tricks as well as...
See, I was thinking if you can't read that signal, maybe you play the Queen of Diamonds.
Sure.
And if partner has the Ace King and can leave you on lead, they can then direct whether they want that initial.
Yep.
bluff.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. That maybe the way we beat this is 2 hearts, 1 diamond, and a heart ruff. So if East has the Ace of Clubs, Ace of Spades, for example, Queen of Diamonds is a good way to remain on lead. But okay, South. I mean, assuming that 5 of Hearts was count, must be either following to this trick and declare follows, or he's going to be showing out. And so it was completely safe to cash a second heart.
That's also fair. And actually, the Jack false card may have been even slightly clumsy. I don't know whether the 9 might have worked better. I don't know.
Okay, Ace of Diamonds. Well done. The Queen of Diamonds switch would have worked, but if North's Diamonds were a little bit worse, then you would need to cash the second heart immediately. We were close to making 5 diamonds, but not quite good enough. The 3 top losers.
Right. If for some reason you don't get a spade lead, you make it. Well, no, even a club lead puts it down. Okay, never mind.
I just realized that the way I have things set up, no one can see who's talking. Let me move this here. Is this better? No, this is...
They can probably distinguish your accent from my accent, is my guess.
Yeah. I know, I just prefer to have like a little bubble pop up on screen. That's okay. Alright, I'm over it. This is... Oh, wait. Did I fix it? Oh my god, I fixed it. Okay. Cool. Now everyone can see bubbles pop up, which is very important. Because that'll let them know if they have their sound turned off. on their own computer.
They probably will notice your lips moving and not
Yeah.
but sure.
Also quite likely. So... Okay, well, we get an exciting no-trump opening vid by South, the no-trump range here. 9 to 12. West coming in 2 hearts, which is hearts and a minor. Could have a longer minor suit. So East doesn't care about West's hand. Normally this would be a 6-card spade suit from East. There are definitely some hands where East has like a, 5 spades and just a big hand but nothing else to do and has to bid 2 spades, but we kind of expect East to have 6 of them. That is a lead, the 4 of hearts. Yeah, it looks like it's not working out too well either. Declare now able... I mean, the Jack of Hearts also would not have worked if we chose to lead hearts. But Declare looks to have King 9 Doubleton, maybe. I mean, our partner might expect us to have like King 10 small or King Jack small based on the way the opening lead has gone. Would never really place us with Jack 10 third. So they might not realize the danger yet that Declare actually just has 3 caching heart tricks right now after pulling trumps. These weak no trumps are a little difficult to judge because I mean, I just see a ton of imps flying all over the place every time one of these weak no trumps happens. Like, the opponents sometimes miss a game, sometimes you open the weak no trump and the opponents stay at a part score and your teammates get doubled in game and go down. So almost anything could happen. I guess maybe we should actually think about what East's hand is gonna look like, because King, Queen, Sixth of Spades declares getting dangerously close to just having 10 tricks from here. 8 of Diamonds lead. Now, is this the pair who played third best through Declare? I am gonna try and find out this information. I don't think I'm going to be successful. I am unsuccessful. But yeah, South has...
It probably doesn't apply.
What?
I was going to say, it probably doesn't apply at this level, but I think there's a certain mindset you get put in when your opponents open one no trump, particularly if you're just used to playing against 15, 17 no trumps all the time. And so you really need to not think that your opponents have opened one no trump when it's a 9-point hand, quite likely.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that.
So partners played high-low in diamonds. Can East really have 6 diamonds? That seems unlikely. So presumably they have 4 diamonds.
Well, so it kind of just depends on what North's 8 of Diamonds meant, and it's starting to sound as if the 8 of Diamonds was just an attitude switch. So North does not have diamond values. Our partner could have like 4 small or even 5 small is possible. Or maybe hearts are 3-3 and East has king third of hearts. Which is also bad news for us.
Right.
Okay, so East is turned up with King Jack fifth of spades. And our partner and diamonds were 6-3-2-2 around the table. Wow. This really didn't go the way we wanted, did it?
So they're always just making 4 spades, right? Because they've got 5 spade tricks on this layout. They've got 5 diamond tricks. They've got a club trick. Yeah, they can always just draw trumps and set up diamonds. Fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look like 4 spades is a decent contract. The real question is how good is 5 diamonds, because it's not so easy for them to get to 4 spades in the 5-2 fit. I mean, maybe they will if East pulls 3 no trump at a later point in the auction, depending on how the bidding goes in the other room, because South is going to pass, West will open a club, North will come in a heart, East will bid. I guess they play double as 4 or 5 spades.
On this layout with the spades so friendly, I think 5 diamond is also just very solid.
Yeah. Yeah. So again, I mean, just a ton of imps could fly around on that board because of the weak no trump. It really is high volatility. Well, 4 imps coming through on board 2 for Switzerland. 5 clubs was bid in the other room, so a spade by East, South having passed. And then when West jumped to 4 spades, North tried 4 no trump with both minors. That fetched 5 clubs from the South. Wow, that is quite the dummy. What did I miss?
That's a heck of a dummy.
I see. So yeah, West showed a pretty good hand, opening a diamond with this. It's a 20 count, 5-5 in the minors, lots of controls. Heart by East, a spade, overcall by South, and then West jumps to 3 clubs, which fetch 3 no. Not a ton of tricks in West's hand, though. I mean, if our partner has 4 clubs to the Jack, Declarer only really has 4 club tricks. He's probably got the spade ace, so that's a 5th trick. Ace King of Hearts, Ace of Diamonds gets him up to 8. I'm just being hopeful, and I mean, I think that's kind of what you need to do at Imps, is be hopeful when dummy hits with a very strong hand most of the time.
And if you assume that East has the spade ace, which I think is very likely correct,
Yep.
you may have taken out that only entry.
Yeah. Yeah, so for example, if East's hand was like Ace third of spades and the Queen 5th of hearts, then
right.
he can't unblock the hearts and get back over to the Queen to cash it.
So he's presumably going to start on clubs and see what's happening there, depending how many clubs he has, but it seems likely at the start point.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is a point where if East doesn't start by playing clubs, we basically assume that all of the clubs are set up. That tends to be the way these hands work out, is that Declarer would almost always just play on the suit that he needs to set up, and if he doesn't play on what looks like the natural suit in dummy, then it's already set up.
And that's a little odd, because he's taking a finesse into North, who can put a spade through.
I mean, it might also mean that East has a singleton club, in which case he knows that the clubs are never coming home. So the 3 spades that partner played at trick 1, we play upside down, and this is an important spot for partner to give us attitude. So partner should have the Jack of spades and is probably just working out what to lead back from, say, Jack 4th. Like, I mean, if partner does have Jack 4th of spades, a low one would be the correct count card, but our partner might be worried that if he returns a low spade, we're going to assume that East has like 5 of them, right? And then, or that we're just leading back from a doubleton and East will still have the Jack protected. So I think our partner probably should play the Jack of spades back if they have it, no matter what their spade count is.
So you're on lead against no trumps. You've got King, Queen, 5th. How high does your 3rd card have to be if you lead the King rather than small?
I mean, a good question. I think part of it depends on what I think the opponent's distribution is in the suit. Like, if West could come down with a singleton Jack, then I probably just have to lead the King. Otherwise, I'm blowing a trick far too often. But like King, Queen, 4-3 deuce. It's starting to get to the point where, like, if I lead the King, the suit might just be blocked by force, so you have to start with a low one. Also conditional on just like how many entries do I have. If we have King, Queen, 5th and 2 outside entries, then it's perfectly fine. We just lead the King. But
King, Queen, 4-3 too. I mean, here, East in that scenario could have Ace, Jack, 10, 9, and by leading the King, you give them 3 spade tricks.
Yep. Well, driver's thinking.
Which suggests he doesn't have Jack 4.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised at the way the play has gone if East has the Jack of Spades. Because it looks fairly natural to... I mean, first of all, a partner probably wouldn't have encouraged if they didn't have the Jack, which is confusing to me. But then East probably would have just ducked if they had the Ace-Jack. So maybe the Jack of Spades just doesn't exist in this deck. And that's what everyone's confused about.
In the meantime, a small 2 imps back on board 3, because East-West played in diamonds over the table, making the same tricks, but not scoring as much.
Yeah, so we did get South passing and West opening a club. Let's see, who's playing? It's Switzerland East-West at the other table, which is the Polish club pair.
Polski-Kalita against
Yeah.
Bartek Robot.
So a club by West, a heart overcall, 2 diamonds by East. Aha. And so because East has bid his suits in this order, he just got to a position where he had to decide, I assume 2 diamonds is natural and probably shows some values. But East has maybe denied spades. So over 3 hearts, he probably had the option of bidding 3 spades, which likely would have been something to the effect of a game force. Instead, he chose to bid 4 diamonds, just competitive. Greg says, wonder if Brink should have played the king of diamonds at trick 2 to prevent ace of diamonds, diamond to the king. Yeah. Maybe. This kind of looks like one of those spots where Brink was just playing low, figuring that Declare was sticking in the 10. Like, this isn't one of those diamond holdings where it looks like... I don't know, maybe. Because if he plays the diamond king, Declare is just going to duck, right? And then what? I mean, I guess we continue the 2 spades. Or we do play Smith. Note, we do play Smith. We play standard Smith.
Also, by the way, if Declarer has 5 hearts, which I think, if he's 4-5 and something in the minors, then notice that your spots are so terrible, then pretty much whatever his hearts are, they're probably good, in fact. Like, whatever North's Doubleton heart is, it's going to drop. That may not matter, because East may not have any entries, but...
Okay, so Brink has decided that partner doesn't have the Jack of Spades. I mean, I don't know. Am I reading the carding wrong? Didn't that 3 of Spades at trick 1 just like look as if partner has the Jack? Am I missing something?
I mean, if their agreement is upside down attitude, it certainly looks like it should.
Partner's lead, low, high, encouraging.
Yep, that seems to be...
I don't know what to say. So obviously I'm missing something about the carding, which makes this a little bit more challenging.
But it looks as though whatever it is, he's communicated to his partner he's not got the Jack, and so, South is waiting for another spade.
Yeah.
This is looking increasingly hopeless for Declarer, I think.
Yeah, Jessica says, could it be a count card? I mean, I guess. This really feels like an important... Okay, we have a discard to make. So this is Declare's 4th trick. They have ace, king of hearts, and ace of diamonds remaining.
You're going to throw a heart, because if East has an entry, the contract we've played very differently. I suppose you could unblock your king of diamonds. That might be cute.
Yeah, so... Okay, well, South throws a heart. Because now if Declare exits a low diamond and the diamonds are set up, we don't have a way to get back to partner's hand anymore.
And if he's going to do that, he really should play off the ace and king of hearts first, which is a low percentage, but I think on this layout, if I'm right about the heart layout, it might work. Because then you're going to be thrown in to give East an entry and the heart tricks.
Yeah.
Okay, and East showed up with 2 clubs, so he's presumably 4-5-2-2.
I mean, he could be 4-4, right? Like, East could be 4-4. Okay, here comes Ace of Hearts. Jack. King of Hearts, Queen. Okay. Well, that is that is something that, again, Declare didn't really have entries to the East hand, so you're right. So East is 4-5-2-2.
So maybe you needed to unblock, throw your king of diamonds.
Oh my god. Change the table. Thank you, ATN, before something terrible happened.
He's done it. He's done it. That's cute.
It's not quite good enough, right?
So he's going to get 3 heart tricks here, right? No, just 2, and then he's going to have to lose because he had to come down to 2 spades. Yep. Otherwise, the spades were good. That's too bad.
Yeah, so East kind of got end played in his own hand. I mean, it was a cute little end play there with cashing the Ace King of Hearts, but not good enough. So down 1.
And yet, if Brink had tossed the king of diamonds, he would have avoided that and taken it down a couple more, I think.
Yeah, with North getting in the minors, would be able to play that 3rd round of spades through. PJ says if you play Smith, don't many pairs play count a trick 1? That would make sense. Maybe that's what Jessica was implying, that as they play Smith and have some way, hopefully, to show their attitude later, they can kind of change up their first signal at trick 1 to count. Well, I picked someone who actually has some points today, which is great. We get to see him handle some of the difficult hands. 20 count here, 5-5 in the pointed suits. Wow, and East opens the bidding. So, I mean, what do? I guess you have to start with double. Like,
you probably are too strong for any kind of single overcall, yeah.
This is one of these hands where, like, if you can overcall a spade and it doesn't get passed out, you probably survive. Because you can effectively just jump to 3 diamonds next, but yeah, South does start with the double. Dan suggests walking the dog with a pass. Okay, partner has a good hand. I mean, Slam is still well in the picture here, even though East and West are bidding like madmen.
Maybe you bid 3 diamonds here as a forcing noise, but you still haven't shown your spades. So do you want to show your spades at this point?
Yeah, good question, because I don't think diamonds is likely to be the suit that we have Slam in if we do have it. It's either going to be spades or maybe hearts. I mean, if partner has like Ace, Queen, Jack, 5th of hearts, then Heart Slam could have some play.
What kind of 2 bids are these guys playing? Would they open a 5-card heart?
Probably not at these colors, but yeah, 2 hearts would have been weak in first seat.
It's not some kind of Molderberg thing?
No.
Okay.
Okay, so South elects to double 3 clubs, which have to say, sounds like penalty to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it can't be like, necessarily a pure penalty double, but wow, look at what he's caught.
Huh.
Then again, East is going to turn up with like ace, queen, jack, 10th of clubs and just wrap up the over trick easily. But but if he doesn't, North could have a big hand with clubs over there. 5 hearts, 4 or 5 clubs.
And it's decided it's a misfit and he wants to stop now. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's true from Sal's perspective that, like, with both of the opponents bidding multiple times in this auction, we might not have a game. Partner could be... I mean, partner can't be broke. He did jump to 2 hearts, unfavorable, in the midst of 2 bidding opponents, but...
And I think double probably shows something kind of like this. That is, it's still... I mean, it's not a penalty double because you made an initial takeout double of clubs, but it's extras and no clear direction right now.
Yeah. I would tend to expect something more like a 4-2, 4-3, like 18 count or 19 count. But yes, this hand, it's not what like the standard bid would be. I mean, I think a lot of people would just bid 3 spades with the south hand, or, as you say, tried 3 diamonds or something. 3 diamonds probably feels natural though. You can't just let West come in with like 4 small diamonds bidding a diamond here and steal your suit.
I think undiscussed, I would have expected 3 diamonds to be, showing some level of heart support, some level of support for your partner. The question is, how much?
I think you have plenty of ways to show hearts. The difficult hand types are the ones where you haven't found a fit yet. Like 2 hearts should be a 5-card suit. So if you have 3 hearts, you can bid 3 hearts. If you have 3 hearts and extras, you can bid 4 hearts. If you have like a huge hand, you can bid 4 clubs, which is clearly a Q bid.
Having played the king of diamonds, you're actually slightly annoyed because now you have no diamond exit.
Yeah.
So you're at risk of being thrown in to lead, something into declarer here.
Yep. How many rounds of trump is this? Looks like this is the 5th trump now.
This is the 5th, I think, yep. So ace, queen, jack, 10, 9, either 6th or 7th.
6th. Partner has followed to 5. Wait.
There we go. Yep.
Oh yeah, because
6,
clubs
5,
are likely to be 7, 5, 1.
7, 5, 1, okay.
Wow.
So declarer has 1 trump left.
Turk thinks... I'm trying to interpret that. Oh, 7510 was just the club division. Yes. Yeah, so what is East shape? I mean, East has a singleton diamond. Our partner definitely has 5 hearts.
Dummy showed up with 4 hearts, so he has 2 hearts, and therefore 3 spades? Is that right?
Yep, singleton diamond, 3 spades. So it kind of looks like we're getting 4 more tricks. We get the ace king of hearts and the ace queen of spades, and declarer is going to get the last trick with a spade, or...
So the question is all about spades, right? Can you get 3 spades?
Ooh. Well, now things become a little dicey for declarer, because we can win this.
Play the king of hearts, presumably.
No, you know what? It just none of this matters. 3 rounds of hearts, declare roughs, plays the jack of spades, and then we're just gonna have to give him a spade trick at the end.
I guess king jack 10. Yes. Otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, assuming our count on the hand is right. If declare roughs this, oh, he didn't rough this.
Right, we knew that. We knew we were getting 2 heart tricks.
Didn't we get 3 heart tricks? No, I'm miscounting. Okay, we got 2 heart tricks. Yeah. He roughs the 3rd heart, and now we're all down to just spades. Cool. So 100 points. How do contracts do north-south? That's the big question, right? How does 3-no do? Because I think that is the big ask.
So the jack 10 of hearts drop. So you do get 5 heart tricks. You get 2 spade tricks. You get 2 diamond tricks, but you lose n club tricks before that.
Yeah, which is going to be 0 if south plays in 3-no. I mean, 3-no south is making. Yeah.
Yes. If south treats his singleton king as a club stop, then you can make.
Yep.
Do you make 4 hearts? That seems a more likely contract.
Also a good question.
5 hearts. You can set up the spades. Yes, you can make 4 hearts as well. Because king, jack, 10 of spades drop on side.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't help. The 9 is still a stop.
Yeah, I mean, you can...
Let's assume you get a trump lead so that you can't rough a club in dummy.
I think double dummy you can make it. You can eventually throw West in to lead diamonds into you. You can like rough 2 spades good, setting up the 5th spade and giving West a natural trump trick. And then on the 5th round of spades, if West lets you cash it, that's your 10th trick. Otherwise, they're going to have to rough in, and then they'll be end played into leading diamonds into the king jack. Not
an obvious
no,
line of play, right?
And probably not the one Declare would take. But yeah, you can talk about stuff that's happened in the other room on the boards that have already been played. Sure, Dan. So board 4, I mean, in the other room, 4 hearts made east-west. That is quite the result. Getting to the 5-2 heart fed and being fortunate to catch the queen jack doubleton falling.
Yeah, that's a little lucky.
Yeah. But on to board 6.
But that means we have a 42 imp gap now.
Yeah, 42 imps, and oh wow, board 5 is even worse for east-west in the other room. So a few imps coming back the way of Norway, presumably, because 4 clubs doubled is the contract over there. Now, North-South could have gotten a spade rough, in fact. They could have collected an extra trick in this room against the doubled club part score. Okay, 1 spade by South, take out double by West. North's 2 spades shows a weak raise to 2 spades, so less than constructive. East jumping to 4 hearts. I wonder if South is just going to blast 4 spades, hoping that it's a good save.
Let's assume you have 4 minor suit losers and maybe a heart loser. That's still a good save, so yeah.
Yeah, so okay, he doubles, which got alerted. What is... I mean, conventionally...
I mean, I want to bid on, right?
Yeah, so conventionally, this is kind of one of these spots where sometimes your partner can be walking the dog a little bit with their 2 spade bid or whatever sort of bid to show some support, and you don't really want to save in front of them. So you kind of give them the option by saying, I have a lot of offense, but if you really had some hand that wanted to like defend 4 hearts, then you get the last say. So I think that's what's going on. And North bids 4 spades, East doubles, which looks like it ends the auction.
Interestingly, in the other room, in 4 clubs doubled, South again tried to cash the ace-king of diamonds, so it must just be too hard to work out what partner's holding is.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it's safe, right? Like, you know that West is entryless in the dummy, so
Sure.
even if the king of diamonds gets ruffed, at least Declare's stuck in hand and is just going to have to lead the majors out of his own hand. But yeah, the defense miss is a big opportunity because not only can you get a spade ruff, but then a third round of hearts will promote a trump trick for South.
And at that table, North had jumped to 3 hearts over the double. So again, the king of hearts looked really attractive to me at trick 2.
Would have won a pile of imps, but not today. So it's probably going to be the same result in the other room, although they're a level higher, which means that it should be 5 imps going the way of Norway on that board. 4 spades, on the other hand. I mean, the defense can get another club and another diamond, but Declare will be able to ruff back in and pull trumps. So this is going to be down 1. And with the spades being 3-1, despite North-South having 3 aces, I think 4 hearts... Well, 4 hearts at least has some play to make. This queen 9 and 10 of clubs from our hand and partner's hand might actually present a little bit of a challenge for East-West, depending on where the club honors are. I mean, if we get lucky, maybe the Jack of Clubs falls doubleton from West. Like, East just returns I don't know, goes Ace of Clubs club, hoping to promote a trump trick for partner. We rough in high and pull the last trump and then claim. Seems unlikely.
I think even if you get that, if they get the Ace of Clubs now, East seeing the Jack drop will play a diamond to avoid that possibility.
Yeah. Yeah, East would basically have to guess, does partner have a promotable trump trick, or does partner have the missing diamond honor? And should be able to discern which one is which. But long think from East. I mean, again, this is... What day is this of the event? So there are 8 days of a round robin. This is the 6th day. So this is day 14 of the tournament, with East having played a good amount, although maybe not as much as his teammates in the other room.
Chat notes correctly, by the way, back on board 5 still. That King of Hearts gets you a ton of points, because not only do you get King of Heart, Spade through, Ace, Queen, Ruff, you also get your King of Clubs on the 3rd round of Heart now.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many tricks available, and it looks a little bit sad to only go plus 100 on the hand, but I mean, maybe South is actually quite happy with being plus 100, figuring that that the pair in the other room could easily get to game on the North-South cards, and that would be a struggle. So the result does come through. 4 clubs doubled, down 2. Same defense, Ace of Diamonds, King of Diamonds, and then Declare just pulls trumps and eventually scores up a spade trick. West should be giving count on the King of Clubs here. Okay, Ace switches to Diamond, which is probably going to end all of Declare's hopes. Does play another club. Oh, it was Jack Doubleton. So down one, and it looks like with the distribution of the club suit and the spade suit, four hearts had no issues making there. If I'm correct.
What are you playing to set up clubs, or are you playing to set up diamonds?
Well, diamonds is easier.
So you get ace of spades and a spade, tapping you once. You play a diamond duct.
I don't know. Four hearts is a tricky hand to play, but the 10 of hearts does fall from north.
That's true.
That would be DeClary's worry on trying to set up the club suit, is that he ends up losing 2 trump tricks.
And the problem with setting up diamonds is once they've ducked once, your only entries are in trumps, and you can't both. Yeah, it gets tricky handling.
Well, I'm sure South was happy that he wasn't defending four hearts, because giving up 100 when the opponents have a potential vulnerable game is something that you almost always want to be doing at teams. Just does not pay to defend these very close games and give the opponents a chance to win a pile of imps. But 10 boards left to play in the set. There's another 16 board segment coming up after this. Almost no break in between. South opens a diamond with the 11 count. Take out double from West. I assume we're playing transfers over takeout doubles, but let me... I like this one comment on their convention card, North-South. They say almost every double is takeout. That could honestly have explained the double on board 5 of 3 clubs. It is a further takeout double of clubs.
Didn't like hearts. Tried.
Yeah. So 2-0 by North. Frequently this is going to be used as a, oh my god, you know what I haven't had up on screen? I am so sorry to everyone on YouTube. The chat was hidden behind one of my 50 other windows that are open. I apologize. Who is the other commentator? This is Ewan McNay. He was a professor of, I forget, history or something?
Behavioral neuroscience.
Behavioral neuroscience. I was super close. But yeah, he's a frequent member on my channel that has had some insightful comments in the chat. I've played a bunch of speedballs with him at this point on the stream. But thank you, Christofro, for trying to inform me as to what's going on about some of these auctions. I'm sorry that I've not been there to interact with the YouTube chat for about ever since the set started.
Okay, there's a question in chat. If you Google Ewan McNay, there is literally only one Ewan McNay on the internet. And so you will find my research page, and indeed my bridge stuff from long, long ago, probably.
Cool. So 2-0 Trump looks like a limit raise in diamonds. South's trying to jam the auction with a 4 diamond bid, but this has just allowed East-West to find their spade fit. Nice little 3 diamond bid by East over here, over the takeout double, being able to show both majors and get to the right fit. Because again, if partners equal length in the majors, Gavin and I talked about this earlier, that they're supposed to bid the heart suit. That would allow you to find the 5-3 heart fit or 5-4 heart fit, as opposed to the 4-4 spade fit, for example. But the the fact that West did bid spades should suggest that West has exactly 3 hearts. So now we know a little bit more about West's shape, at the very least. Declare crosses to the domain hearts. 9 of spades. We will duck this. Hopefully if partner can get in on this trick, we get a heart ruff. Partner should be able to work that out based on his heart count. Might not be good enough, but that would at least be an extra trick for our side.
If it isn't good enough, that presumably means that Declarer has ace king of clubs, or are they going to have enough heart winners to toss any club losers?
Yeah, so what is West shape?
Sorry,
West is most likely 4-3-2-4. That would be my guess. So West is turned up with probably the spade king, right? It looks like they just took a spade finesse. They had the ace of diamonds. They won the first trick with that. If West has the ace of clubs, I mean, I guess regardless of what West clubs are, unless they're ace king, John has advertised for me in the chat. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. On the BBO chat itself. But yeah, thanks, John. Happy to have other people advertise for me. I figure that, like, if I advertise to my own channel, it's just like preaching to the choir. But
so assuming you get a heart ruff here, you're presumably going to play a club through.
Yeah, right. So I was working out this whole idea that even if Declare is able to take all the rest of the heart tricks, he only gets 2 clubs discard. So if he is 4-3-2-4 in shape, partner's still going to beat this if they have the ace or king of clubs.
And if he's 4-3-3-3, he could toss both club losers and ruff the other 2 diamonds.
Yeah.
So you may need him to be 4-3-2-4.
Yep. Okay, well, I mean, this is promising that South has, or that West has the king of hearts, because now it's way more likely that our partner has a club card, and he does. There it is.
Nice.
So king of clubs, we get the ace of spades, and that'll be down 1. Nice result for Switzerland there to beat that game.
Hang on, he is 4-3-3-3. Did he need that club finesse?
Yes, because we didn't cash the spade ace. So we were going to be able to rough in on the next round of hearts with the ace and then play a second club.
And then cash it.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, he didn't need the trick, he just needed the tempo.
Yep.
If Declarer had played a spade to the king and a second spade, that would have been good enough, right?
Yep. Yeah, so Declare was, I guess, just banking on the hearts not splitting badly. Actually, I wonder what 2-no trump was, because North has a very bad hand with diamond support. Maybe they have some sort of like inversion there, where 3 diamonds would show good hand and 2-no trump would show bad hand with diamonds. John is trying to scare everyone away. I have not promised any bitcoins. No Bitcoin promises on this end.
But if you invest now, you can be an early investor in Robcoin, the new bridge-backed virtual currency.
Yes. Yeah, Brady coin is what they'll call it. And as long as bridge continues to grow as a sport, then Brady coin will thrive. I can promise you that.
The ACB
Whoop. Hello? We may have lost you, Ewan.
Did you lose me?
Oh, sorry. You started saying something about the ACBL, and then it just instantly got cut off. I thought the ACBL was like DDoSing you.
I was being facetious. I was saying that the ACBL was accepting payment for the NABC in Brady coins. They just announced that.
Yeah, Bridge can't grow without Brady coin. True. I actually strongly believe this. Okay, but seriously, maybe we should look at the hand because I mean, so North is thinking, obviously, East-West have found a diamond fit. We've had this no trump overcall. Partner made a negative double of 2 diamonds. Found the heart fit. So North raises. We have a lot of aces. So Brink kind of instantly, just with all these aces, Jack 10 of diamonds are probably good cards. Pushes on to the slam, or not the slam, the game. Wait, is that what Bitcoin is in French? The king of coins? Maybe that is the translation problem, but I mean, that's like literally what you wrote, the king of coins, I think. My French is a little rusty. Okay, partner clearly a little bit aggressive with his raise. I mean, still, this actually does have play despite being, I mean, how many high cards did we have? 16 opposite 5. The hands fit pretty well together. We're going to need the trumps to split, and we're going to need the club king on side, but that's basically it. We can duck a trump right now, and then win the return, cash the ace of hearts, ruff a diamond, club hook, ruff a diamond, club hook, club hook. Looks like 10 tricks to me.
So you're going to lose 2 hearts, a spade.
Yeah.
Yep. You don't even need clubs to split because you've got enough good hips that as long as the king's on side, you're fine.
Yeah. Yeah, Jack 10 of diamonds a bit of an illusion here, but... I mean, this could be a swing going the way of Switzerland. Wow. So, lots of push boards coming down this in the first part of the set. Board 6, a push at 4 spades doubled. We may have expected that. And then board 7, a push at 4 spades down 1. It is important for Declare to duck a trump early, though, because if, like, let's say, for example, he were to play a heart to the ace right now and then ruff a diamond, he could definitely go down against some adverse... Oh, my. There's no way this is how the hand played. Is there?
That seems really odd.
Because now, like, let's say the opponent switched to spades, right? I mean, they might cash a heart and tap Declare and diamonds or something. But, oh, I was thinking, like, if West had just not cashed the king of hearts and switched to spades, then
right.
He might have been able to rough in on the third or the second round of clubs, potentially, and Declare would have no more entries to take the club hook. It's unlikely. I mean, some opponent would have to have a singleton club, I suppose.
Interestingly, board 7 went down 1 for a push on exactly the same line of play.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not so easy for East-West, or for Declare to play spade to the king in that position. It might be easier for Declare to cross to dummy with a diamond ruff, and then he's a little bit protected against this situation because then he hasn't voided one of the opponents in hearts yet.
On this hand, I think, on the club hook, you're either making or you're going down an awful lot.
Yeah, because you're going to have to open up the spade suit for the opponents.
Yep. I guess you can toss a spade here. I'm not sure it helps you.
Yeah, that's true, because the opponents are out of diamonds, right? East had pitched a diamond on the previous trick, so now it's completely safe. And this is good technique by Declare. I mean, obviously, he needs to take as many club hooks as possible, but he gets to lead the 9 and then the jack, and still remain in dummy for the 3rd finesse if necessary, in case East had king 4th. But no harm done. 4 hearts made 4.
Definitely experiencing cognitive dissonance here because I'm, engaged in Brink and therefore supporting his play, but I really want Norway. So it's a little odd.
I think we do have a lot of Norway fans in the chat as well. But yes, when we're kibitzing one player, then we gotta focus on their hand. Honestly, a bit of a crazy invite by North that works out really well. 4 small hearts is not exactly the holding that you're too happy with, because this isn't like a normal no trump auction. You bid your partner opens a no trump, you bid Stamen, and they bid 2 hearts. They could have a 5-card heart suit. Here, when partners overcalled a no trump, they would have overcalled a heart if they had 5 of them. So you're in a 4 forfeit.
And indeed, there's going to be a swing to Switzerland.
Yeah, Norway did not find the heart game on that board, so other rooms in 2 spades. Wow. I guess East passed in first seat with that kind of disgusting 11, or not first seat, 3rd seat. How could East pass in 3rd seat? What is he doing? Get him off the team. That's a great 1 diamond opening bid. You get the lead direct in, you have a long diamond suit.
No, he did. He opened 1
Oh, okay.
One
okay,
diamond.
Okay.
1 no overcall from south, 2 diamonds, 2 spades, swish.
Ah. So North in the other room elected not to make the negative double, just bid 2 spades himself. Okay. His spades are better. And yeah, if you weren't planning on inviting and when partner shows you hearts, then it makes a ton of sense. This is... Okay. This is... Hold on. I want to see what their responses to Puppet Stamen are before... So I think North could have bid 3 hearts in response to Stamen. I don't think 3 diamonds was required. Now maybe if systemically 3 hearts had showed some spade length, then we had the ability to get out in 3 spades. I'm not certain that's true, but otherwise, what was South's plan? 2 no, 3 clubs, 3 hearts. Are we just bidding 3 no and hoping? Maybe. I mean, South's going to be thrilled to find his side in diamonds. Yeah, the alert on 3 diamonds was 1 or both majors, presumably 4-4. Oh, yikes. Well, now that we see partner's hand,
we'd really rather be.
Yeah, how do we get to spades? And I mean, this could be a swing based on the opening bid decision. A lot of players will not be opening 5-4 in the majors to no trump. And if North opens a spade, it's going to be on South to find a call, but they might end up in 4 spades. Depending on the location of the missing honors, that contract could make.
They're probably going to do a weak spade raise, probably because that's through 1 no trump for most pairs.
Yeah, but the thing is, if South ever bids, North is just going to force game. North is going to jump shift to 3 hearts, and then they'll find the spade fit and blast 4 spades. So, I mean, if 3 diamonds makes, this could be a swing. I mean, it's probably going to be a swing one direction.
So what does 4 spades look like? You're going to lose. Well, it depends what honors are. Yeah.
Yeah, the king of hearts is on side, but I think it's more important to think about whether or not the king of hearts is falling, because there's no entries to the south hand if you aren't roughing hearts.
And the ace of diamonds was on side, right?
Yeah, ace of diamonds was on, queen of diamonds was off. So the spade hook is a question, the club hook is a question.
Spade hook may almost not matter, because if you're going to be roughing hearts, you may not have entries for more than 1 finesse at most.
Right, yeah, declare might just go, on some lead. Ace of hearts, heart ruff, club to the queen or ace, heart ruff, something like that. All right, how many hearts are being cashed? Just 1. So declare's hand is good. And he ends up making 3 diamonds. Well, basically everything is unfavorable for declare. The king of hearts is not falling. The king of clubs is offside.
But I think it's still good, because you're not getting a trump lead from king third. Probably.
I mean, it's true, East probably leads the 10 of hearts, depending on the auction.
Right. And so you can rough 2 hearts, so you've got no heart losers, you've got 1 spade loser, you've got to guess diamonds.
It's a sketchy contract. I mean, if North shows spades and hearts, East might not lead. Yeah.
All right, so spoilers, other room, they are in 4 spades.
Okay.
On the queen of diamonds lead.
Wow. All right.
So diamonds have just been guessed for you.
Yeah, diamonds have been guessed, but it's not as if things are all that much easier. Because West probably gets to. Actually, West might have to duck.
It's going to look scary to play the ace with those diamonds in dummy.
I mean, it probably loses to play the ace because declare gets to unblock the king, and now you can't pull trumps.
Right. Although you do have ace 9 fourth, so you do have a second stopper.
Mm-hmm. Well,
back on this.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, well, we'll let the other tables speak for themselves as they play through 4 spades. I guess that's going to be Bakke playing that one. 1 no. 2 clubs is the majors, so it was South.
What would double be? Because it's not Stamen when 2 clubs is the majors.
Is it not? I guess not. In that case, if double isn't Stamen, double would effectively be the same as any unusual overcalled double, so it would be penalty-oriented towards the majors. Do
you wish to take a bid on this hand?
I mean, Brink is thinking about it, right? If he wanted to bid, I would imagine he would do this, which is effectively show a club suit.
Sure.
And so he does. He might be expecting that if he just passes, the opponents are going to have a free auction to like 2 or 3 of a major, and then he's going to feel a little bit sad. Whereas if he bids 2 now and they bid 3 spades, at least his partner kind of knows he has a long minor over there. And if North was sitting on like 4-4 in the minors or something, he might be able to compete to 4 clubs. But 3 spades it is. Partners hit our suit, which is not has not been all that helpful to us. Although it's possible that it's still right for partner to continue clubs here, tapping the dummy. That heart suit looks a bit threatening, but if we can force Cease to rough a couple of times and partner's sitting on 3 or even 4 spades, we can strand the heart suit over there.
So the carding is again interesting, because I would have thought this was, an encouraging situation.
Yeah, so it's different when dummy hits with a singleton in a suit contract. This is where your first signal by default is going to be suit preference. And so Brink's 7 of clubs is a neutral signal saying, I don't prefer diamonds to hearts, or vice versa. Some people also kind of throw in an addendum here where if you really want partner to tap the dummy, you dump an honor on this trick. So in that case, South could have potentially played the 10, depending on your agreements, to say, please continue clubs. We definitely want to tap the dummy. That's the right defense.
If that's my agreement, that's probably what I would have played, because I don't want partner leading away from whatever he has to have in diamonds or hearts.
Yeah, I think the 7 will also kind of convey that information, because like if we had the Queen of Hearts, we would maybe signal it for hearts, not necessarily too strongly, but we could like play the 8 of clubs. And then if we had the Queen of Diamonds, we could also not signal too strongly, but like play the 6 of clubs or something. So driver does continue clubs. And I think this trick's going to tell us a lot about West's spade length, because I figure if West actually had 5 spades, he might not be that upset about the dummy getting tapped here. And if he only has 4 spades, then he might pitch a loser on this trick. Yeah, so now South we have another option. I mean, we could continue clubs. It looks like partner started with ace doubleton, but he definitely could have started with ace third, or even ace queen third is possible. So a club continuation could tap the dummy. I think it's more likely that West started with queen jack fourth. But this also seems reasonable, like if we play back a club and declare sticks in the jack, and partner now has to guess, do I rough to prevent them from pitching 2 diamonds on the next 2 clubs? Or do I just sit back and hope that declare can't cross rough enough tricks? Seems reasonable to cash partner's diamond ace and now just hope that our partner can score 2 spade tricks on power. Looks like that's not going to happen though. I'm going to quickly check and see if Gavin is also doing some commentary over on his channel. We have a lot of people covering the Bermuda Bowl. Yeah, Gavin is all set up. And notably, if you're interested in hand records, he has them up. So he's looking at the hand records view. But yeah, so he's over there. I don't know if he has any co-casters. My guess is no. On to board 11. We got 6 boards to play in this segment.
Would really like a Norway comeback to make it a little tighter.
Yeah, that would be nice, because Norway's had these matches coming into the 6th set where it's been like within 10 imps, one direction or another, and that has made for a very exciting final set of play. If Switzerland is just way ahead, it might not be the best bridge we see, but it could be a bunch of fireworks flying around if slams are being bid off 2 key cards or something like that.
More importantly, I have 1,000 channel points.
That's true. That is much more important.
We do see 7 imps to Norway on 9, and in fact, they did make 4 spades by setting up the diamonds and dummy. It was a very interesting hand.
Yeah, very nice. So the Queen of Diamonds opening lead. I mean, East has a difficult lead problem. Queen of Diamonds runs around to the King. Diamond goes back to the Jack and Ace, and West switches to trumps. But there's no way to actually tap the South hand out, and with East being effectively forced to win the Spade King, that Jack third of spades provides an entry to the long diamond. So spade back, declare wins the 9, gets to ruff a diamond high, and then pull the last trump.
They still weren't done. They had to get the club right in the end. So he played ace of clubs, queen of clubs, throwing East in, and now East has the choice of either giving him the heart finesse or putting him back in dummy.
Yep. Yeah, very nice, because this is effectively like an end position where if Declare just tries to finesse one of the round suits, he's like 50-50, right? If he guesses wrong and the opponents win the king and throw him back in, then he has to lead away from the other ace-queen. But here, due to that jack of clubs in dummy, he can play club to the ace and the queen of clubs, and if West happened to have the king, so the club finesse was working, then West would be end played into leading a heart anyway, so Declare could still try the heart finesse, but when East has the king of clubs, East is just end played in the end position. So, yeah, very nicely done. And 4 spades makes. 7 imps to Norway, so they're catching back up. Well, a club by West, takeout double by our partner, 2 clubs by East, and as Brink, this is one of those spots where we just can't really bid 3 clubs. If our major suits were in the other order, we could have bid 3 clubs to effectively show longer hearts than spades, but here, he bids 2 spades, the opponents compete to 3 clubs, and now he's happy to bid 3 hearts, and he's showed his majors in the correct order. So longer spades than hearts. And now it's all up to our partner. What is our partner going to do? I mean, this is a spot where our partner could easily be bidding a game in either major. Like opposite a normal 2 spade bid, our partner might say, okay, that's great. We found a 5-3 spade fit, no big deal. Partner has some values, but they're past hand. But at this point in the auction, it's like if our partner has a singleton diamond, and now that he knows that we have a double fit in the majors, he might well raise us. A bit of a funny spot where had West just not bid 3 clubs, we were going to be in 2 spades. But now that West has bid 3 clubs, we could easily be in 4 of a major. Don't know if it'll make, but we've showed our values. Dan says we almost got to watch 1 club redoubled on board 10.
By West.
By West. That's intense.
South with king 10, 8, 6 of clubs would be very secure in this country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I mean, what's our partner's hand look like where he's thinking about this right now? Obviously, you know, I think we're done with the auction, so we can explore some UI implications here. Partner's got to be like, ace third of spades, right? He has to have 3 spades. He didn't raise us. He's got to have like honor fourth of hearts, like ace jack fourth of hearts, king doubleton of diamonds and like 3 small clubs or something, or king third of diamonds and like 2 small clubs.
I'm guessing he has a flat-ish hand, then?
Yeah, it's possible that he's 3, 4... Whoa. So... Do we need to discuss with our partner what takeout doubles are? I don't think so, but man, this was not the hand I was expecting. Yikes. I mean, I think a lot of players might have just bid a no trump with North Sand over a club. Players might have started with a diamond.
I definitely would have been a no trump bidder. I guess I agree with the decision to go back to 3 spades over 3 hearts.
That's also a tough choice because 3 no could be the making spot. I mean, South Sand is not particularly good for no trump, right? Can it make? Can 3 spades make?
South Sand is, I think...
I mean, I think 3 spades could make.
The question is, can 3 no trumps make?
Oh, can 3 no trumps make?
We've only really got 1 entry at most to dummy.
Yeah, that contract's just gonna be awful. South would know it.
Yeah.
But board 10. Okay. Dan says board 10 can 3 no trump make.
By which side? Because you've got 5 heart losers if you're playing north-south, so that can't make.
Wait, did anyone say can 3 no trump make? Hold on. Where did I read can 3 no trump make? I didn't. Oh, I interpolated. Never mind. I'm good. Everything's great. Everything's fine. So after cashing the club ace, Jack of diamonds switch. Declare took a diamond hook, and now club comes back.
Okay, well, at this point, your diamonds are set up. So you can... but they've tapped you. If you play ace and jack of spades after this, and club rough, now your king of spades will be the last spade you have. And if spades aren't 3-3, you're going down a million.
Yeah, well, so Declare can do something maybe a little bit clever, which is he can rough this and then play 3 top spades. And then even if they don't split, he can just work on the diamond suit himself. But he could also afford to pitch a heart on this trick.
I was going to say, pitch a heart because, okay, you lose the king of clubs, but now you're golden.
Yeah, it's still not quite there, right? If spades are 4-2... No, we're fine, right? As long as West had the king of hearts. Yeah, this all seems great because...
So you're going to cash 2 spades. Are you going to try to use a diamond?
No. It's still going to be the same idea. Ace, king, queen of spades. Just give up a spade trick against 4-2.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, and then we can use the diamonds to pitch our heart loser.
Yep.
Now, spades could be 5-1. I mean, there's nothing about this auction that says East can't have 5 small spades here. And it almost looks as if that's what's going on from East, because East insisted on switching to clubs to try and tap us.
If you did go for ace-jack and then try to get a diamond entry, you'd still be okay as long as West has the king of hearts.
Yes. Yeah, so Declare has to decide right now, do I hop up with the Spade King or do I play low? He does overtake the Jack of Spades, and now presumably spades are 4-2, but that's okay. West can get a spade trick, and dummy is good. In fact, we're
Giving up the spade now, right? Avoid any issues.
Yep, we are going to get a beer with this play.
Nice.
So, yeah, nice result. Plus 140, although I mean, the auction was a little bit shaky.
If East hadn't played back a club, if East switches to, I don't know, Jack of Hearts, you don't get the Queen of Clubs as a trick, and you've got a heart loser waiting for you.
Yep.
And that heart loser is also, I mean, presumably it goes Jack, Queen, King, Ace. Now East has an entry with the 10 of Hearts, and they can give you a diamond ruff if they want to at some stage.
Yeah, well, I think on the Jack of Hearts, Declare would play low, and then so they would win the Ace of Hearts and then once again play 3 rounds of spades, and then seeing West has the last spade, they could just safely exit a spade, kind of similar scenario, force out all 4 spades, the Queen of Hearts is still protected in hand, and if they get tapped in clubs, they can just run the diamonds then. So 140 would still be made, assuming Declare picked off the King of Hearts with West.
And we did get 6 more imps back to Norway. On 10, they played in 3 hearts in the other room and got a bunch of spade ruffs against them.
Yeah, wow. Wow. So on the surface, 3 hearts doesn't look like a terrible spot, especially with the spade queen on side, but on a spade opening lead, spade ace of clubs cashes, spade ruff, queen of spades, specifically signaling for diamonds. Diamond comes back, another spade ruff. That's the first 5 tricks. 3 hearts went down 1. So North opens a spade, 2 passes around, South electing not to bid with 2 card spade support and only a 5 count, vulnerable. West gets to balance with a no trump.
I think I might have backed in with 2 diamonds when 1 no trump passed around to me. You know, you're not going to risk your partner getting excited. You already passed his 1 spade.
Yeah, true. I guess the big upside is if you happen to catch a diamond fit because you do have a little bit of spade support. Partner could be short in clubs, but I think also the risk of going for a large number is still up there. Well, whenever like your side opens and the opponents start bidding no trump, I'm always terrified of bidding again, just because like frequently that means they have stuff sitting behind you, or that suits are not splitting well. Like spades easily could have been 5-5-2-1 around the table with West having 5 of them. But it looks like it would have worked out okay here, although 2 diamonds might still have gone down.
Yeah, red-white is obviously the worst time to do it.
So partner's King of Hearts lead, I mean, based on the way trick 1 gone, it has to show the ace, right?
And we presumably got an even count signal? Yeah?
Again, yes. So if I think Jessica is correct, because we were playing Smith, we're able to give count to our partner in trick 1 against these no trump hands, and then presume that just we'll be able to give attitude later. That feels like I don't know, to an American, that's a really weird way to play, we just always give attitude all the time on every trick, and it seems to work out fine. But okay, so partner has not continued hearts, which that's okay. Declare is going to continue hearts himself.
So partner has ace, king, queen, fourth, almost certainly, for Declarer to be playing it as well.
Or ace, king, queen, third. Yeah.
Sure.
Cristoforo suggests that king for count, ace for attitude. I mean, that was something that I think some Americans had adopted in the past, but Tan, taking my words out of context, Americans always give attitude. Kind of true, though. Kind of true.
Oh, eight imps back to Switzerland. What happened?
Yeah, well, we had this hand where, I mean, we kind of said it looks like a nightmare to play in other contracts, and that turned out to be true on board 11. 3 no trump north-south ended up going down 4.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so someone asked, could 3 no trump make? Maybe you asked.
I did ask that.
Oh, that's not good.
So West has turned up with a club king, no heart cards. Not much in diamonds. I mean, might have the diamond king. None of this is really working out for us, is it? Now Declare has set up his heart suit. Finally, we get to give an attitude signal, but it's a little bit late. Also, we never really had an entry in the first place.
Board 11 is actually tight. If South had king, queen with the king of hearts, you're in a much better position because now you have an entry to the long spade.
Yeah.
It's the fact that you have no entries at all that makes the big
Yeah,
difference.
you have an entry to the spades and an entry for the diamond finesse. Yep.
Yep. I think that would have actually let the contract make, because you'd have 5 spades, you'd have 2 hearts, and you'd have 2 tricks in the minors somehow.
Right. Well, you were right. Partner had ace, king, queen, 4th of hearts.
What, you want me to comment on the actual real board we're playing as opposed to the one board?
No, not particularly. I mean, I think Declare is just going to make 7 or 8 tricks, depending. Oh, wow, Declare is going to make like 8 or 9 tricks now, it looks like, depending on what the spade position is. That's looking like 9 tricks.
Mm-hmm. Which is not the number you want, really.
No, but this is, I guess, a fortunate hand for Declare, especially once North doesn't get off to spade leads. Clubs come home. He has the heart spots. The diamonds are 6-1, so there's no danger in the opponent setting up diamonds. Feels like a pretty good result for East-West, but still not likely to be a game swing. But 4 boards to go in the set, so that makes it 20 boards to go in the match. And Switzerland sitting at currently 39 imps ahead. Norway's going to need to start making their moves. I wonder if we'll see some swings towards the end of this segment, or if the players will just try and see what the damage is at the end of the set, and then decide on their course of action. VuGraph operator, I'm not going to uncover the entire screen on this, but the VuGraph operator has said that everyone laughed that Helgamo end played North, but then didn't go for it. I mean, this wasn't really a guess in the end position. If North had the ace-jack of spades remaining, North would have just docked when Declare played a spade to the king. So Helgamo was 100% to, at the end of the hand there, duck the spade return, picking up the jack doubleton with South. Like here, if North had ace-jack third, they would just play low. How much does Norway need to be behind to play the last segment aggro? I think like 20 or more. Like if you're down 15, you probably go in and say, if one game swing goes our way, then we're back to even, so may as well just like try and play good bridge. But if you're down by more than one game swing, you probably need to start pushing on some hands that you otherwise wouldn't. Speaking of pushing, I mean, maybe this is one of these boards. Club by east, a spade by west, two spades by east, and now east-west have bid to a four-spade game after some game tries. Whoop. Have they? Maybe they haven't. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. No, we're going way back.
In that case, maybe that was a slam try, not a game try.
No, so in this case, 2-0 often is just asking about trump length because East could be raising with 3-card support here.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So this 3 spades should show 4 cards and a maximum, which it looks like East mostly has. He has a 13 count, a doubleton, 4-card spade support. Sounds about right. Jack of diamonds lead. I don't think we're a Rusino pair, as far as I remember. We're not.
Well, we hold the queen, so that's pretty unlikely.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking from Declare's perspective, because if Declare could have the 10 over there, but it looks like he doesn't. So trick-wise, I mean, we're hoping we get a diamond trick that our partner started with, like, Jack 10 third. That would be helpful. We might have a heart trick if our partner has a heart on her. We might have a club trick if partner has a club on her. Looks like we now have 2 spade tricks. Hard to blame Declare when they're missing the 10 of spades for playing the king on the first round. I mean, it's not over. That 4 of hearts, not necessarily a low card. Okay, but it was. It didn't matter.
No, losing 2 spades and a half.
Yep, 2 spades and a heart, so Declare just happy to pull trumps.
And you've always got 2 spade losers because South spots are good enough. They can cover whatever East plays.
Yep. Very true. Board 12, 1 imp going the way of Norway, looks like. So Helgamo doing well to make 9 tricks in his room, whereas Declare in the other room opened the West hand a club, favorable, playing their Polish club style, and then ended up passing the hand out in 2-no trump. Ooh, all right, this is exciting. I mean, this is a little bit of a swingy action, opening a spade on the South cards. Like, it's possible that Brink thinks the other room might do the same. I mean, maybe he just thinks it's 1 spade opening bid. It's definitely close, and
I think he thinks it's too good for a week 2 white. It is second seat, so it's it's close probably.
well, I mean, I was thinking, like, even if you don't have a week 2 available, or if your week 2s are a little bit late, which I think theirs are, you could open 3 spades, which some people might try. But one spade's probably about right on power. 6-4, 9 count. I mean, you have 2 effective tricks defensively. Ace of clubs, king, queen of spades. And this is kind of an interesting point where Switzerland has some of these pairs that play these kind of swingy systems. They have, you know, the weak no trumps, like very weak no trumps, like 9 to 12 or whatever, which generate a ton of volatility. That's not exactly what you want going down the home stretch when you are frequently ahead by like 30 or 40 imps. And I think that's one of the main reasons why Switzerland's matches have these large imp scores for both sides. They just have like 200 to 200 at the end of the day. But you can't just like change your system in the middle of the set, right? I mean, Zimmerman would probably prefer to now go and grab a generic 2/1 partnership to come and sit in, rather than these guys who could win by 60, lose by 50 in the final set of play. But you just can't do that.
Yeah, Norway will be channeling their inner UAE, or I think, do they 20-0 Switzerland in one of the weirdest results of the round robin?
Maybe. Yeah, UAE had some upsets, I remember. I mean, UAE, Morocco, a couple of the countries that didn't finish particularly high up there in the charts did have some exceptional rounds against the top teams. Oh, apparently Al Hollander has told us that 2 hearts shows diamonds from north. Is that true? That's amazing. Wow, it really is. Okay, so 2 hearts is game forcing with 6 or more diamonds. This is incredible. Well, see, Matt, the problem is this is why you have to submit system cards at the start of the set. You have to play the system that you've submitted. Yeah,
you're allowed to play multiple systems. You could have a card that says we played 2/1 where we think we're
that. I don't think that's actually allowed, though.
Well, and you also couldn't talk to your partner to establish whether you agree.
Right. Yeah, that's a big point. Okay, well, I'm actually now very excited to see this hand because North showing 6 or more diamonds, game forcing. I mean, diamonds could be our best spot, clubs could be our best spot, obviously spades has potential, or no trump.
You know, 2 spades seems clear, probably shows 6. Doesn't take up space. So far, so good. But now what's going to happen?
But this is where we get a little bit uncomfortable that we've opened a 9 count, because, I mean, I get more uncomfortable the longer partner thinks in these scenarios, because those are the times where partner just like blasts a slam immediately. And so we could see that. Good morning, V8.
But would you really feel that different if you had the singleton Queen of Hearts, say, and now you've got an 11 count? It's the same hand.
I mean, kind of, right? You know, it's like when we have the stiff queen and we're in slam range, partner could easily have like King Jack 10 fourth of hearts on the side, and now we actually knock out the ace of hearts. We pitch all of our club losers, and we can make it. Whereas, you know, singleton opposite King Jack 10 fourth is not so great anymore. It is different being in slam range versus game range. Like, I'm totally happy partner game forcing with a 13 count here and we get to a light 4 spades. Great. Let's try it. But when it gets to be slamish, then controls are important, but still.
Is Al telling us what this stuff means?
Oh, God. Good question. I'm glad that he's at our table, though. So, two spades is apparently the default, just something that doesn't fall into another category. Totally fine. Three clubs shows even longer diamonds. Great.
So the first one was 6 or more. Now it's 7 or more? Like, really?
I don't know. That's what Al's saying. So, yeah.
Okay, well, 7 solid diamonds and the ace of hearts makes 5 diamonds. Might make 6 without a trump lead. So you're really close to slam, pretty much regardless.
Matt says North must be trying so hard to get South to declare in diamonds. It's still not working. He's like, you've opened the bidding, you have honors that need protecting, come on, you declare. And we're sitting over here looking at our like balanced Yarborough or whatever we've got in this auction. Partner's like, 0, 4, 7, 2, and is like, yes, my hand is great, let's do this. And then the opponents say, ace of trumps trump. How do you like 5 diamonds now? How much truth is there to the joke, what do you call an 8th card suit? Trump? There are times where I would support partner as opposed to bidding my own 8-card suit. I think I've been wrong more often than I've been right. So it's probably pretty accurate. I remember a hand actually against Gavin where I was something like 2, 3, 8, 0 or something, and partner had overcalled a heart, and I splintered in clubs. And we were actually cold for 7 diamonds, but only made 6 hearts.
North still not bidding diamonds.
Yeah. Four clubs shows an 11th diamond. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm actually a little surprised, I mean, it depends what this stuff means, that South didn't do something to indicate the club control over that 4 clubs doubled.
Yeah, so South could have redoubled to essentially show his own first round club control. That's basically how it works when the opponents double a cubid. Although, it's possible that like North-South are still relaying, and therefore redouble would have been something else. It would have been a different step. So for all we know, I mean, South might just be like patterning out somehow.
2 key cards plus the Queen of Spades.
Yeah, it looks like 4 knows key card and spades, so 5 spades is 2 key cards plus the queen. We have that. This is great. Now if partner like insta bashes 7 spades, we're gonna be like, perfect, we showed our entire hand. And he can't possibly expect anything more from us. If partner trots out a slow 7 spades, we're in real trouble.
Why is 4 no key? I mean, it clearly is key card in spades, but why is it key card in spades? Did 2 spades? Where did spades get set as opposed to diamonds?
Maybe 3 hearts confirm spades as trumps. I don't. I mean, maybe 4.
Did 3 hearts say, I really have more spades?
Yeah. Okay. So Al says 3 hearts showed 6 spades, and therefore maybe 4 clubs is a cubit in support of spades. In which case, then yes, we could have redoubled.
Okay. If 4 clubs is literally a club queue, that's great.
Yeah.
But in that case, I'm further surprised that we didn't indicate a club control. So maybe 4 clubs isn't a club queue. Maybe 4 clubs is something else.
Like Gerber?
Of course. Sorry. How cool is that?
I Wow. Okay, what a guess by Al Holland. Of course, Al has the ability to see all the hands, but he thinks that four clubs was slam interest in spades, and apparently earlier in the event, Brink Driver played some sort of like pass redouble inversion here to show controls.
So the pass shows a club control.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, good. That makes sense.
All right. I mean, here we go.
Ooh. Ooh.
So, how do we get our partner to play six diamonds on
Yeah.
this auction? Six diamonds looks like a much better slam. Obviously, North doesn't know we have a doubleton in support. If we only had a stiff diamond or worse, a void, then we would be in
That lead
trouble.
with the king of clubs offside is very bad for us. You're going to have to play 3 rounds of spades, overtaking the jack. Yeah, it doesn't matter. All right.
Okay. Well, last attempt. Are diamonds 4-0 or not?
Not
10-10.
because the
Earns a couple imps. Maybe. Oh, never mind. Other table actually reached 6 no trump in the north. Is that a good contract?
Sure.
I guess it depends on who has the club king. If north-south at the other table knew east had the club king, it looks like they probably did, then...
Did East double something in clubs there also?
No. Just because East opened 2 hearts showing values. So 6 no in the north looks like a better spot because the queen of clubs is protected from the opening lead.
Yep.
But all right. Push board.
At neither table did North ever bid diamonds.
Right. Okay, I know past 4 diamonds. I think this is spades, but let me check their convention card just to make sure I'm on board with this. Yeah, it looks like spades, with West bidding 4 spades. I think I recall them doing this previously in the event. What was the lead against 6 no in the other room? The lead was the 3 of spades, just passive. So Declare able to collect 7 diamonds, 6 spades, the ace of clubs, and possibly some more tricks for 14 or 15 tricks. Do both rooms think the other room is in 6 diamonds? I'm sure they do. 6 diamonds has to be the better spot. Club to the king. Brink has seen his partner underlead aces enough that he does not stick in the jack or 10 here as kind of a discovery play. Yeah, Vikitsa says that if only there was a way for North-South to show diamonds in the auction on the previous hand, then maybe they wouldn't have had this problem. But I don't think either of them had the chance in their system. So West no trump is good 14 to 17, but I don't think we've seen Helgamo or Grudy upgrade too much. Actually, maybe Grudy has opened a 13 count before in third seat, like favorable. But for the most part, it seems like he has been fairly disciplined. Trump's pulled. So West has turned up with 8 high card points in the black suits. Yeah, Ace of Hearts feels like a pretty indicated play, given that Declare instantly pitched a heart on the Queen of Clubs at trick 2 rather than trying to pull trumps first. So 10 tricks. And we're on to the last board of the set, but Switzerland's still maintaining a 38 imp lead currently.
So conceivably you could beat that King of Hearts and a heart rough.
Yeah, or if North had underled the Ace of Hearts. See, Brink was right. He did need to fly the king on the first round of the suit, but unfortunately his partner did not find hearts and instead hit on clubs.
Well, he had a second chance. If Driver had gone up with the Ace of Spades, which, you know, he's probably not going to. He's hoping to clear out his spade.
True. Yeah. No, he didn't, right? Because Declare pitched a club at trick 2, or a heart at trick 2. That's exactly why.
Oh,
yeah,
exactly.
On 14, pass, pass, pass. Can we open 4 no?
Robot bridge.
What is 4 no? 4 no is normally asking for specific aces. Actually, I think that's filled out on everyone's convention card. They have the 4 no opener listed because that's like as far as they ask you to fill out. And everyone has it listed as asking for specific aces, which is normally what it is.
Sorry, for those folks listening who don't play Robot Bridge, there's a weird glitch where if you open 4-no trumps on some hands, Gib cannot double you for penalties. And so this is when you're a non-vulnerable Yarborough. You just open 4-no trump. Pass, pass, pass. And if you're going down in 50s against the opponent's game or slam, that's a stupid way to get a good result.
True, yes. I actually just don't do that when I play Robot Bridge. Maybe I could improve my results.
I've never done it.
So 12 to 14 no trump by North. This pair plays kind of a variable no trump range depending on seed and vulnerability. And after going through 2 spades, you know, I almost feel like responding to Al because I think I know the answer to his question. What happens if Helgamo had bid 4 hearts over 4 diamonds? I played South African Texas with a partner before, and the way that we used it was it just allowed the other hand to declare. They might have something more sophisticated though, so I don't think I'm gonna chime in. But 1 no, 4 diamonds, 4 hearts. What it was explained to me is that, like, if the no trump bidder does not have tennises, then we might want the hand with the long suit to be declare. I suspect this auction tended to show exactly what South has. A lot of players, if you had opened a strong no trump with this 3-1-4-5 pattern, would bid 3 hearts or maybe 3 spades, depending on your agreement, to show this distribution. So my guess is South showed exactly this with the 2 spade, 3 diamonds, 3 heart sequence. And North was able to put it in 3-no. Have to feel pretty good with 13, a nice 5-card suit, some good spot cards. You're looking at Brink Driver's convention card, and they listed as 6-5 in the minors. Oh, was I looking at Helgamo's card? Oh my god, they do list it as 6-5 in the minors. That's obnoxious. Okay. Cool. Cool. Wait, how did I do this? Trick 1 hasn't ended and I can see North's hand. Did I touch something?
Ooh,
Wait, can you see North's hand on your screen?
I can.
How did this happen?
I have no idea.
Maybe because Declare took too long?
No, you're dummy. That doesn't matter. That's how it's been previously. Oh.
Sweet, sweet. Well, that means we get to think about the problem in front of us. So, heart lead, not that threatening. Ace, King, 10 of hearts are probably good cards. But how do we go about setting up our tricks?
So we can nominally take 3 spades, probably only 2 hearts, 2 diamonds, and at least 2 clubs. Let's say the club hook is offside. That would give the opposition 3 entries, the pointed aces and the king of clubs. And so if they can set up 2 heart tricks, that will be 1 down.
Yeah, Declare's best attempt is going to be to try and figure out what ace East has. Because if he can make sure East is on lead, then he'll be able to safely set up his, multiple suits before the opponents can attack hearts.
I'm guessing you play on spades first, because you don't want to take the club hook first, because that gives West a potential entry.
Actually, the 8 of hearts might be just good enough that we can always make this, unless West has basically everything other than the heart suit.
So this is presumably going to go 8, 5, Jack or Queen.
Yeah, we can win, and even if we misguess and West gets in, they're going to have to play back a heart where we can just cover, because the honor 9-7 would be missing.
Yep.
And so if they play back the 9, we could play the 10, and East could win, but then would have to lead away from the 7. I mean, again, I don't think that's how the heart suit's distributed. I suspect that East probably has led from honor 3rd, is my guess. Do they play second best from 3-card holdings? I'm trying to interpret their card. No. So maybe East has actually led from like Queen 9-8 or Jack 9-8. That's possible.
All right, so in worst case, we've got Jack 9-7, maybe another one. Who knows? Offside.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right. So for the defense to prevail there, they need West to have 2 entries.
And the hearts to be
So he does play on
4-4.
spades.
Yeah.
No, if hearts are 5-3, that's the dangerous case, right?
Wow.
Okay, so 2-6. So yeah, now if West can get in again and put another one through. So now do you need the club hook to be on?
No, because I mean, like, if he switches to diamonds, you basically just have enough tricks at that point, I think.
But if he switches to a black suit...
Well, if we get 4 clubs, 3 spades, and 2 hearts, that's enough. So if he switches to clubs, we can just duck it, knock out the club king, and then we have communication and spades. Maybe. It's not like the hand's over. I mean, you're right. There's a little bit of difficulty. Clubs could be 4-2. Oh, also, we have to decide what to pitch from the south hand. Maybe that's the more interesting decision.
Well, you can afford to pitch a diamond at this point. I don't think that's a big deal. If clubs are 4-2, though, with the king of clubs off, your clubs don't set up because the jack or the 10 falls under the king. And then, if you have to overtake the 10, No, you got 10 of spades of an entry. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, the problem is if we pitch a diamond, we have no way to get 3 diamond tricks anymore if diamonds are splitting. So that's really what Declare's thinking here. Okay, he does pitch a diamond. So now if West has the diamond ace...
Because you have the 10 of spades as an entry to the long clubs, you can afford clubs to be 4-2 and still be able to get back there. I think East has to play another spade at this point to try to tangle your entries.
Well, it all just kind of depends on what the heart distribution is and who has the missing honors, right? Like if hearts are 4-4 and West has the diamond ace, now a diamond switch beats it. Because they'll go diamond to the ace. Declare only has 2 diamond tricks now to go with his 1 club, 2 hearts, and 3 spades, which is 8. And...
So then, even then, if the club hook works, you're still...
Yeah, if the club hook works. So if West basically has every missing card, the king of clubs, ace of diamonds, ace of spades, and the hearts are 4-4, and East has all the missing heart honors, then Declare is gonna go down.
And that's not true because West was a passed hand, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, West passed in first seat, so that cannot be the situation.
I mean, hopefully not. I hate to bring up
that would give him ace of spades, queen of hearts, king of clubs, ace of diamonds. He's not passing a 13.
True. Yes, good call. So yeah, Declare should be mostly cold at this point. It just depends on the number of overtricks. Wow, Vikitsa says that Israel from the Venice Cup emerged as 8th out of the round robin, defeated Poland in the quarterfinals, and ended up being ahead 100 in the finals now with 1 set to play. That match might see a lot of swings.
I think we've basically concluded this hand is in fact cold from here.
Yep.
Unless West passed the 13 count in first seed. So, good point to say thank you to Rob for having me for a second time.
Thanks for joining me.
All those of you who think that behavioral neuroscience can improve your bridge play, please feel encouraged to apply to graduate school.
Yeah. I'm sure there's some crossover, but my experience in academia is that being a good computer scientist has not helped my bridge play in any way.
Has it helped your robot play?
Probably not. But yeah, thank you so much. It's always great to have co-commentators. I don't know if I'm going to have one for the 3rd segment. I did send a message out to Michael, see if he wanted to join me, but have not heard back yet.
38 imps. That's 3 game swing. That's a big gap to make up in 1 set. So I think probably the commentary is correct. We'll see a little bit of a swingy approach, at least in the start of the last set.
Yeah, probably true, and we might get to see a little bit of the what we didn't have on camera from USA 1, USA 2 from the quarterfinal match, because their last set, USA 1 came in down almost 60, it was 59, and they made up 55 or so before falling just short at the end.
Zimmerman is going to bench Brink Driver because he thinks he's less variance than they are and play the last set himself.
I'm certain that's what's about to happen. Well, with 3-0 making, we'll pop over to the other room just to see how the play is going. I thought I had deja vu for a second because it is the exact same position, in fact, in the other room after East has continued a low diamond in this position, trying to get West in. Oh, I can unkibitz to show all the hands. Oh, unsurprisingly, East has kind of understood that he's not getting his partner in.
The commentary says Brink Driver wouldn't get gold medals if they don't play the last set, so that's not gonna happen.
I mean, hey, if the sponsor tells you that you have to sit out, what are you supposed to do?
Break the sponsor.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Well, didn't he already have like a suspected heart attack or shortness of breath at one point?
Yeah, actually I forget if it was yesterday or 2 days ago when we were watching one of the other rooms, someone had suggested that a bit of the delay from the VU-graph was because Zimmerman was having a little bit of health difficulties. So Dan says, I assume that question is as a player, Dan. So if you're sitting out the sixth segment, do you want to watch or go for a run? I don't know. I think most bridge players prefer to watch the match. But there are some who are just like, oh, no, I can't take it. The stress is killing me. Let me just wait until my teammates finish up and then we can compare. I always liked watching because especially if my teammates were on VU-graph and I was sitting out the last set. I don't think I ever sat out the last set when we were on VU-graph, but if I did, it was always nice to like go down, see the match conclude, and then be able to run down to the tournament area and congratulate the team on the win.
You join Rob as a co-commentator and make snarky comments about your team.
Yeah, I guess that's the plan. We have PJ and Jessica subscribing to the Gavin approach of bridge is an extreme enough sport. I don't want to do anything else physical. Why do I feel as if Declare has made this hand needlessly complicated on himself?
Well, did the defense play spades at him and risk and try to tangle the entries?
No, it was the same line of play, but then I don't know, maybe the VU-graph operator got something wrong, but it looked like that end position was actually rather complicated to come to 9 trigs. Anyway, all right, well, thank you, Ewan, for joining me. I'm probably going to jump off Discord unless I have another co-commentator coming in, but we will be back in about 5 minutes or so for the last segment of play, Switzerland against Norway. Switzerland currently leading by, was this 38? So stay tuned.
Yep. See you all there. Ciao.
Okay. There's apparently a closing ceremony, which will be coming up in like 4-ish hours for all of the players that are still at the event. Obviously, Gavin has come home fairly jet-lagged, but so this is the results of the Bermuda Bowl. I guess we can pull up the results of all of the other knockouts. So here is the Venice Cup, where Israel is absolutely crushing Turkey. Okay, I've gotten rid of all of the black bars on the screen. The bronze medal match, China has already defeated Norway. I guess maybe we saw that. Wow, Norway has teams in both the Bermuda Bowl and Venice Cup that have done quite well. In the Dorsey Trophy, we got USA 1 has a slight lead over Denmark. 7 imps with 1 segment to play. That match was pretty close. USA 2 has defeated Poland in that event for the bronze medal. And then in the Wuhan Cup, also a very close match. We have USA 2 sitting slightly ahead of France. I wonder if the French channel is watching that. I think someone said yesterday they were watching the Wuhan Cup just because they have a team in it. And then Romania has defeated Belgium for the bronze medal. So those are all the results. But now we just have to wait until... Look at this. We have, once again, I just have 3 videos and everyone else has Twitch. I don't understand. Also, the French Twitch stream also only has 1 kibitzer now, so it feels like these numbers are not really adding up either way. But lots of people covering the event. So players will go compare, kind of discuss strategy. Zimmerman will decide that he wants to sit in, and oh, I didn't realize he was playing in the Wuhan Cup. I mean, I think I covered the US team trials for this, but Migri Campanile is playing with Chris Walenkin, Debbie Rosenberg, and Michael Rosenberg. And then I am not sure who the third pair is on that team. I might have seen Amber Lynn and Andrew Rosenthal. Is that true? You're fully in support of Zimmerman sitting in for the last set? That would be quite a way to lose, though. That's really not something that you want to do. Like, as a sponsor, if you sit out and your team's ahead by 40 and you end up losing, then you can just blame all of your team members. But if you go in and it's Amber, Chris, Migri, Andrew. Well, I mean, currently what I'm looking at is Chris and Migri playing together, unless they have the nameplates wrong, which they might. Is that a typo? Knowing Chris, wait. Did they only change partnerships in the finals, or did they change partnerships early? They had this pairing on the results. I mean, this makes a ton of sense, right? Because if Rosenthal has already... So if Rosenthal has finished all of his sets, then definitely the 4 best players on the US team by a substantial margin are Chris Walenkin, Migri, Debbie, and Michael. So even if Chris and Migri don't have necessarily the strongest partnership because they haven't been playing together all that often, I do believe that substituting in your top 4 players when the skill disparity is so large between them and your 5th and 6th players is a strong thing to do. Is Rosenthal a sponsor? Yes. So this could just be a tactical thing where they switch up partnerships. They thought that their team was much stronger than the competition until the final set, and then up against a difficult French team, they decided to mix things up a little bit. But it's also possible that Chris just got tilted and said, no, I need to have a partner that pays attention to my carding. I don't know. I really don't know the internal workings of the squad, but I mean, like, Chris is some... You know, we were talking earlier about how, like, a lot of bridge players don't have good hand memory. Just, like, forget about a hand, move on, you gotta learn to do it. Chris is not like that. He will hold a grudge about a hand for decades over you. Like, back in the 90s, when I was playing with this kid in the juniors, they did this thing, which was a little bit suboptimal. He could have taken an alternative line of play, which was 2 percentage points better, and and so I refused to play with them on a team with them for the rest of my life. That is maybe not word for word something Chris has said before, but it's probably pretty close. You love my insight on the bridge community? It's just like very player specific, because there's a lot of bridge players that I've spent an enormous amount of time around, and Chris Walenkin is one of them, because I played a bunch with his wife in, his wife and I ended up getting second place 2 times in national events. So I know the internal workings of the Chris Walenkin mind a little bit. Oh, was there a 60-0 fourth set in the mixed? I didn't even look. I just pulled up the scores and was reading the final set. Sorry, that link is only going to take you to the Bermuda Bowl finals. So in the Wuhan Cup, oh geez, it really was. Yeah, look at this. 60-0 France USA. Big change. So who was playing? It was Rosenthal and Migri and Michael and Debbie. So what were some of these results? This is incredible, 60-0. It's very hard to shut a team out. And this isn't one of these 60-0 cards where it's only like 3 or 4 hands, where you win like a slam swing on one hand, a game swing on a couple more, and that's it. The rest of the boards are pushes. These are like 6 imps here, 7 imps there, 7 imps, 7 imps, 6 imps, a couple of game swings, 2 spades making and 4 spades making, slam decision on the last board of the set. Wow. But that's going to make for an exciting conclusion in the Wuhan Cup as well, because that meant USA 2 came in down an enormous amount at the start of today and had a big turnaround in the fourth set. And again, because Rosenthal was sitting in that set, maybe he'll end up deciding that he wants to play the 6th segment to make sure his team doesn't throw the lead. All right, one more set to play. Mixed 5th set. I can pull it up for you. So 5th set, 32-33, very close. But yeah, these were the lineups. So Migri played with Chris, and Michael and Debbie still playing, and of course the Croniers French partnership, and then another French partnership also sitting in. I can't possibly pronounce this name. There's 0 chance. Thuils and Reese, maybe. Lots of imps exchanged. So, one segment to go, and then I'm done with coverage of this event. We will have winners. Congratulations to whoever does end up winning the event, Switzerland or Norway, as well as all of the other winners from the other events going on. Dan says the photos are even older than the ones on Bridge Winners. True. Yeah, I tried to change my Bridge Winners photo the other day, and the file size was, like, not supported. So it's still a picture of me from, like, high school up on there, which is totally fine. Nothing wrong with with a photo of me from high school. I wonder, though, if the photos actually go in the opposite direction as some of the the players do. So, like, the older the players get, the younger the photos become. Soon we're going to have black and white photos of players showing up on VuGraph. Whew, it has been an exhausting week and a half that I've been here. I hope everyone has been having a good time with all the commentary. Dan says that someone mentioned her 8-year-old in the WBF profile, and he's now 26. Yeah, these things, like, I think a lot of the event organizers are just like, oh, we already have a photo of you, let's just, like, pull that one from the database and we'll use it. And rather than taking new photos of everyone at every event, which could be a little time consuming, so I kind of get it. But still, it feels like one of those things that you can update every 10 years or so. Actually, my photo from Bridge Winners made it into the National Bulletin when I got my first second place in an NABC, because I didn't show up to the picture, the team photo. And so someone just, like, went searching online for pictures of me, and ended up finding my Bridge Winners picture. And so they just pulled that and then slapped it onto the bulletin right next to my teammates. Yeah, Armin, the third, fourth place playoff is only 4 segments. That has been done since this morning. So all of the bronze medals were decided a few hours back. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense to me. Really? They go with the Jonathan Steinberg photos rather than going on social media? Did you want to join me, Michael, for the last set? Or do you just want to hang out? I'm totally okay either way. I am feeling a little bit exhausted, but that's okay. I got one more set in me. We'll try and keep the energy high for the last part of the Bermuda Bowl. Okay, sounds good. I will jump back on Discord. Whew. Exhausting event for me. More exhausting for the players, maybe. I guess depending on how many sets they played. As we've heard, Bake and Brogland have basically been playing every segment. And who was it? Kalita and Klukowski have also basically been playing every segment. That's not something you normally see from sponsored teams. You'll frequently see the sponsor play half, but then in, needing to fill in, say, over the course of one day, 8 pairs to play 4 segments, it'll be 3 and 3. So the sponsor would play 2 of the 8, and the other pairs would each play 3 of the 8. Oh, hopefully I don't fall asleep. I mean, the last few boards almost put me to sleep. A lot of pushes back and forth. No one found, we don't even get to see board 14 anymore, but that was one where the diamond slam was a little bit better than the spade slam. I need to pay out the poll. Thank you, Dan. Yes, I do need to pay out the poll. Who won? Hold on, I can figure this out. Right, Ewan makes a good point. Neither North or South had an opportunity to show diamonds naturally. Do I hear a Michael?
Yeah, I should be here. I was, I had my Twitch muted and I wasn't hearing you, so I was not saying anything.
Got it. Well, welcome to the last segment of play of the Bermuda Bowl 2023.
That's pretty exciting. Looks like some of the matches are closer than others, but we'll watch which. Maybe if the match we start watching, if we start with the Bermuda Bowl, if it doesn't get close, we swap over to a closer one, or I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. I could poll people to see what their thoughts are. I mean, I think we'll definitely start with the Bermuda Bowl, and
yeah, I mean, if Switzerland starts by picking up a couple big swings, it might be more interesting to wander over to the mixed, I think, where it's a 7-imp margin.
Yeah. We also do have rooting interests in some of these, like the Dorsey Trophy is very close. The Wuhan Cup is very close. Okay. I'm putting up a chat poll to see if people want to watch a match that is close or if we should mostly stick with the Bermuda Bowl. So everyone can vote.
Pettis Cup. They're probably not even going to play the last one. I think it's 113 imp margin with 16 boards to go.
Yeah, maybe not. We could see a concession from Turkey.
Turkey did have a really nice run, starting by beating the very strong USA team in the round of 8 to the finals. So great job by them.
Yeah, although like Israel, as someone noted, barely squeaked into the top 8. They were 8th, and then they defeated the overall winner of the round robin, which was Poland, and they made it all the way to the finals, and they're just crushing. So
also well done for both teams. I just kind of nowadays Israel is so strong in general in these events. I kind of am assuming that they're a good team, but I don't know what's concerned with their ladies team, how strong they really are. But it looks like they're had a very good showing in this event.
Yep.
My alarm cat tried to get me up in time to watch your first segment.
Yeah, how did that work?
I almost stayed up through the night to watch the first segment. So when he tried to wake me up like 2 hours later, I shoved him off the bed.
No. Yeah, we had some fun. We had a awesome special guest in the first segment. Gavin was able to join me.
Oh, that's really special.
Yeah. Okay. Looks like people have voted on Bermuda Bowl, so yeah, we'll stick around here, hang out. Hopefully Norway will be able to make the match a little bit close. I mean, they're used to having 6 segments that come down to the wire. Both their quarterfinals and semifinal matches were very tight going into the last couple of boards, but now up against the difficult Switzerland team.
So I'm looking at the scores, the running score for the Bermuda Bowl, and I see there's a 3-imp penalty towards in favor of Norway, and I'm thinking back on the incredibly slow play we've witnessed over the previous segments, and just thinking like they need to make penalties a little more significant. I think the USBF has it closer to right with where the penalties could be closer to 10 to 12 imps for a violation to make it a little painful enough that 3 imps over 100 boards is really just usually noise.
Yeah. Okay, less than 10 to 25. 25.
And I know Gavin was talking about this also, and you can see it now as someone who is a broadcaster of these games, how amazingly difficult it is when the players are just taking a ton of time in positions where they don't need to be taking a ton of time, especially where it's just an overtrip is involved. Gavin was even advocating on his stream the other day that just don't even count over tricks.
Yeah, well, Gavin has said that a bunch, and I think it's like an unpopular thing. I've gotten a lot of backlash for like bringing that up on my stream, actually. A bunch of YouTube commenters and chatters, even from Twitch, are like, over tricks are so important. You can't just like throw over tricks on these boards in these matches, but I'm with Gavin on this. Like, just you have your 9 tricks and 3 no trump. Take your 9 tricks. If you can get a 10th, fine. Try and get the 10th trick, but don't like stress over it. This isn't board a match.
I mean, you could even split the baby and say the first over trick doesn't count. So it's like 2 over tricks it could be 60 points, which is a 2-imp swing, sort of the same as an under trick. So if the first over trick doesn't count, where it's just a 1-imp swing, but the second over trick could count, then at least a bunch of situations where only 1 over trick is at stake in a major suit game or 3 no trump, you just don't even bother with it.
Well, we're off. So first board. A 2-diamond preempt by North. We had 2 hurt overcall, 2 no trump, looks like it is asking. And what did North bid? North just bid 3 no trump, which maybe 2 no was asking specifically about the quality of the diamond suit. And 3 no showed 2 of the top 3 honors.
So I sometimes have talked about double proof spots. Imagine that Helgamo had the 10 and the 8 of hearts, or the 10 and the 9 of hearts instead of the 3 and the 2. You'd been a lot more tempted to go for a penalty against 2 hearts than with ace queen 3 deuce, which are kind of hopeless spots. And so it's a little easier to get mixed up in an exposed position when your suit looks like king jack 10 9 7 like Kalita holds than if his suit looked like king jack 4 3 deuce.
Yep. Yeah, very true. That when you're a little bit worried the opponents might have a trump stack behind you, having good trumps makes it a lot harder for them to double. Okay, I have Helgamo and Grudy's convention card. Let's get the Polish clubbers up as well, Kalita and Klukowski. So it is interesting. I mean, someone pointed out, and this might be true, that Kalita and Klukowski played every single set during this event. That feels like a lot. Zimmerman just doesn't trust Brink and Driver for good reason. They have a very swingy system.
I would love to have Brink and Driver.
So you think if Zimmerman kicks them off, then you have a spot warmed up for them?
Yeah, I wouldn't kick them out of bed for eating crackers or for going down to slam or whatever.
Well, 3-0 not really going to be a success, although it's not a terrible contract with East having overcalled hearts. Diamonds just needed to split a little bit better.
Like 6 diamonds, 2 hearts, and a club is 9 tricks, and when that doesn't happen, you have 3 diamonds, 2 hearts, and a club.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of an unfortunate result for Norway here, where they had this like convenient 2 no trump bid to ask about diamond quality for the 2 diamond preempt. Are Brink and Driver, do they have a natural 2 diamond preempt? I don't remember.
I have to jump over to their table. I guess I can do that since we have this table open.
Because if South doesn't get to know about the ace queen of diamonds, you might not really want to.
They do have a natural.
Okay. Well, first board is in, and it is a swing to Switzerland, who has just hit 200 imps on the match. Whoa. Okay. This hand could provide some potential fireworks, depending on how excited West decides to get with his heart stack over there.
I actually think the South hand is not super far away from a strong no trump if you're in the 14 to 16 no trump range. With the 6 card suit adds a lot of value.
Sure.
The 3 aces are good for both suit play and no trump play, so I think I lean towards 1 diamond, but I know a lot of players who would actually go ahead and open that in no trump.
And that could have been a decent way to try and swing a board if they had it available. I mean, Helgamo and Grudy have been mostly disciplined, and they play essentially 15 to 17. So this hand's a little bit too far from that.
So for Brink and Driver, their general approach is natural with an unbalanced 1 diamond, and I believe transfer Walsh over club. No, sort of a Polish club. Sort of.
Okay.
No, it's clubs unbalanced or a couple of balanced ranges.
Yeah, but so we can kind of see the difference in the other room where they just didn't have this, you could say, useful 2 no trump gadget that Helgamo had, where he was able to ask about diamond quality over the diamond preempt. South just had to make a competitive 3 diamond raise with the king doubleton.
Yeah, so if diamonds had split, 3 diamonds would have made, but so would 3 no, and that would have been like 7 imps the other way. So a lot of imps just sort of swinging on sort of a random break, which is to be expected in bridge. these long matches, you think they'll even out. But, okay, I don't think West is going to. Oh, I was looking at the auction in the other room. I should close that too, so I'm not distracted by it.
You don't think West is going to make what? How high did they get?
The auction in the other room is North is doubled throughout, so it's kind of amusing.
I mean, we could see that here continuing. North might continue with a double on his hand. But so the first double just shows 4 or 5 spades from North. So there it is. North does find the second double. There's 3 hearts. Yeah, okay, so South doubles 3 hearts. I was curious if South might have even tried a 3 spade bid, because South has denied 3-card spade support already. But he does double.
Alright, so it's really hard to not be distracted by the auction in the other room because it's really weird. But let me try to concentrate on this one.
I'm excited to see when it comes up.
Normal auction. A diamond, a heart, 4 or 5 spade double, pass, 2 diamonds. That all seems normal. 2 hearts. I guess you have to do it with the good 6-card suit because you don't want to defend 2 diamonds. Then double, perhaps showing a 5th spade or extra values, something. 3 hearts, double probably. 3 hearts probably just showed a good 2-way hand and them. For North to jump the 4 spades here on King, Queen, Jack, 5th, which is a very good suit in context, but not a suit you'd want to play opposite of Singleton, there must have been some implication that Helgamo had spade tolerance.
Yeah, I think Helgamo's double probably showed some spades.
The East also has spade tolerance.
Yeah. Yeah, this isn't going to go so well for North-South. I mean, you know, depending on how the defense goes...
Jack 9 of heart clubs are sitting over the 10-8, which means the defense can lead clubs. The diamonds are... The finesse is losing if Declare decides they need the finesse.
Yeah, so 3 rounds of hearts is not going to work. If West plays another heart here, Declare can pitch a club, roughen the south hand, play the ace of spades, cross to the diamond king, effectively pull trumps while setting up the diamonds by roughing a diamond, and East, you know, I mean, can take their natural trump trick eventually, but that's going to be it. Wow, okay, so West does find a club switch.
I think Declare could, if they got a rough and discard, they could roughen the long hand and pitch a club from the short hand and then play 3 rounds of clubs roughing the club, the other hand, and take the ace king of diamonds, and then just, that would be 10 tricks.
Yeah, also could have gone that way.
2 diamonds is 5, 4 spades in a rough is 10. I must be more awake because yes, last time I tried to count to 10, I came up with 9 with 5 plus 2 plus 2 plus 1. So.
Yeah, Declare are going to be understandably a little upset. I mean, 4 spades is a pretty good contract on the North-South cards, just needing 4-2 spades and 3-2 diamonds.
If you looked at the North-South cards and said, where do you want to be, you would say 4 spades. Yep. He's already lost 2 tricks, and he's not going to be able to avoid losing a trump trick. And it sure looks like he's not going to be able to avoid losing a club trick. But, is there anything that can be done? I don't think so.
I mean, Queen 10 doubleton of diamonds.
even try for the queen of diamonds on side because he lacks
Right.
entries.
Yeah, if he knew that the spades were 5-1, he would have probably taken to diamond finesse earlier.
His plan here, which I like his plan, which was just to save the ace of clubs as an entry to long diamonds, draw all the trumps, hopefully in 4 rounds.
Yeah.
And then split the diamonds, hopefully in 3 rounds, and then go to the ace of clubs and pitch your clubs on long diamonds.
Yep.
Seems like a really straightforward line of play that just needs humane breaks in the pointy suits, which did not get.
Yeah, so here he's definitely going to end up down at least 2, I think. But he wants to try and be as careful as possible, get out for down as few as he can manage.
So he's entitled still to 2 diamonds, a club, and 2 spades for 5 more tricks, and he has 3 in, and I think I agree that he's not going to figure out a way to take more than that number of tricks.
I mean, I guess if we play a club to the 10, is that good enough? Club to the 10 would do it? It would set up our long club.
Let's say if you play a club to the 10, they win and they tap us.
But that's okay, because if he gets in with the long trump, then he doesn't have any hearts to cash. I think you get out for down 1 if he had ducked a club.
Well, if you duck a club, you're losing a club trick and you still have a trump trick to lose. Oh, but that's only 4.
Yeah, you score the extra long club in the north hand. Okay, so Declare does cash the king of diamonds, which would have been his only chance to make. Queen 10 double 10 of diamonds falling. He still could have made this. He would have then pulled 2 more trumps, played the jack of diamonds to the ace, and then just started running diamonds.
If he takes both the queen and jack of spades, he has another issue. The east has another heart
Yep.
left. Well, the west is feeling a little bit squeezed here. All right, so now if he lets west in with the jack of clubs, west could play another diamond through, leaving east with a heart
Right.
winner. So he needs to play ace of clubs and a club.
It still wouldn't have been good enough. A diamond still comes through from west.
I think what he was trying to do here was elope with the 8 of spades, where if east was following to the 3rd round of diamonds, you could just rough with the 8 of spades safely.
Right.
And that would be another way to score a ninth trick. They're called elopement plays, where you score a trump on a rough that's in a position where it wouldn't otherwise be a winner.
Yeah, so I mean, I suspected he might try this plan of ditching a club. East can now throw a heart, and then West just has to start leading hearts through. West could also switch to clubs, but I mean, a heart pitch from East would make things a little bit easier at the very least. Nice heart discard, and now West can continue the King of Hearts. So, unfortunately, with the spades splitting so badly and no misdefense, 4 spades going down 2, result from the other room, 4 hearts doubled down 2 for East-West. They... oh my!
Yeah, so Brolin tried to pick off the spade fit, and he picked a sort of a poor moment to cite.
Successfully found the opponent's spade
I'm not
fit.
sure that a hand with 6 solid hearts is necessarily the position you want to cite 1 spade in, but I think the reason maybe what he was going for was sort of a position where South would wind up rebitting no trump with spades stopped. He'd find up on lead against no trump having bid spades with 6 solid hearts.
Mm-hmm.
That was the big winning case for the one spade side. On the other hand, spades outrank hearts, so if partner starts bidding a lot of spades, you're going to be very sad.
Yeah. It's very possible that he just came in thinking we're down 40. Let's just psych at my first opportunity, and he found one. And it did not pay off. Could have worked out if the spades were not 5-1. Then 4 spades would make, and 4 hearts would have been down 300 or maybe 500.
I kind of feel like if you're going to psych on that hand, a 2 club overcall is a little better psych, because you have 2 unbid major. Now, it won't talk the opponents out of 4 spades necessarily, but it will make a negative double awkward because of your heart length on the left, and will still mislead the opponents without running the risk of partner bidding suit that outranks yours.
Sure. I will say that I haven't personally thought too hard about, like, what are good psychs and what are not good psychs. It's probably not something that you spend a ton of time thinking about.
I envy you.
But yeah, it's it could be an art.
The fact that I have so much experience with this is a sign of my mistake.
Or the fact that you always come into the fourth quarter down 50, which is also not good news. So Helgamo getting to open his 10 count might be duplicated in the other room, but we could see South pass that hand. They do find the spade fit.
Play an unbalanced diamond in the other room, so I think that would tempt them into opening it because it's more descriptive that their one diamond is usually 5+. Yeah. So they'll have an easier time describing the essentially 3-suited nature of the hand, and probably without having any expectations of it being more than a minimum. But actually, they could see whether they've opened it as I could look. No spoilers, but I think it's tempting to open it playing an unbalanced diamond. It's a 5-4. It's a good 5-4-3-1-10 count. I think that you're allowed to open this hand. So did they have a misunderstanding about 3 hearts where South thought it was natural and just popped it into game, and North thought it was
we are on our way to 6 spades if that's the case. I guess not. We're on our way to 5 spades if that's the case. North can bid key card and
5 spades is actually okay here, right?
Yeah, it should be fine.
That's some work.
I mean,
so you've got 2 club losers. If they lead ace and a trump, you actually.
Yep. Ace and a trump does seem to be
trouble. Well, I guess
5.
Diamonds don't split. You have to do something with the clubs. You can't squeeze anyone in the minors. It doesn't look like you can set up the hearts unless East pops. If East pops the king of hearts, then you can set them up.
And if East doesn't pop the king of hearts, then you can squeeze East in the minor or in the red suits.
Oh yeah. Okay, so you can.
I mean, kind of, right? It's close. I mean, maybe that's what Declare would have to play for. I mean, you could play for 3-3 diamonds, right? So you'd have a bit of a guess.
You can wait to play for 3-3 diamonds though until after you've made a play in the heart suit.
Here we go. 5.
If it goes ace trumps trump, you win. And North does have a very good hand for an auction if South was cooperating with Slam Tribe, but I think Rude was probably thinking that 4 hearts is the highest thing in response to whatever the 3 heart bid was, and if and that's sort of an unusual thing for partner to do. Is that he probably knew there was a risk they were having an accident. But even if they were having an accident, that doesn't mean that 6 spades would be bad.
Yeah, the issue though is that without bidding key card, they might get there now if South queues 5 diamonds.
I'm thinking maybe they play some sort of two-way game try where three hearts shows shortness, in which case there's this really cool convention that was from Lou Blum, written up maybe some 40 years ago, and it's now called a Blummer, where when partner shows shortness through a bid like three hearts showing shortness, if you raise the suit, that just says you have a hand with nothing wasted in the shortness. So all your stuff is working. Not that you have the ace of the suit, but you just have like everything's working. You have a minimum, but everything's working.
Cool. Yeah, cool idea. Well, the other table stopped in 4 spades, so I guess we're about to find out. Because if East does find ace and a spade lead, it looks as if Declare can make the 11 trick contract if he picks up the right position to play for, but it's not so obvious. Oh my god. This match could be a blowout.
Wow. I mean, Kalita realizes that they're off another key card.
Yeah.
And that they've probably had a bidding accident where one person... I mean, he heard that North explained 3 hearts as shortness, probably. So knew there was no chance of no future in the heart suit so much.
Okay, well... So Declare needs to be...
And I think if he knew that South
very careful.
Was 3, 4, 5, 1. He sniffed it out. Wow. That was really well processed by Kalita. So now I think Grude needs to lead a heart before doing anything else.
Oh my god. Okay. We're in it. Heart to the queen. He still can fall back on 3-3 diamonds, though, so he's not out of the water just because he picked up the heart play. But this is a good first step.
So there's basically a double squeeze chance after you play. Let's say they win and play back a club or a diamond. Either way, you play ace of clubs, can clubs, club ruff, heart ruff to your hand.
Diamond to the ace, heart ruff.
Or you actually made...
Yeah.
Oh, actually, you're going to try to ruff 2 hearts. So let's say it goes diamond to the ace, you ruff a heart, ace of clubs, can clubs, club ruff a heart. Now run your trumps and try to run as a double squeeze. And I think that's at least... I think that's probably better than a 3-3 diamond break. You get to chance to try to rough down the king of hearts third.
Yeah, okay, so he's going to have to...
He has to choose now.
Now is the time where he has to choose.
He's going for the double squeeze. We don't know for sure if he's going for
he can still decide to play on diamonds and hope for the diamond split. Oh, oh no. He plays for the diamond break. Oh, it hurts. This is looking bad for Norway, especially given that Switzerland tends to do much better in the second half of these segments than in the first.
It's hard to math up all of your chances on the double squeeze, but it's basically you need the hand with either the long clubs, because the club threat is separate from the diamonds, to have a hand with 5 or more clubs to have started with the diamond guard, or the other high heart to rough out in 3 rounds, or the hand with the other high heart to be positionally in east in front of the diamonds. And it turns out that everything but roughing out the other heart honor was happening, but really hard for Declare to know to do that, and hard at the table to know which is better. I don't think the squeeze is above 50%, and a 3-3 break is not above 50%. So maybe the ace of spades and a spade lead push you to, like, if East had a vulnerable diamond holding, if he had 3 diamonds to the tan, knowing there was an unbalanced diamond on his left, he'd be less inclined to lead trump. So maybe I think he says either 2 or 4 diamonds, in which case, in either case, you're better off playing in the one case, playing for the minor suit squeeze in the west.
Yeah.
All right. Well, next case, this match is starting to get a little ugly.
Oh no. Maybe I'll have to redo the vote and see if people want to stay here after the midway point if Switzerland's up by 100. But
yeah, let's go a few more boards, and if Switzerland just pops down another few game swings, it's gonna. I would prefer to move to a match where it's.
Wait, is this true, Vikitsa? So Amber is not going to get a medal.
She did. No, she only needs to play 2 sets. She'll get a medal no matter what.
Oh.
Even if she played no sets in the finals, she'd get a medal, but she wouldn't get any WBF rating points.
Okay. It's the.
She wouldn't get her master point. But we won the the women I coached won the gold in the Constellation Border Match event. And one of the pairs on my team actually played for someone else in the border match, and they were still presented with gold medals because they were part of the original team.
Wow!
Even though they never played, they played boards for other teams. So they're really good with giving people medals, because I think the psychology of getting the medal is really important, and what they won't give you is rating points for not playing the boards.
Got it.
But I think in the WBF you only have to play a third of the boards. So if Amber was in 2 sets, then she should get. I think she does get her rating points, but I'm not 100% sure. But that's the way it used to be. It's just 1/3.
Yeah, sorry, Zapsniff. I know that there's a bunch of Norway fans here hanging out, watching the event.
Oh. I'm a Norway fan today.
Yeah.
But it's heartbreaking.
It really is. We can't keep...
It's so easy to just change a couple cards around to have Broglin's Psych work better. At least have the 3-0 Trump make, or the 4 spades. I mean, they were in a good 3-0 on 17, a good 4 spades on 18, and they lost a bunch of imps for trouble.
Yeah, exactly.
Easily been imps the other way. And then 19 was an unfortunate sort of bidding accident. And then misguess in the play.
Yeah. But
it's not bad play that's swung most of these imps.
No, but Zimmerman seems to always get away with it somehow. Every time they're in the finals and they just pull out all of these matches.
A lot of the, especially I would think from Kalita and Klukowski, who played all the boards, it's not uncommon for the quality of play to deteriorate by the end of a very long tournament where you're playing a lot of boards. And it's a little sad that the quality of play in the finals is not always the same high quality that you saw getting there. Well, it's a board on the floor for Switzerland, but an imp to Norway.
The comeback is real. Ooh.
All right, so
this is a hand.
9-8 doubleton of spades.
Yeah.
So technically, you can bring in those spades for one loser. Actually, realistically, you might do it too. If you need to bring in those spades for one loser, say you're in 6 diamonds. You start by leading low towards the Jack 10 of spades, and it goes 9-10 queen, and now you have a choice on the second round whether to play for it to be doubleton, honor 8 or honor 9, or 9-8 doubleton. Now, restricted choice tells us that it was more likely that it was honor 9 than 9-8.
Yeah, but Declare could also pick the spades the other way, right? They could start by leading the Jack, playing West for the doubleton honor.
If you start with the Jack, yes.
Yeah, so it's kind of a 50-50 how Declare chooses to start the spade suit, and in one case, if they start with the jack and it gets covered, they just always make it, because they'll play the ace, they'll see the 9 fall, they'll play back towards the 10 and see the 8 come up, and then the rest of their spades are good.
So the 2-heart response to 2 clubs showed 5 or more hearts and 5 or more high card points. And 3 diamonds was natural. And I'm wondering whether Helgamo is going to backpedal with 3-0 here with sort of soft stuff outside of his ace of hearts. The odds of having a 4-4 spade fit seem low. One partner shows a strong 2 and a minor. Some people might have used 3 spades here, I suppose, to show spades and diamonds. Sort of similar. Like, it's very common to have 2 clubs pass 2 diamonds pass 3 hearts and 3 spades, show a 4-card major with longer diamonds, because otherwise you just can never show that hand type. But here South has made a positive.
Okay, well,
and Helgamo, it's a good hand for diamonds. You have at least the jack of diamonds is great. The clubs tend to be, the queen of clubs is either a pusher or likely to get you rough with the doubleton. The ace of hearts is the best heart honor to have. There's a lot of positive things about the south hand. It just meshes really badly with the north hand. If either of them had the common sense to hold the 9 of spades, then slam would actually be quite good.
Yeah, although I will say on this auction, I think North and South are both going to be optimistic about their spade holding because they don't know their partner has length in the suit. So North can easily imagine that South is sitting on, like 1-6-3-3 shape, and now ace 4th of spades is great, and South is like, oh yeah, I have 4 small, a partner has ace doubleton, everything's fine. So I think this has worked out well that they didn't find the spade fit for slam.
Well, I think North is just a big key card, and so I'm not sure what the responses are. 5 diamonds seems like a really high response to 4 hearts, so this might have been a cubit auction with a sign-off.
Yeah, so
if it's a cubit and sign-off, then they have a shot at staying low. If it was key card, then they don't.
I feel like this is just one of these spots where you come in down so many imps, you just have to bid the slam most of the time.
What the key to a lot of these slams is your mesh in the secondary fit. What we can see here is if ace king doubleton opposite queen and 1 in clubs, and that is just like you never were able to diagnose anything close to that. If that queen of clubs was in their hearts or spades, they'd have a much better chance. If the queen of clubs was in hearts, then they could just set up the hearts to pitch all the spades away. If the queen of clubs was in spades, then the slam would be cold.
Zapsniff asks what changes in this auction if East-West interferes with 3 clubs over 2 diamonds and 4 clubs over 3 diamonds, and I think the answer to that is that Zimmerman is looking for new teammates. I think that's the only thing that changes.
They just wind up getting doubled in something if they do that.
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
Maybe North just decides to bid slam anyways, but
okay.
in South, I would look at headhunt.
Yeah, so here we go. I mean, North is obviously, not too upset. Slam has play. And this is kind of the hand where you want to be in slam, looking at the two hands based on the state of the match. Can it make on a diamond lead? Sure. Declare just needs to decide how he plans on playing the spade suit.
And the entries make it a little more awkward to start spades with the jack because you'd have to do it before drawing trumps. Only have 1 entry. I guess you could lead the jack of spades late after cross the ace of hearts and lead the jack of spades.
Yeah. It
does feel more natural to me to start with low towards the jack 10, but maybe that's just the way I've always misplayed this.
It's actually just a 50-50. Because the only holdings you can pick up are... actually, it looks like you can pick up 9-8 doubleton and exactly... Like, I'm used to ace 4-3 deuce opposite jack 10, 6-5. But here with the 9-8
Yeah, 'cause
doubleton.
that's the way it's written in the two combination books.
Yeah.
And so something about that, with where these two combinations are written up, is often the presence of just the 7 instead of the 6 make a difference. And one of the things that Fred Gittleman did such a great job with furthering the science of bridge is he did a lot of deep dives into suit combinations where the presence or absence of a spot made a huge difference.
Yeah. So in this case, it does look percentage then to lead the jack on the first round because the honor doubletons are a wash, assuming you pick all of them up on one side or the other, but you can pin the 9-8 doubleton here.
I have another thought. Claire might just try rattling off 5 rounds of trumps first before doing anything, maybe even all 6 of his trumps.
Yeah, that's possible.
And see if that puts them under any pressure.
Yeah, and that's probably a good plan because he doesn't care if he goes down multiple. He just needs to make the contract, and he knows he only needs 1 trump to protect himself against a potential heart ruff. So a defender from, for example, king 3rd of spades might pitch a spade, and that would make his life easy. Okay.
Up right away.
He leads low. I mean, so he's done this very quickly, and I think this might give him a little bit of information. Klukowski wins the king. Nice play.
I'm not convinced. I actually think he should win the queen here, because I think if Kalita with the queen of spades would be more likely to think than with the king of spades. This is one of the positions where the lower it is, like if you were leading up towards like a very famous intra finesse where Helmut led up to a 9-7 once, and the guy won with the higher honor there at his table instead of winning with a 10. If you lead up towards dummies 9-7 and the player is sitting there over there with a 10 and doesn't play it, I mean, that's just very unlikely that they don't play the 10, or at least even think about playing the 10 when you lead up towards dummies 9. So the lower the thing you're leading up in towards dummy, the more likely you are to get a think if the lower honor is on your left, which is one of these cases. So it becomes on the fourth hand one of the cases where winning with the lower honor is more deceptive than winning with the higher honor.
It does feel like tempo-wise, though, I think Declara did very well in putting that low spade on the table quickly, and now East, presumably with honor doubleton, was going to have a hard time, because that's all North can pick up. If East started with queen 3rd, sure, maybe East would have quickly played the 8 or whatever on this trick, but there's nothing North can do at this point. So he really is...
He wasn't thinking about 9-8 doubleton when he let a spade up. He was just thinking about honor one spade.
But
now the 8 of spades popped up, and he does have something else to think about. Now, if Klukowski plays a heart back, Declare is going to have to make his spade play right away. Whereas if Klukowski exits passively with a club, Rude can play his clubs and his diamonds before crossing the heart ace and making his decision.
Yeah, Dan asks, how about the 2 of spades back? I mean, it would force Declare to make a choice immediately, but one of the things that I've always found is that when the defenders find the best defense against me in situations where it's not obvious what to do, it tends to mean that they're looking at most of the high cards for their side. So I think the 2 of spades would be a little bit revealing.
I would be so shocked by the 2 of spades. I mean, I don't, on a scale of how crazy it is, it feels super crazy, but maybe it's just crazy smart. It wouldn't occur to me, and I wouldn't be prepared for it as declarer. So maybe it's crazy smart. Usually, when both sides are playing on the same suit, one of them's crazy.
Yeah. Ooh, one of the Vugraph commentators actually makes a good point, that East could have 9-8-2 in spades. So West might have King Queen Doubleton. That is a scary scenario that Declare is going to have to decide whether or not he's playing for that one as well.
Yeah, you'd hate. I mean, it does seem like the percentage play is to catch the ace next and just sort of ignore the 9-8 Doubleton possibility. Wow, I'm seeing the result from the other room is you have blacked out. You have that black?
Nope.
No, it came in the.
Yeah, five diamonds.
The other result from the other room. So they had to do well to stop there. They did open 2 clubs in the other room, and East-West did interfere in clubs, which might have helped North-South diagnose that they sort of had club shortness opposite club shortness, which was bad for their mash.
Yeah.
So they had a couple of cubids. Maybe they had keycard. Whatever they did, they stopped. So I'll stick with Brink and Driver as being good team.
Right. Well, so in the other room there was like a 3 club overcall on West 10-6, and then a 4 club raise on East Jack 3rd. As someone, a Norwegian fan in the chat pointed out. Declare does.
This is not surprising. It's disappointing, but not surprising. I think it was the right play, but did he come back the 2 of spades, or did Declare?
No, he came back at club, and Declare cashed a diamond, but then just tried the spade ace. Ooh, that's tough, because if Declare had just started the spades from dummy, he would have made this one. Yikes.
That's true, because it goes Jack, King, 8, and then you're playing for the Doubleton King Queen, but when the 9-8 pops up, you pick it up. That's an interesting one. So you pick up 9-8 Doubleton on your right by starting with the Jack from dummy, which you don't by starting low.
Right, it's definitely percentage in this layout to lead the Jack first, like without a doubt. I mean, this is a...
That's only because you have the 7.
Yes, it's only
right?
because we have the 7. Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god. That's so cool.
And it matters because the 7 in the north hand I don't think is good enough. But the 7 in the south hand would be good enough. Like, the presence of the 6 from south, I think, is also important. Maybe... Yeah, well, it makes it so you can pick up a couple of extra holdings.
This feels like a hand. This suit combination could be in the right through the pack as the tail of the 7 of spades.
Definitely. Yep. Well.
All right. Well, board 22.
Yeah, board 22. Okay, you know what? I will.
I'm down to diamond in action again. And North has another. Well, this time you make and slam. And this has to be like, this has to be a very psychologically crushing set for North-South here. They know 17 was, they can hope 17 was a push, but they know it's at best a push. They know 18, they got to a good game and went down. They can hope that's a push, but that's sort of like the best. Their upside is that being a push. And then 19, they kind of know is bad, and 20 is a board on the floor, and then 21 they know is the best they can hope for. They have like 3 boards where the best they can hope for is a push, and 1 is likely to be a game's winner.
Right. And they are making a slam once again. I mean, 6 diamonds is a great contract.
It is kind of easy to bid this one, at least if you open the south hand. If you don't open the south hand, you might open 2-0 with the north hand, which would also make it very easy to bid.
Yeah.
Can you make no trump as well as diamonds? Let's see, 5, 8, 10, 11 in no trump.
Okay, I've put up another vote to see if anyone wants to see us switch matches at this point. Totally happy to stay on this one, but maybe as things get worse and worse. The other table does bid to 6 diamonds for Switzerland. So once again, not too many imps to be picked up here.
The margin in the counting right now is 73.
Yep, 73. It is the Bermuda Bowl. That's true.
It is. It is the premier event, but 73 is a lot. uh, the mixed, the margin is 17 right now. The seniors is 28.
Oh, okay.
Are playing the last set in the Venice Cup, so good for them. They didn't throw in the towel. I have a lot of respect for, like, I'm in the finals of the World Championship and I'm going to play my cards. I think that's kind of good. It's good form because there are a lot of people who want to watch it. And how often are you going to be in the finals of World Championship? I know it's disappointing to get to the final session of World Championship and no, you're not going to. Did they just stop? They stopped in 5.
They stopped in 5 diamonds. This is this is not going great. So
maybe they swung. Let's see, one diamond, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 3 diamonds. South bid 3 spades, which is alerted, but probably just a bunch of stuff in spades. And then partner bid 4 clubs. South bid 5 diamonds, and I think Grude passing that was probably trying rush swing. He probably knew they were going to be in slam at the other table, and was just hoping that, you know, there'd be some bad break that beat it, or bad luck that beat it.
Yeah, well, when both opponents...
It's a big position to stop short of slam if partner has any sort of honest 1 diamond opening bid.
47 to 1. This is the point where it's more impressive to win 47 to 1 than 47 to nothing. Because that means the opposing team actually got a full board against you, so you had less to work with.
Only had 5 boards to pick up 47 bits. Yeah, and this is sometimes happens where you're pushing in a match, and every time you push, you get slapped back. And I've definitely been there. Usually at this point, if I went into the set behind and I started pushing, and I pushed early, and things went bad, stop pushing because I just don't want the score to be 200. I think at this point, Grude and Helgamo know that they're not going to win this by pushing. They're just not going to win this. You could be down. They could be down 84 amps with 10 boards to play against some team at the local club and have a good chance of coming back. But playing against one of the top teams in the world and they're down 84, it's just very challenging.
Yeah, I actually have had opponents stand up in the middle of the final set of play and walk out and never come back. They didn't even tell us they were conceding. They were just so furious with the way the match was going. So we had to get a director to confirm that we had won. But I think it would be cool to have a like a horse type thing. Is that what it's called in poker? Where you have a bunch of different events that you play?
The horse is Hold'em, Omaha 8, Raz, Stud, and Stud 8. And when the 8s refer to a high-low game where you need to make a 5-card hand where your highest card is an 8 in order to be eligible for the low part of the pot. Raz is just 5-card, the 7-card stud where the lowest hand.
Oh my god!
5 diamonds redoubled is.
You don't double the opponents when you're ahead by this much. This is a lesson Kalina needs to learn. Okay, well,
I think Kalina might just cut it out in 5 diamonds redoubled because he knows the opponents are swinging.
Yeah.
It's not like he knows he's not making 5 spades, so it's hard to pull this to a sure minus score. And I like the redouble here because you think you're murdering 5 spades. It turns out you're not actually murdering 5 spades, but you think you are.
Yeah.
And it's when they double me in 5 of minor, I wasn't sure whether I was making 5 or 6, and I know I'm murdering them. That is the best spot to redouble because you want them to pull because you're sure you're getting 800.
Well, we've sat for it, so we're making an over trick, right?
Over trick. Yeah.
Wow.
Missed 6 diamonds, but they found 5 diamonds redoubled.
Is this only win 1 against 6 diamonds making? It's 1,400, is that right?
1,200. Yeah, it's 1,400 the hard way.
Yeah. Oh,
Maybe just 1,200. Let's see. You're
Yeah.
vulnerable, so it's 1,000 plus 400, so it's 1,400
Right.
the hard way. When you're not vulnerable, redoubling 5 of a minor gets you to 800.
mm-hmm.
Doubled is 550. Redouble gets you up to 800.
Okay. Well, the fans, it was tied on the vote, switched to another match. So I guess, Michael, I will let you decide. We should wait and see what happens in the other room on that board.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see what happens on the Michael Jordan board in the other
Mm-hmm.
room. But a friend of mine used to say there was always excitement on the Michael Jordan board. Everyone's vulnerable, and South's the dealer, and it's got the magic number 23.
Okay. Well, it is 10 imps back to Norway. 5 diamonds doubled, not redoubled, making 6. I guess there's just no way to avoid defending 5 diamonds redoubled.
I guess not. It is 74 with 9 boards to play.
Yep.
Well, let's yeah, it's my call. I think that there's going to be a lot of action, so it'll be interesting stuff. But it's also result is kind of known. I'd rather watch good bridge than people swinging wildly, and I think we're more likely to see good bridge in the match.
Okay.
So that's my
Sounds good. Well, Co-Caster has called it, which means we're going to head over to the Wuhan Cup. Let's take a look at Magri and Chris, or is Chris tilted? Should we watch the Rosenbergs?
I think I would prefer Migri and Chris, but I don't have a strong preference.
Migri and Chris it is. Well, so much for Bermuda Bowl. Congrats to Switzerland. You know, I say this, and now, like, if Norway makes the comeback, well, I'll have to be on the lookout just in case that match gets close. But
I'm going to keep that open in another window and sort of like glance over if cool things are happening, we can jump back over there and take a quick look
Sure.
or something. And obviously, if Norway starts piling on a few swings, we may jump ship for the premier event. But this event is a quality event. I don't know the Croniers very well, but I know them by reputation as very strong players. I know that Migri and Chris are both extremely strong players in their own rights, so I expect a high quality of play at this table.
hey, PLRC, there is no transmission with live camera feeds from the actual event itself. As far as I know, we can only cover the event on VuGraph.
Every once in a while, there's a link to a camera feed of the event that comes up a few days after it's over. I'm not sure who's in charge of that or why it comes up. I think they video them for security purposes to try to because of the work that Brogland put in years ago. That they make those videos available to the public in case there are any aspiring Broglands out there.
Got it.
Hearts South here on this deal. East West have already taken one trek, I see, and they are entitled to 2 clubs and a diamond still. 2 clubs and 2 diamonds
Yeah.
still. That would be down 1.
Yeah, it looks like there's nothing Declare can do about it. I mean, West having opened a diamond and I guess East turning up with the... I don't know why Chris would not put up the King of Diamonds there. I mean, he's right that West happens to have the ace, but it doesn't seem like he has any other hope for his contract.
I wonder if he did and it was operator error.
Yeah, possible. But I mean, Chris is definitely one of those.
I just can't imagine.
He likes to just guess where honors are, and he's usually right about it.
I guess. Did they open a diamond?
They did open a diamond in the West. Yeah.
There's no hope of it being a singleton ace. I'm not sure what he's hoping is going to happen. Maybe there's a position where that 9 of diamonds comes into play if the opponents don't cash out, but he might have just been like, well, I know the ace of diamonds is on my left, so I'm just not going to play the king, and I don't know what good thing might happen, but I'll see what it is. I know that playing the king can't work. And sometimes that's as good as you can do as declare. You just go, well, I know plan A will not work. I haven't worked out whether plan B might work, or if anything, if the opponents can screw up and let plan B work, but I'm just not going to do it. I'm just going to stick with plan A.
Yep.
You would either need like the 9 of spades to come into play, or the opponent to underlead the ace of diamonds. It just, all of it seems really highly unlikely. The 9 of spades can be roughed and dummy anyway, so I guess the 9 of spades can never come into play.
Yeah, so he now needs to decide, okay, he does lead a diamond. I mean, he could have led a club to the 9 here to potentially try and score a club trick.
So he is kind of like pseudo end playing West about that 9 of diamonds. If West was to try the jack of diamonds, it would not work, but West smartly just leads low because it was either his partner has the queen or declare has it. And the count signal says partner has it, but even if declare had it, it wouldn't hurt him to play low.
All right, well, he has managed to end play east into leading clubs at least. Gavin has also switched away from the Bermuda Bowl. Good call. Good call.
It's sad that it went that way, that we had to switch away. If swap those swings away, and then we're in a tied match, and we have a super exciting Bermuda Bowl to watch.
Yeah.
Here we have a super exciting. This is the
Wuhan Cup, so the mixed event.
Really close.
This is new. I think someone said that this first happened in 2018. Is that right?
Probably that must have been maybe when the World Championships were in Wuhan.
Yeah.
This is 2 very strong teams also. So this is.
Yeah, I mean specifically this table. I mean the Croniers are frequent members on not necessarily the French national team, but they've played on the top French teams before with Bassis and Lorenzini and those partnerships. So they're very strong French partnerships. And Willenkin has been pretty active on a lot of the U.S. Open teams as well. His team did not qualify in the Opens. I think he was playing on Rosenthal for the U.S. team trials this year, but he is also a frequent open event participant. And Migri, I know that she has played for the U.S. women's team in the past. She's obviously happy to play on the mixed as well, and multiple-time national champion, I think. I don't know exactly when the last event was that she won, but I know that she's a very strong player. So this is... She
does very well. She's often played with David Berkowitz in mixed events, and she must have in playing on those teams. I can imagine that she has a very good track record on them. And
so I was going to say...
This looks like a 7-no trump hand.
Seems like a 7-no, oh my.
You have 12 top tricks if hearts come in. Now, if hearts don't come in, you need everything, right? If you had only 3 hearts, then you would need 4 diamonds, 4 spades is 11, and then a trick with a heart club squeeze or something. So you need hearts to come in, and once they do, you are up to 12. And lots of chances with the 10 of spades, the 13th diamond, and potential for pressure with the club suit, so potentially a double squeezer on clubs.
So...
In 7-no. Let's say they've led a heart against 7-no. let's say if you played it from the west and they knew about the heart fits, they just let a heart. If they lead a club, then that reduces your chances because you don't have an entry in the potential double squeeze suit.
Yeah, so question, is 7 no better than 7 hearts? Because 7 no you can make if South has, say, Jack 9 4th of hearts sometimes, if everything works and there's a squeeze, but that feels like a pretty remote possibility. Like, South would need the King Queen of clubs and the Jack 9 4th of hearts, right?
So one thing that you might be able to do in 7-0 that you couldn't do in 7 hearts is, in some cases, diagnose a bad heart split to be able to pick up a singleton 9 in the north hand, potentially. I'm trying to figure out, like, in 7 hearts you can play ace of clubs and ruff a club, but I think that you close up your double squeeze.
No, but I'm thinking 7 hearts has chances when if you can play 3 rounds of spades.
If North has Jack 9 of hearts, you might be able to make 7 hearts still.
Yeah. I mean, this is an interesting heart suit, and it kind of mirrors a hand I actually had in one of the online tournaments a while back, where the correct play in the heart suit is to lead low to the queen on the first round, since you're always planning on cashing the top 2 if both players follow, but you can pick up the 5-0 split by low to the queen. Whereas if you start with the ace, thinking, oh, like, I'm going to play the ace low to the queen, and if South shows out, then I can hook the 10, you can no longer pick up the 5-0 split.
So, when I'm talking about a double squeeze, it's hard for a lot of players to visualize this, especially as you're coming up. So what I'm doing is I'm counting 12 tricks with 5 hearts, 3 spades, a club, and 3 diamonds here. So I'm 1 away from all 13. I'm thinking about a position where I've run all my hearts and the ace, king, queen of spades and the ace, king, queen of diamonds. I'm in my hand with the 2 of spades and the 6 of clubs, and dummy has the ace, jack of clubs left. And what had happened on the last trick where I played my last winning heart is that if the player on my left had the diamonds and a club honor, they had to keep their long diamond because dummy still had the ace, jack of clubs and a diamond then, the long diamond. So when they keep their diamond because they have to, because otherwise dummy's good with the beer card, I throw the diamond away. Now, when the player on my right has the spade and honor doubleton of clubs, they have to keep the spade to guard against my 10 of spades in hand. And they keep the spade then in the 2-card end position. One of them has a spade and one of them has a diamond, and neither one of them can have 2 clubs. Actually, basically score the long club with the jack of clubs, because that could be ace 3 deuce of clubs. The squeeze position would operate the same.
Yeah. So, well explained, hopefully. I mean, maybe people followed, maybe people didn't. I know that my viewers tend to be a little bit, depending, my longtime viewers tend to be a little bit more expert level than beginner level, but...
So let me do expert level play for this. Start by, once you test the hearts, start the diamonds with the queen, ace, and king, so that if diamonds are 3-3, you can score beer.
That's the end of the expert analysis. Yeah.
I lost my beer card remote from your screen.
Part of the difficulty in double squeezes is that you need a lot more entries for them to operate some of the time. I mean, depending on where your threat cards are. So, if South were to lead a club, then the double squeeze would be off, the way Michael had described it, because you need the communications and the, what did someone say the other day? The middle suit? The middle suit, if we're calling it that. The one where you're trying to squeeze each opponent in that suit and another. And so the club opening lead would cut communications. Well, the way the bidding's progressed, East opens a heart, other than slowly, because I can tell that it's progressing slowly. We've been able to talk through the entire play of 7 no trump multiple times. South overcalled 2 clubs, and I think a lot of players would probably just pass that hand. But being
super animal.
but being favorable, you know, Chris has decided, hey, this is my one chance to get involved in the auction. Partner's a passed hand. The opponents have game. Let's make sure partner on lead knows what to do. Let's stick in the 2 club call. Unlikely to get doubled.
It feels like he might have confused not vulnerable with invulnerable.
True. So Tuna from West got alerted. I suspect I do have convention cards pulled up, so maybe I can interpret a little bit. Oh no, it's in French. I mean, it's not exactly in French, but they have SA as their no trump. Yeah, Sansa too.
When I was a young lad, I was originally from Montreal, so when I would visit my parents or my grandparents in Montreal, I'd sometimes go to the bridge club with my grandfather, and the bridge clubs were all with French cards, and it was in French, so to learn.
I mean, it looks to me like Tuno might have been alerted as a heart raise to conserve a little bit of bidding space where West doesn't want to Q-bid 3 hearts with the limit raise, so they stick that into 2 no trump.
I mean, I could see just after pass a heart 2 clubs just bidding 3 no with the West hand, figuring I've got a couple of club stoppers and a balanced 13 count. It looks like they're proceeding more carefully than that. And it's a good hand to be proceeding carefully because East has a monster.
Right. Yeah. So kind of well judged on this specific hand. I was also thinking about the 3 no call, but West deciding, you know, that especially in this partnership where you've played together for a long time, if you're completely comfortable in making this bid and knowing that you have an ability to sign off in 3 no later, if that's right, then go ahead. Give your partner some room to show their hand. So 3 spades looks to me to be natural. 4 clubs and 4 diamonds Q-bids.
Yeah, East-West can take 10 tricks with clubs as trump. That's not enough to get the non-vulnerable opponents, or the invulnerable opponents as the case may be here, enough tricks.
Not quite.
Only down 5.
They have an English convention card. Gotcha. I mean, I most of the stuff on the card is in English, but I just noticed when I was looking through their opening bids that they have SA. I guess if you play enough in these international events, you figure out what some of the other countries' like no trump things mean.
So, law of total tricks. North-South have 9 clubs and East-West have 8 hearts, which makes for 17, and North-South can take 3 tricks, so East-West can take 14 tricks and hearts. Seems accurate.
They have 5 hearts, 4 spades, 4 diamonds, and a club for 14.
So, in the Bermuda Bowl, there was 3 imps to Norway on 24, and push on this board in 7 no trump.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 more boards on the floor.
Yeah, starting to look like. I mean, now they need what, more than 10 imps per board to come back.
Yeah, they're down 71 with 7 boards to play.
This is we really should have stayed on that match though if this was going to be the pace.
this is a painful auction. I suppose we could. The other table has some kind of result on this, so they're slower than this.
Are they also bidding this one?
The play will be faster. I haven't looked at the other table. I was kind of my BBO windows on the Bermuda Bowl. But...
So North's going to be on lead against 7 no trump. East will be on lead, or South will be on lead against 7 hearts.
Yes, they're still bidding this one in the other room at a similar pace as yours.
Great.
South did not stick in the 2 club overcall. It would be very un-French. French are generally solid bidders.
Yeah. This is just so unbelievably slow. So 4 no shows 3 key cards, yeah? It's not necessarily that easy to get to the grand. I mean, the Queen of Diamonds is a big card, so if East was controlling the auction, he wouldn't be able to figure that out. And the Queen of Spades is a big card.
Yeah, so when you're bidding a Grand Slam, you sort of have to figure out what tricks you know that you're getting. So in a key card situation if East was asking and found out about the 2 aces and the Queen of Hearts, he can sort of project 5 hearts and 4 spades is 9 and a club is 10 and 2 diamonds is 12, but can't project the 13th trick without the Queen of Diamonds as well. And he's not a sure thing on that 4th spade either. So these can be really hard hands to bid. I'm thinking that maybe West has bid key card here at this table, and that East is shown. Hearts must be agreed here. So East is shown 3. And again, West can show that he's got all the key cards with perhaps 5 spades here. And then maybe that gives room for East to... And East could show the king at... East with both kings in spades and diamonds. He's shown this... Either of them, I think. Might just bid a grand if his partner's inviting one.
Yeah, this hand would have been so much easier if East had bid key card.
East might have been able to ask for the Queen of Diamonds.
Exactly, because that's the only card that East is missing. And so once partner, like let's say 4 no was key card is East, you get 5 spades, 2 with the Queen. You can now bid 6 diamonds to ask about 3rd round diamond control. And that would have gotten them there.
So they are certainly taking their time bidding this one, and I think that it's a little more time than I'm comfortable with in an auction like this. I do know that slam auctions, you give people a little bit more flexibility in breaking the tempo to think things out, but really absurdly long tempo breaks, they're always going to express some sort of unfindable extra value.
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder if West is thinking about how they guarantee all the key. I mean, West could be thinking about which of my bids shows that we have all the key cards and I'm looking for 7, and if both 5 spades and 5 no trump show that, do they ask for different things? They may be sort of like on a deep page in their system notes that just hasn't come up a lot, and they're actually not thinking about anything about the meaning of their bids. Okay, so East can't bid over 6 hearts because 6 hearts, that means you're off a key card.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of understandable from West's perspective, because West is looking at missing the king of spades, missing the king of diamonds. You got all the key cards, but...
No rough.
Yeah.
It's just... And there was an overcall, which maybe portends bad breaks, so maybe you can't expect the hearts are going to be 3-2 as often as they would be. So I kind of understand why West did what they did, but it does mean that they missed an excellent Grand Slam that will make.
Yeah. Okay, Declare does get off to the right start in the trump suit, cashing the queen. And in 6 hearts, I mean, this is definitely one of these spots where, again, you know, some players might have a different opinion than myself and Gavin, and I don't know if Michael's in the same boat as us about just, you don't care about the over trick, just you have 12 tricks, take some line of play, do it quickly, don't spend the next...
Yeah, I mean, here I would probably just claim saying I'm going to cash the ace king queen of spades and the 10-8 of hearts, how many tricks do I make?
Yeah, exactly.
And they would say you get a
Yep.
beer. You have a beer if you
Yeah.
want it. We'll pitch enough diamonds to make sure you can take that instead of...
Okay, but hold on. Important beer refusal play by South. South pitches the queen of clubs at some point, so that now Declare has to decide, do I play for the 3-3 diamonds, or do I pitch a diamond and just claim my 13 tricks?
So this is why I was saying you should play the queen ace king of diamonds first. So you just know.
Okay, yeah, good call.
I said that was the expert line. I mean, this is not the expert line of play because you may cost yourself a beer here. Spades come in, you just don't get a beer.
True, yeah, exactly. I mean, I guess Declare is basically planning to cash the... Oh, you're totally right. I mean, now that they've thrown a spade rather than a club from the West Hand, they're going to pitch a club here, but now when they go ace, king, queen of diamonds, they can't cash 3 spades and still get back there.
When the 10 of spades sets up, they're sort of forced to cash it because it's their known 13th trick.
Okay. I was confused by the low diamond play, but now I'm back on board. So this is kind of another spot where a double squeeze could have occurred already, with spades being the middle suit.
So,
Greg says, how do you not even try for the beer?
So Michael Rosenberg did score a beer just at this exact moment in 7-0 trump at the other table. He before doing everything, he did play the ace, queen, and king of diamonds, and saw the 3-3 break and scored and claimed the beer.
Wow, very nice. Okay, well, before the auction even happens in this room, I think we have about 15 minutes before they start bidding this next board to take a look at the auction from Rosenberg's to 7-0 trump. So East open to heart, no overcall by South, 2 diamonds by West. Just looks like natural 2/1, 2 spades natural, 2 no trump natural, 3 diamonds. So now East's shape is known. 3 hearts by West. Finally, they found a heart fit. 4 clubs by East, 4 spades by West. Oh.
I'm wondering if 4 spades was heart key card. And then 5 spades said you had them all.
Yeah, could be.
East kind of knew about the queen of diamonds from West's 2-0 bid. If West bid 2-0 with heart support, then West had to have the diamond queen.
Yeah.
So when West invited a grand, East bid. Well, West made a 2/1 in diamonds. So the East bid 7 diamonds to offer.
Yeah. It's actually really funny that I don't know which of 4 spades or 4 no's key card given the response, because 4 no could be 3 and 5 spades could be 2 with the queen.
4 spades could have just been a spade cubit, and then 4 no is key card for diamonds or hearts, or maybe they were playing ski cards because they'd agreed both diamonds.
Yeah, exactly.
And hearts. But whatever they did, it's not alerted, but they did it well.
Yeah, so nice contract to 7-0.
What they did, but they did it right.
And then Declare does cash all of the diamonds. And cool. 7 no trump bid and made, 13 imps to USA, which means USA is pulling away. They're ahead by 22 currently. One no, all pass, and North leads a diamond. You know, I've said a couple of times that I've said a couple of times these like honor thirds are actually pretty good leads against no trump contracts, and so North may have considered leading from king queen third of spades against one no.
If they wanted to go passive, I think they could have let a heart. I guess Declare has to decide whether to pop the 10 of diamonds here. It only really loses when it's singleton jack or queen on the right.
Right, but...
And it seems twice as likely that it's from queen jack than from queen 9a.
Yeah, although, you know, queen jack 9 fourth, would you always lead the deuce? Probably not. You might lead an honor from that sequence.
This lead is not the best start for the north-south pair, but the north-south can still do quite well against one no trump because they can untangle the clubs and the spades and take 5 clubs, 4 spades, and a diamond if they can get everything. This requires, let's say, North to win the diamond and shift to the spades. They get the spades, and then when South plays the queen of clubs, if West doesn't cover, I imagine West probably would cover, but if West doesn't cover, North would have to unblock the 9 of clubs to ensure that the clubs run. I mean, I guess North could fail to unblock it and South could continue a low club, or just as well.
Yeah, so, okay.
That's a trick that South just pitched with the 2 of spades. He doesn't know it's a trick, but it was a trick.
Yep. But probably...
But it should get the king of spades.
Yeah, I mean, sensible to just make sure that your partner gets off to the right defense. So, king of spades.
So, from South's perspective, South's looking at 7/3 of clubs in dummy, and they've got queen jack 8. This is one of those cases where you look at your third best spot. When dummy has 3 of them, your third best spot is bigger than dummy's first best spot. I think that's a situation where you can afford to shift to the queen most of the time. But he shifts low, so this is going to work fine because Declare didn't have a second sight to put in the 10 of clubs.
Right. Yeah, and this is another one of these like Grosvenors where if you can pick off the holding from Declare, then you can basically know that they're never going to guess the right thing to do. So Chris kind of making it a little bit easier for his side where he shifts to an attitude 3 of clubs and now is able to just run the club suit.
He just knows that Declare will never put in the 10 from king 10 doubleton, so it can't really hurt to shift to a low one.
It's only like
I'm not sure it could hurt to shift to a high one.
It's only like a match point issue where if Declare had like king 10 third, they might stick in the 10 or play low or something and you blow a trick that way. But at imps, it's not that relevant.
One no trump was bid, and 9 tricks will be made, just 9 tricks not for the declaring side.
Yeah.
So even with the benefit of a very helpful opening lead, it was still a little bit of a mess, but it's a really normal result to open a no trump. Only thing is that South passed his 5-4-3-1-11 count with a stiff jack, and a lot of players would open that. If you open a club, I don't think East-West wind up in one no trump. I think West is more likely to overcall a diamond or to double one club than to bid a no trump. And either of those are not the path to going plus 300 on defense.
Exactly. So we should just be passing more strong hands and then defending when the opponents are vulnerable.
Well, I mean, if Chris is doing like a deep evaluation on that, I mean, his starting life is a 5-4-3-1-11 count with a singleton honor, and his suits are ace 8 small small, queen jack 8 small small, king small small. So like no useful spots really in his suits.
And I know
I can sort of see like if it's close for your partnership to say that I'm not going to do it on this.
Yeah, and I know Chris has been a lifelong 2/1 player. He has not been tainted by the precision bidding style or a lot of these like hyper-aggressive systems that people are playing nowadays. So,
but notice this 5-4-3-1-11 count. He opens one club, and I agree with the evaluation that this is a one club opening bid. Like even for a more conservative style, this should be a one club opening bid because your long suit has like this great texture. You've got 2 aces, and you definitely want a hand where you want to get involved. You really want partner to lead clubs if you're on defense.
Yeah, so 1 club opener, 1 heart overcall by West, negative double by North, and now East.
I don't know if that's a 4 or 5 double or if it's specifically a 4 double.
Probably just 4. I think these are not European players anymore.
No, and the WBF card link for him sent me to his card with someone else.
Oh man, well this match has become interesting once again with 6 boards to play because South having opened the hand, Debbie Rosenberg chose to overcall a no trump with the 15 count on that board, and North holding 11 elects to double it. They do get off to a spade lead, but it looks like...
I thought that the opening 1 club would cause a swing the other way because I didn't think you'd overcall a no trump. I thought that it would be sort of normal to make a takeout double there.
Yeah, funnily enough, both Souths found the Grosvenor in clubs. The French South switching to the 5 of clubs through declares King 10 doubleton. But 11 imps. 11 imps. So the match is close. We only have 6 boards left to go.
Fender's almost at 1100 in the other room because they didn't start. They started with spades, but they also started by blocking the spades.
Yeah.
But still, 11 imps the other way is. I mean, that's really huge for keeping this match competitive. That was if that was just a small minus, then it would be 5 imps to the U.S. And that match would be starting to get a little more out of hand.
Yeah, so 2 no limit raise in hearts. West bidding just 3 hearts. Wow. I mean, it's worked out great for East here to just sell out to 3 hearts, but that is a big hand. You have a 12 count, 5 card trump support. But the club's 2-2, the limits...
I mean, I guess 3 hearts is like whatever you're thinking, no, but I mean, I'm thinking like if partner needs a spade finesse, it's probably on side with the negative double. If partner needs a diamond finesse, it's probably on side because of the opening bid. If there's a club honor, it's probably on side. So like partner doesn't have any diamond honor or club honor that have a work finesse.
Right.
All partner has is good hearts and wasted spade honors.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just...
Would the auction have gone differently if partner king was somewhere, like, if partner had king 9/3 of clubs and jack and 1 spade? And you're just making 4 hearts on the spade finesse.
Yeah. Yeah, so maybe well judged based on the auction. I mean, both North and South bid, so East might have expected partner's hand could be even weaker than this, possibly. And that's one of the dangers. If
North-South, I guess, made it hard. The competitive bidding's harder than constructive bidding, it seems.
Yeah.
That's why you have this sort of first mover advantage in opening the bidding. East-West had to judge to stay low. They did really well to stay low here. I have to admit that I think with Cronier's hand, I would not have let it go below 4 hearts. But
So 140, I mean, this has the potential to be more imps going back to France because, I mean, 10 card major suit fits often end up in 4 of a major, especially when you have an 11 count facing a 12 count. It's really just the mirror distribution of the hand means Declare has no hope for a 10th trick.
So when Rob says mirrored, it looks like if imagine the East and West hands are in a mirror with their pattern. They're both 3-5, 3-2 in that order. And that is terrible for your side declaring the suits because you get no roughs, no discards. Your options as a declarer are just become completely limited. It's easy to have wasted values, like you can see here. They have 10 high card points in spades for 3 tricks.
Yeah. So the result does come in from the other table. 4 hearts was bid pretty quickly, in fact. A club, a heart, negative double, 4 hearts by East. I kind of like Michael's decision where he has a hand that if the opponent's, like if South is sitting here thinking, like I have heart shortness, partner could have some values, 4 hearts looks preemptive, let's compete on. Rosenberg is all set to double the opponent's to whatever contract they end up in. He has the ace queen of spades sitting over north. Queen jack diamonds is defensive.
And there's no reason to think that they're not about to bid 4 spades. So your left-hand opponent could easily have to be 4-1 in the majors and be about to bid 4 spades.
So.
And I don't want to let them bid 3 spades over 3 hearts and get their hand off their chest.
So okay, 5 boards to play, 6 imps the difference, and this match is at least becoming quite exciting. Do we have an update on the Bermuda Bowl? I'm gonna take a look. Yes, with a couple of boards to go, the match is all but out of reach. It is currently 78 imps. That is actually completely out of reach, even if they score 24 per board. They're gonna need some time penalties. A lot of time penalties.
Maybe they deserve it.
Yeah, they kind of do, but it still might not be enough.
So the 5-4-3-1 9 count, not an opening bid. Sort of that hand kind of is about as good as the 11 count that Chris passed earlier, by my evaluation.
Sure. Yeah.
So East has good 18, opens a diamond. South, vulnerable, does not get involved with the invulnerable 2 clubs that he had bid on a similar suit, and we can't opposite a pass partner.
Right.
But red on white, less attractive. So now partner showed the black suits by doubling 1 heart, and void king jack 5th in partner suits is pretty good.
Yeah, so we'll see how many clubs South decides to bid. I'm curious what the redouble is. Okay, South goes with 3 clubs. Makes sense. But I'm curious about the redouble.
They must be playing values.
It does look like values, but I guess that means they give up on support redoubles here?
Yeah, it's not uncommon for the French pairs to not use support doubles or redoubles. I see a lot of comments from French players on Bridge Winners where they're talking about they don't mention they don't use those.
Got it.
So, I like them. I think it's useful for partner to immediately disambiguate your degree of support for partner. But it does seem like this was maybe a value showing.
Wow. So.
Hearts is a big call opposite of value showing redouble.
Right. I mean, West has the singleton club, and if East could have 3-card heart support, then, maybe there's some reason that West would want to compete with partner having, say, 18 to 19, which it looks like is what's going on. But with no guaranteed heart fit, definitely a big bid.
I'm trying to scour their card to see if I can find support doubles. I suppose it's possible to have the redouble there be either 3 cards or a strong hand. They do have that. Sometimes a double does that. It says opener's double shows 3 cards in partner's major or a strong hand. Maybe they play it's either a support double or 18-19.
Ah.
Which would explain the 3-heart call.
Only a little bit, though, right? Like, if East has a minimum opener with 3-card heart support, do you really want to be bidding 3 hearts? I wonder.
Maybe you're white with a mesh with diamonds, the shortness in their suit. It does. You have 0 controls. It's true. So.
Yeah, and 3 hearts kind of sounds.
Close,
I mean, the main concern I'd have is if East has a minimum opener, 3 hearts kind of sounds like invitational, and that's not really what West wants to do.
I certainly don't want to bid 3 hearts if I might hear 4 hearts next.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's a real danger. There's going to be some hands where you could pass 3 clubs, partner could double with extra values, and now you bid 3 hearts. And partner will know to not bid more. I have to imagine 3 spades is natural showing 18-19, and well, no. I mean, North showed. Well, I guess North might only have 4 spades to double that mark. So, does West just get off crazy train and pass 3 spades?
I'm not really sure. I mean, single dummy 4 spades doesn't even look like a bad contract East-West, but obviously with the negative double.
No.
Or not negative double,
let's say spades are 4-1 instead of 5-0. Yeah. It's probably okay. If the diamond rates to be on side, you're off a club, a diamond, and a heart, and the spade jack's going to be on side. You might be able to run heart winners through North to sort of like sort of a surrogate trumps in some cases. I think 4 spades has. On some other day, 4 spades would have play.
Well, West is...
This day, 4 hearts has some play if they don't find their roughs.
I think North is going to...
They can start a diamond cross rough.
Yeah, North is going to figure out what to do, because a club to the ace... Well, I mean, South might lead a trump, right? So we have to be aware of that, but... Oh, North is on lead. That was my first of the day, I think. First dyslexic declare of the day. Yeah, so the defense is a little bit harder from North's perspective, because North doesn't know that West has 4 spades.
Right, and it's not even going to occur to West, to North, that West... Well, let's see, he can... North can put partner on 5 clubs for the auction. And probably 3 hearts on the dummy in auction.
Maybe 2. West has insisted on hearts multiple times.
Yeah, and West's a passed hand. West tried to stop in 3 hearts, though.
Yeah.
It's possible that West has... if West has 6 hearts, they might have 4 spades to go with it for the not opening 2 hearts, but I'm not sure what the French range for their opening 2 hearts is. I guess I can check that. Don't need Bank of Drivers Convention card anymore. Okay, this is the Cronier's Convention card, and they're opening 2 hearts. X. That's how they describe it. So just a simple natural week 2.
Okay, King of Hearts, 7 of Hearts.
Now the 7 of Hearts.
I mean, South is doing his very best to suggest a spade. I think North is just going to win this and put a low club on the table. Or second alternative, North might duck this and wait for partner to give a suit preference, a much clearer suit preference signal, because the 7 of Hearts is not necessarily readable yet, with West having the 9-8.
Ducking this costs the defense a trick versus their maximum possible tricks.
Yeah. But I think it's impossible for them to get 2 spade ruffs anyway. North, unlikely to work that out. I don't know. I mean, if the 7 of hearts is red, then North can figure out what's going on.
I mean, North might be thinking, well, maybe West is 4-6 in the majors, and that's why they didn't open a week 2. But I don't know that that's such a strong inference. I mean, given the actual West hand, I don't know that that's a very strong inference that you could be taking, given the way the West did in real life.
Because to me, it
definitely wouldn't shock me to see her duck it. She's thinking about ducking.
Yeah. It feels like a pretty natural way to beat the hand is if partner has the diamond king and you can get to them in clubs. Because then partner takes a club trick, you take the diamond king, you take a diamond ruff, and you get your ace of hearts. And that would defeat the contract.
Yeah, and there's no rush for that. You can duck the heart first.
And so that's why I think like North might decide to duck here. So north-south, what exactly is their carding? I pulled up Chris's card with Amber because I assume that's the most likely, because South played the 7 of diamonds at trick 1, and Chris with Amber played upside down. So it's possible that all of South's cards have been to try and get a spade ruff, and North is just like on a completely different game plan. Like, please let me get a diamond ruff, and then we'll see how many tricks we can take from there. And this is one of the difficult things when you're defending. If you have like a very one-track mind about like, this is what I need to do to collect my defensive tricks, like, North is going to be correct. She can get a diamond. She can get to her partner's hand in clubs, can get a diamond ruff. She might just be mostly thinking right now about, can I underlead the ace of clubs, rather than trying to read all of the inferences about partner signaling. Like 7 of diamonds, 7 of hearts. Oh, but there it is.
She did play the 7 of spades, which this is going to gain a trick versus the other lines. Her leading the ace of clubs was not without risk either. Obviously, in the case that if Declare had a club void, for example, or if there was a singleton king.
Yeah. All right, king of diamonds, deuce of diamonds. That,
I think he is saying that he has a club on here with the 2 of diamonds, and is partner going to think you're out of hearts now when you play the 2 of diamonds?
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Partner thinks like you don't want any more spade.
Yeah.
So you may see. Okay.
Yeah. Jack, I like the Jack of diamonds.
He signaled it very clearly.
This is very clear. Please play back a spade.
Please play another.
I can ruff again. We'll worry about the rest afterwards.
So now she should. Okay, she's cashing the ace of clubs before giving her off, which.
He just dumps the king.
I guess.
This is such a Chris play. But yeah, now he'll try and promote a trump trick for partner by playing another diamond. Declare I can rough in high, but that's going to be down 3. And the US pair in the other room did manage to get all the way up to 4 spades, but only went down 1 in that contract.
So 4 spades, if Spades didn't rail 5-0. They might well have made it.
Yeah. So 3 imps going to the
3
US.
imps to the USA, now up by 9.
Yeah, 9. 4 boards to go, but it's still not over. I mean, this looks like a big hand as well. 6 diamonds.
So I'll mention that Amber, who's sitting out this set but is playing for the USA 2 team here, was absolutely instrumental in the smooth running for the USBF junior showing in Veldhoven in early August. She handled so much work as far as getting the teams registered and paid and putting out fires left and right. Just the sheer volume of stuff that she did for my team specifically, but for all the teams in general, was absolutely incredible. And I'll take a moment to thank her here again for that. And I'm glad to see that she's in contention for a gold medal.
Yeah. I know that a lot of the players behind the scenes, or the captains, or the coaches, or everything, do a lot of hard work. I mean, we had Gavin telling us how much work Rob Barrington did for his team as a coach. I mean, even leading up to the event, like even before the event had started, he was printing out the schedules and everything for them to have so that they could study and figure out what who wanted to play up against which teams. So all those players, you know, even if you're not showing up on VooGraph and playing, still a lot of work goes into preparing the teams for these events.
Double dummy, you can make 6 diamonds east-west here by roughing down the King of Hearts, but single dummy, I don't think you're very likely to take that line of play.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit better, right? Because depending on whether or not you get a club rough, you could try and rough down the Heart King and then fall back on the spades coming home.
I mean, let's say if the defense helped you out and let's say led a high club and shifted to a trump, then you could win, and you have actually 2 entries done. You could play Ace of Hearts and a Heart rough, club rough, and another heart. That might also promote a trump trick for the defense if the hearts were differently. I often have to wonder as a declarer, are the defenders truly on my side? But here, I think East-West have reached the absolutely normal 4-heart contract rather than the speculative double dummy making 6 diamond contract.
Okay, but I mean, still definitely a chance for a swing. West had decided that she heard enough after the 1 diamond opener and 1 spade rebid.
Once again, Chris had 5 clubs opposite a passed hand. We've only seen him bid with, and a bad hand. We've only seen him bid with that favor.
Yeah.
Okay, in a sense, I have some sympathy for 2 clubs over 1 diamond on this hand, just because 2 clubs over 1 diamond is such a destructive bid for the opponents when you put 2 suits into their negative double.
Sure.
Still, it's I don't think I would do it here, especially. I mean, I bet he would have not fallen.
Maybe, yeah. Although this hand's
the evidence that we have.
Yeah, I mean, this hand's a little bit different just because we actually have stuff in the majors that if partner leads, like the King of Hearts, we're not unhappy. If partner leads a low spade, we're not unhappy. So, different from the King, Queen, 5th, and out.
Declare might just play a low heart to the 10 to try to make sure the Ace, Queen, 9, 8, and 10 all go on different tricks. Doesn't want to, like, play on a pointy suit to potentially expose themselves to a rough. They can afford to lose 2 hearts and a club. If they compress heart honors, they might lose an extra heart trick if the hearts are 5-0. And if they crossed a dummy, then they could potentially lose a club, 2 hearts and a rough.
Yeah, so low heart to the 10 does seem like a good safety play against Well, it doesn't, right? Because then if hearts are 5-0, they win and then they tap you with a club. Okay, hold on. Let's back up a second because
Yeah, that's right.
it's not so simple.
So maybe you just want to float the 10. Yeah, maybe cross to the ace of spades where you're less likely to suffer a ruff and pass the 10 of hearts.
I mean, in that case,
And if hearts are 5-0
if we
onside,
can't,
same problem.
you're saying we can pick up 5-0 hearts if the 10 of hearts holds, and then we can just like cash winners and eventually end play south. Yeah.
I'm not sure we're going to really pick it up, but I'm not trying to make 5.
No.
So you could the only 4-1 that you can pick up if you wanted to play on hearts is to play hearts of the queen when you pick up the singleton jack.
You could just as easily cash the ace of hearts there, though.
Right. Then you can't lead towards your hand. I mean, cashing the ace of hearts is a lot going for it because if hearts are 5-0, you're in danger of getting tapped out anyways. Well, the only question is whether if hearts are 5-0 with 5 in the south, whether starting with the 10 of hearts means that you stay in control of the hand.
Okay. Yeah,
Or it's just
declare goes ace of
starting
hearts,
the
and now we'll have a guess for an over trick here. If they lead a low heart, then
The queen is sort of the normal guess in most cases because if you lead low, it can give the defenders flexibility about where they win the trick to get a ruff in either hand. So in a lot of cases, you lead the higher one there when it's a guess to potentially limit the defender's flexibility. I don't think it really makes a difference potentially on this for this suit combination,
Yep.
but as a general
yeah,
principle,
good point.
being higher is what you normally do.
Okay, so 4 hearts making 4 in this room, 4 hearts made 5 in the other room. So that's 1 imp going the way of the
Force
US.
to play, and 10 is the number of the counting. 10 is a swing, a protection against 1 swing, as long as it's not an 11 imp swing. We've already seen 3 swings in this match of greater than 10 imps.
Yeah. 4. Oh, well, greater than 10, yes. But 3 boards to play, so 10 imps, and no one has much. I mean, North has a good hand, but probably not going to see East open. Probably not going to see South open.
I wouldn't be totally shocked to see the South hand open. Although he did pass a 5-4-3-1 11 count earlier, but that was with he'd have had to open a minor.
Yeah, you could be right.
Not thrilled about opening my 10-9-8 of the hearts, but it's alright, he passed it.
Yeah, so North opens a no trump.
We just see a transfer sequence.
I wonder if we just like puppet Stamen here. Feels like puppet has a lot going for it. Just presume that 3-0 is going to be fine with such a weak heart suit. If no, he does go transfer because of the shape.
It's just fairways and greens here, but I mean, I could see if partner had 5 spades, you may actually want to play it in spades. North is kind of a skewed hand with the ace-jack doubleton of hearts. It wouldn't be ridiculous to choose hearts here. And 4 hearts, I think, makes without much trouble. Maybe I'm wrong about that. You lose 2 hearts and a diamond for sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
Might 3-0 is also a little bit tricky.
Yeah, so 2 of spades lead. I mean, good start for the defense. Declare, I think, likely to go after the diamond suit. Like, if they knew that the king, queen of hearts were on side, they would go after hearts immediately. But looks like playing on diamonds makes some sense.
From Declarer's perspective, they only have time to play on 1 red suit. Because when they lose the lead, in the red suit they play on, the defense will knock out the other high spade. Now they're off 2 spades and the ace of diamonds, assuming the 2 of spades was 4th best. So when the opponents get in, they won't be able to cash enough tricks to beat you unless you've set up 2 more tricks for them.
Right. So you can't really afford to play on hearts. I mean, low heart to the jack will happen to work against, say, king, queen, third on side or honor doubleton on side, but that's way less likely than the 10 of diamonds falling.
So East has ducked the ace of diamonds, causing Declarer to cross in clubs, which is going to give up his basically his chance for the 13th club for his trick, because Declarer, if East had won and cleared the spades, Declarer would have been able to take 2 spades and a heart is 3, 2 diamonds is I guess Declarer could have won the spade and played a heart up. A double dummy, I think Declarer could have made it if by forcing West to duck the king, queen of hearts and then shifting to playing on clubs.
Yep.
It's not a normal line of play.
Yeah, I mean, I think Declarer could also make it by just playing on diamonds. You collect 2 hearts, 2 spades, 2 clubs, and 3 diamonds, giving up 2 diamond tricks and 2 spades. But no.
Now Declarer is in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
He no longer has an entry to the board. Or she no longer has an entry to the board.
Yeah, it's just...
So she can never score the long club or the 10.
I hope that the diamonds are breaking at this point. That's the plan. If you could score 3 diamonds and the ace of hearts from here, then you would be in great shape.
Now, I think 4 hearts is... Single dummy is a little better. You're likely to lose 2 hearts and a diamond, but you're also likely to be able to establish 1 pitch on the jack of diamonds and another pitch on the long diamond to pitch both your club losers away. There's a lot to be said when you have 2 honors in your doubleton in the suit partners transfer you two to picking that suit. One of the reasons you generally do that is because in no trump the suit could easily block, making it so that you couldn't actually run it. So it winds up not being a source of tricks, but as a trump suit, then you can always get the tricks in it. Other times it's because you're worried about a side suit. Here you have some worries in both clubs and spades.
And Dan says...
I also see a counter argument that like jack of diamonds could be a source of tricks and no trump, so that you don't want to risk a 5-2 fit when you have 9 tricks and no trump either.
Yeah. We have had a lot
of
distributional hands. I mean, North once again has just a big distributional hand over there. We're gonna see if Chris decides to open this 12 count with a singleton honor.
4x1 is a worse shape than 5-4-3-1, but I have to imagine he's going to open it because it's 12 with a singleton, even though it's a singleton honor. If spades get agreed and you have the auction to yourself and you're able to bid key card in a reasonable way, you could find out that you're off at 2 key cards to stay out of the making slam. With North's void, key card might never happen, and it may wind up just getting to 6 spades on momentum.
Yeah, possible. I am quickly going to show the results of the Bermuda Bowl on screen. So Switzerland has defeated Norway by 70.
Well, Norway did come back in that final set because that started life as like 50-1 or something.
Yeah.
It would have been a more exciting match if we started with the last 8 boards and then went to the first 8 boards.
True, although maybe what you said is right, that Norway, once they realized they were out of winning territory, decided to tone it down and actually play solid bridge.
When every time they took a swingy action, it just completely blew up in their face.
All right, so...
Which is why they're swingy actions, because they can blow up in your face.
Yeah, South has opened.
So I bet 1 spade promised an unbalanced hand, is my guess. and is natural.
Yeah, and
Then I would think we're going to see a fourth suit auction.
we probably will, but also North might have fallen out of her chair about the way this has transpired so far. Not really expecting.
Well, North can kind of, once Spade throws an unbalanced hand, I think North can predict that the shortness is in hearts, with the opponents not bidding anything.
Yep.
But still has heart shortness is not that bad when you have 9 trumps and 1, 2, 3, 4 loser hand. Partners open the bidding.
Wait, how did you count that
bid.
many losers? Isn't this...
Well, I mean, I wasn't counting.
Okay.
I counted 2 losers in hearts, even though my partner's kind of known to understand.
Okay.
Once partner has a known to hold a singleton heart, you kind of know you're only off 3 important cards: the Ace of Hearts, the Ace of Clubs, and the King of Spades.
Yeah, okay. So they've established the game for us. I mean, Chris Valenkin sitting south, happy to just bid 4 spades. He has bad trumps. He doesn't have a great fit with his partner's hearts. The 2 aces are good.
That was a really snap sign off in 4 spades. I think South might have that a little out of tempo fast, really trying to sign off.
Oh no, he's
Chris normally has fantastic.
I don't know if you know Chris, but he always makes all of his bids in place in the same tempo.
I was roommates with him in some trials for a large number of boards, and he is a highly actively ethical player.
Yep.
He is. That's why I was a little surprised when I saw 4 spades come out quick from him, because he's just so good all the time at making his tempo be completely meaningless to the opposition.
Yeah.
His partner, he just it's second nature to him. So it's
well, we did pick an exciting
North
match.
is going to proceed. It's a question of how to proceed, not whether to proceed.
Yeah, I mean, frequently these hands with voids, some players would prefer to Q-bid. You can't really bid exclusion anymore now that the auction has taken this turn.
I'm okay with bidding keycard with a void in partner's first suit. Here it's partner's got a singleton heart almost certainly on this auction, so partner actually has bid diamonds and spades and clubs. So I'm not going to think the partner has a singleton ace of hearts and signed off over 3 spades.
Do you think
partner would have bid the singleton ace of hearts? So I'm not. I feel like I can bid keycard and know that it's not the ace of hearts.
Well, yeah, but it might also not be the ace of diamonds.
Right.
Do you think South has ever voided hearts on this auction?
Yeah, I think South could be voiding hearts. That may not be great for us, because it's going to make it harder to set up the hearts. Sometimes you just keycard and then with a void and then bid 6, no matter what partner responded, just to sort of disguise the void. She could continue with 5 clubs here, and then over partner's 5 diamonds, bid 5 hearts, and see what partner does.
Yeah.
Partner doesn't bid 5 diamonds, then just bid slam, because if partner doesn't have diamond to Q-bid, then you're almost certain he has to have the king of spades.
Sure. Yep. That seems reasonable. Okay, so 5 clubs it is from North. We will definitely see 5 diamonds from South.
I think so. Given the context of his previous sign-offs, he actually has 2 aces. Is a pretty good roll. Good thing. So he does admit to the diamond control, and I think North will try again with 5 hearts, and South will look at the Queen of Hearts as a good card and the 2 aces. I'm not okay. North didn't try again with 5 hearts. North just signed off.
I mean, this might still fetch a raise from South. No, he elects to pass it out.
He had bad trumps, which is a good reason to decline one try. The queen, he loves the Queen of Hearts at this point in the auction. Right? He does love that he has 2 aces in the Queen of Hearts, but he just hates that his spades are 4 small, 9-4.
And this board could decide the match, because with it being 10 imps and this is a vulnerable slam that is potentially missed for the US team, France could make a comeback.
Yeah. So the other thing from Chris's perspective, he doesn't know it's a 9-card spade fit. So 4-4-4-1 hands are really good hands at sort of scrambling 10 tricks per game by roughing things. If you're cross-roughing things, you tend to run out of steam before you get to 12 tricks. You really need a 9-card fit to shine a 4x1 hand. And so it's thinking, well, I like my queen of hearts, I like my 2 aces, but I have bad trumps, so if I ever have to rough things in the north hand, it's roughing them with good ones. And it's just going to run out of steam before I get to 12 tricks, even with, you'll need to set up the hearts but then not lose the spades. I agree with Chris's evaluation that sort of the 4x1 is just not a great pattern for pushing into a 4-4.
Yeah, so...
And slam is not good,
I
right?
guess if partner was ace-king 4th, ace-king 6th, singleton, king doubleton... I mean, they don't even need that, but they did cue 5 clubs. I mean, ace-king 4th, ace-king 6th, singleton, doubleton... I mean, 6 spades has play opposite that hand.
Right.
And with king doubleton of clubs, it's on 3-2 trumps.
I think we might have seen a different auction from partner with ace king 6 of hearts. I think we would have seen partner... Well, partner never had a chance because you bid 4 spades over 3 spades.
I guess partner would bid key card with that hand, so...
Maybe. Well, partner had to agree... Partner had to tell you spades were trumps, which, because of the 4th suit auction, they couldn't do below 3 spades, and then you bid 4 spades. They'd have to bid key card with the 2 small clubs. But that's not significantly different than Q bidding clubs with 2 small clubs.
Yeah.
So they led the 10 of spades, huh? Is that what happened?
They led a club.
They lead a
Yeah.
club.
So now Declare has tried the spade finesse, and it has held. We'll just rough a heart over to the south hand to repeat the spade finesse, I think. Seems safe.
Yeah, but you can see, like, even with the spade finesse on side, you still had to cross the hand that way, and you ran the risk of hearts being 5-1 getting over roughed there.
Yep.
It needed a finesse and something good in the side suit. Like, something good in the side suit was likely to happen, but it's still like 3 or 4% worse than 4-0 spades on side. You might not have been able to pick up.
Okay.
King 10 5-4. I mean, I guess you loaded the queen. It goes out show. You have work to do, but maybe you pick it up.
Yeah, well, that is one more imp going the way of USA. France have missed the slam. That might have been their last opportunity, but we'll see what the last board has in store for us.
They did not bid slam. They had a diamond, a heart, a spade. 3 spades must have been forcing. And then 3-0 must have been some sort of non-serious, I guess. And then 5 diamonds probably was a void splinter, or maybe 5 diamonds was exclusion. So they might have had North-South might have had an exclusion auction at the other table where they knew they were off 2 key cards. So is there scope for an 11 imp swing on this board?
I mean, I think it's possible North-South could miss the no trump game. They are making 9 tricks with that club king on side, but with it being not vulnerable, we're gonna have to see something crazy happen in the other room. I think East-West will need to get in trouble somehow.
I don't think you're likely to find this no trump game. You may easily get blown out here. So spade, West bit, no trump. Univis. I don't know if the no trump's forcing or semi-forcing. If it's semi-forcing, East might pass it rather than bidding king queen.
I mean, this would be one way to find North-South's no trump game.
Yes, I I do think I would have bid 2 diamonds with the East hand, just because my hands, the diamonds are pretty chunky and the spades are chunky, partner preferences them. And the other thing is it may find a heart fit for our side. So a lot of things go right with 2 diamonds.
Sure.
North's on lead against 1 now.
Yeah, I mean, fourth.
And you may gain a trick by leading a low diamond because Declare may take a spade finesse.
Yeah.
Declare will probably actually just knock out the ace of diamonds if you lead a diamond.
Okay, Queen of Clubs. I've talked about these honor third leads against no trump. I think they're pretty good. Queen of Clubs does work out quite nicely here. You can take the first 5 club tricks.
When I lead the Queen of Clubs, it's always dummy coming down with King 10 third. And then you have this moment. Is Declare going to play low from dummy or not? And you know right away.
Yeah.
It seems like Declare always plays low from dummy, but at the last Nationals, I had a hand where I led the Queen, dummy came out with King 10 third, and Declare covered. But, oh, thank God.
1 for you, 100 for the opponents.
They can afford to block the club suit
Yeah.
here and still be okay because South has Ace of Hearts as a sure entry.
Yeah, I mean, North's probably a little
Yeah,
bit worried, but because this 10, from North's perspective, West could easily have a 5-card club suit over there, and this 10 of clubs return is from 10 doubleton. So now if it goes 10 of clubs and North plays low, South just continues a club, and we've set up West's club suit.
I think North is going to play low because they're worried that you just could blow up the entire club suit by overtaking it, and that if partner has the one with long clubs, they may well have an entry anyways. And when okay, I'm wrong. North's putting their
Wait.
oh, maybe I'm right after all.
No.
Yeah, I'm right. Now South would give a suit preference club coming back here, and it looks like that could be suit preference for spades, which does fit with the South hand, and it could be suit preference for hearts, which also fits with the South hand. It's definitely not suit preference for diamonds.
Yeah, not diamonds. Although, once again, North not 100% certain that South has the 2 remaining clubs as opposed to West.
Oh, yeah, could have ace 10-9 tripleton of clubs. Would not have been, might have played the same way.
So yeah, when Declare is pitching spades, it's pretty clear for the defense to start playing that suit, and that's what North goes with, spade switch.
Declare might pop the king of spades here to preserve an entry to the jack of diamonds in a really optimistic worldview.
It doesn't really help,
I don't
because
yeah.
the defense could just block the diamond suit, and then you're going to need the diamonds to be 3-3 anyway.
And they can play another spade anyways.
Yeah. I mean, Declare's hope at this point is to just
Declare can play the 8 of spades,
not go for too many tricks.
and if it goes low, it'll overtake. Yeah, I think Declare's just going to play a diamonds to go on 3.
Yep, diamond to the king,
It's 2 tricks in.
queen of diamonds. North will win this one and presumably play back a spade, I guess.
Yeah, with the diamonds, well, the diamond suit's still blocked, I
Yep.
guess. That way you don't need partner of the queen of hearts. North is worried Declare has the ace of
Yep.
hearts. So they've ducked this one, but now that'll let Declare unblock the diamonds if they had the ace of hearts. So I don't think this was safe either.
Yeah, I guess if West had the heart ace, North would have needed to win that second diamond and switch to hearts. Queen of hearts
This is
pitch.
still 4 tricks for Declare.
Yeah, so North now does need to continue spades.
Right, because South has pitched the Queen of Hearts, so it needs to continue a spade just to make sure that South doesn't get end played.
Hold on, is that actually true? Because if we play a heart to the ace, 2 rounds of clubs might squeeze the east hand. Yeah.
West can keep the heart guard, so he's...
Well, but then we can cross back to partner's heart king, and then a spade comes through eventually.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Okay, well, I think that's going to wrap up the play. North just needs to keep that king of hearts, which shouldn't be too difficult.
This is a pretty good result for the USA 2 here on this board, so I don't think there's any scope without like something really, really bizarre happening in the other room for them to lose enough imps to lose the match. The other table, 1-0 Trump, they must have taken a spade finesse because it went 1-0 Trump West down 4, which is 3 imps to France. It's just 1-0 Trump down 3 here, but 3 imps is not enough.
Yeah, so...
1-0 double down 4. Now they were in business.
Right. They had a big double earlier in the set, which picked them up a bunch of imps. Board 26 against a no trump, but not this time. So congrats to USA 2. Thank you, Michael, for joining me for the coverage over the course of this week.
Yeah. Thank you again for hosting, and I hope you get caught up on your rest now that this marathon is over. It takes a lot of dedication to be up at 5 a.m.
Yeah, that's the plan. I'm gonna try and get back onto a normal schedule, but I enjoyed. So thank you. I'm gonna sign off from Discord, and I will close down the stream.
All right. Cheers. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. So that is going to wrap up the coverage of the 2023 World Bridge Team Championships, where we saw Switzerland come out ahead in the Bermuda Bowl. I'm going to quickly pull up the results of all of the events. So Bermuda Bowl. Switzerland comes out guns blazing in today's set, absolutely crushes Norway, wins by 70. They take the gold medal. Norway finishes with the silver. Italy finishes with the bronze, and USA 2 gets an honorary mention for making it to the semifinals. In the Venice Cup, Israel more than doubled Turkey's imp score over the set. I mean, at some point, I'm sure that Turkey just started swinging wildly, trying to get back into the match. So it could have been a little bit closer than it was, but 307 is a massive, massive amount of imps to collect over 96 boards. China ending up with the bronze medal in the Venice Cup. Dorsey Trophy. Wow! Denmark came back. We saw USA 1 was in the lead by a little bit going into this last segment of play, but Denmark pulled out the victory. So they take gold, USA 1 silver, USA 2 bronze, Poland finishing just off of the podium. In the Wuhan Cup, we just watched the final match. This was maybe one of the closest matches down to the wire. USA 2 against France. USA 2 comes out with the gold, France with the silver, Romania with the bronze. So, with that said, that wraps up the 2 weeks of play for this tournament. I had a bunch of fun commentators joining me, a whole bunch of new faces on the channel as well. Thank you all for following the channel, subbing to my Twitch and YouTubes, and just hanging out, making this a great experience for everyone. I mean, my plan is basically to be back doing a bunch of commentary for most of the big events. I've been doing that for a while on my channel. Sometimes I will log in and play some other bridge with friends or bridge with robots. I think my plan actually is hopefully going to be to get Kranyak and Demoy from USA 1 on stream at some point to either play against myself and a partner, or to just talk about their experience at the World Championships. We had Gavin earlier today. So ultimately, we have a lot of big plans coming up for the channel and new fun guests that will be on. But now I am ready to get some food and probably try and fix my sleep schedule so that I'm back on more of a American time zone. Yeah, I hope everyone's enjoyed the couple of weeks, and I will